All right, after a heated weekend of qualifiers, it is finally time. Welcome everybody to EGC Masters Winter. My name's Crackety. I'm joined here today by the lovely Debson. How you doing, man?
Good. Excited to be back. Excited to be here. Another round of good games. As every tournament, I feel like that ends up happening. So we got a good, fun set of series ahead of us today.
Exactly. Today, we will be opening up with the group phase. So we're going to see a lot of players competing today outside of the final playoffs. Going to be very interesting as people will have to give it their all in order to secure their place in the playoffs. If you lose, you got one more chance. If you lose again, you're out.
Yeah, as always, it feels nothing feels worse than making it into a tournament and then just only having one chance to get back in it. So that is where, having that second shot does at least feel a little bit better. You get an extra series under your belt, an extra little bit of experience here. But we can already see first series is getting prepped and ready. Civ draft up at the top, and first map and civs have already been picked.
Yeah, we're jumping right into action here. Look at that. Okay, our opening our opening set here. We're going to see Louis versus Demu. So definitely top players right off the bat here, facing off against each other. Lakeside is going to be the start here. We'll see Ottomans coming in for Louis. Definitely a civilization that he really likes to play. I see him play Ottomans a lot. And Demu on the other side. I feel like it's partially on me. I want to take credit for that. I've redeemed OTD a lot in Demu's chat, and now I see him picking them a lot. So I'll take the credit for that one.
Yeah, and so you can also kind of see with OOTD's civil or Demu civilization pick. He also got HRE. He's also got his Mali, which is another civilization that we know he is very comfortable with. So not a bad set for him. But on the other side, we know how Byzantines is. Louis' first choice, it looks like, was the Byzantine civilization.
Yeah, Byzantine, obviously really strong. One of those civilizations that can just bring out an insane amount of units in the mid game onto the field. And for a lot of other civilizations, it's kind of difficult to hold up against that. If you don't have a civilization that really starts off with a lot of early tempo, you might not be able to catch the Byzantines at a point in time where they don't have a lot of units out on the field. And if they get to the point where they do have a lot of units out on the field, where they do have that constant olive oil income, it might be too late at that point in time.
Yeah. And that's kind of one where it feels like every Civ has their little few weaker points. You just got to take advantage of them. And that's where these high level players are so good at doing that. These timing attacks and these kind of pressure points, 30 seconds can really just be the difference between clutching up a game and being able to close it out, or just having it extend out and become one of those 45-minute slugfests.
Exactly. I'm looking at the rest of the draft from Louis. There are also some other really strong civilizations. Ayubids definitely strikes me as one of those civilizations that in many matchups can just feel incredibly overbearing or just really difficult to deal with when you get the camel lancers and a combination of like mass camel lancers and archers. I feel like the transition period with Ayubids at the moment is just so smooth. Like when other civilizations go for their 2TC play and they just rush up to the castle age with the Eco Ring Grove, suddenly they caught up in the villager department and have that tech advantage. It's such a dangerous timing to play up against. So many civilizations can struggle against that.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where, you kind of look at the civs and then you try to kind of project out with the maps on what the matchups are going to end up being. So is there anything that kind of sticks out to you, that Demu or Louis might be saving for Four Lakes specifically, as that's the only real hybrid one left on the pick pool left for them?
Yeah, Four Likes, I will definitely say that's definitely a Japan map for Demu. He's got Japan in his draft, and Four Lakes definitely a map where Japan feels right at home. On the other side, Louis, what could he pick on Four Lakes? Ayubids, I think they get a decent timing still on Four Lakes. Maybe Jean could be an interesting pick there. Though I guess Louis, similar to CSO, they just really prefer Jean on an open land map where they can make full use of like a mass spam of knights. I think we gotta also just like get a little bit of a prediction going here. How do you think the set is gonna go overall?
This is one of these that I think is going to be a back and forth one. I'm going to go with 3-2 for Louis and T over here.
Looks like we're getting exposed. We did put up our predictions beforehand, so now we can actually see the predictions from all our casters and all our staff here at the front side. Um, all right, looks can take a look at Marine versus Bolgian here, going from left to right side. Okay, okay. I see a lot of people are favoring Marine Lord here in this one. I think Bolton can take a game off him. I'll be honest. I think he can do some wild shenanigans and maybe catch him off guard there.
It could end up happening, but I'm not too sure if. Yeah, I still think it's a far out chance for Baltoon to be able to take a game off of Marine Lord, even if Marine Lord's not feeling it, woke up on the wrong side of the bed that morning.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a chance, right? There's always a chance, especially at the level that these players are operating at the moment. You don't practice enough. Maybe you wake up with a little bit of a weird mood. You're not feeling in peak shape, and that's a situation where, like, even somebody that isn't necessarily set up to be the winner of a set can still take off some games and maybe even go for an upset.
Yeah, and that's where there's going to have to be a few of those upsets here, as some of these series you can already see it very, very one-sided as some of these predictions go. Wham versus Mahodo, you don't see anyone thinking that Mahodo is going to be able to take a game, but there's always some surprising strategies. There's always some surprising things that you could end up trying to pull out of the hat.
Yeah, looking at our next set here, Louis versus Demu. Looks like a lot of people are actually favoring Louis here in this one, but I'm gonna be the outlier here. I think Demu can definitely win this. Definitely, like I think he's in good shape at the moment when it comes to competitive and especially longer games. I think he's gonna be in a good spot here.
Yeah, and I mean that is one where we have seen some of these players like to play those extended games, everything out and about, and seeing a lot of people thinking Mayo Maka is going to be able to take a game off of Beastie as well. So a lot, it's always exciting seeing the casters' predictions, as some of them might know a little bit more inside about the game than others. But enough of that. Jumping into game number one of Louis versus Demu.
Indeed, here we go. Lakeside is going to be the name of the game here, so we immediately should have a dock opening from both players here, as we do have those little, I want to say, like coastal regions towards the back of each player's base, where there is actually a single spot of deep sea fish that players will have access to. Definitely a food source that you will want to make use of. And indeed, both players will open up with that dock. I think you can go up to like 3, 4, maybe even 5 fishing ships here at the beginning without really like being too overbearing on the fishing economy here. Definitely going to pay off for you.
Yeah.
The question is, when's the feudal age transition going to be here for them? Because it's also just really important of taking control over the water, because then you can go on your opponent's side and take their fish as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is one you mentioned how many fishing boats on out there. I feel like you said 3 or 4, but the good thing is there are a few shoreline fish. So if you do oversaturate that one single deep sea fish, you can always take a few of the skips off and let those fish kind of continue to spawn with each other and merge back up to where that food is keep coming back for the long term of the game.
Exactly, and all of this early food economy, it just has that chance to really propel you through the mid game, kind of like makes you skip the early game entirely. Like on maps like these, typically we only see very, very short feudal age timings. Like players, they will try to harass each other on water, and if it's not working out for a play on water, they're immediately just going to be like, okay, yeah, water is gone, but I'm not going to stick around in feudal age. I'm just going to go castle age immediately.
Yeah, and this is one where, Ottomans, I feel like, is one of those civilizations. They don't really have a lot of extra food or economic upgrades for them. So having an extra water economy to help spur them along a little bit to get to their kind of past their pain points in the game can really help Louis MT to kind of get out on the right foot here.
Ooh. Look at this. Demu saving the wood that he would need for mining camp. He does have that bonus with the OTD villagers in general, shared with the HRE. They carry 40% more resources baseline. So these 4 villagers only need 2 trips that he can afford going for without a mining camp here. And he's gonna, just like that, have already enough gold in order to go up to feudal age. That's gonna be a nice timing for him.
Yeah, very, very nice timing. I feel like I've been starting to see this a little bit more on some of these hybrid water maps where people aren't going right out and sending villagers on gold. They'll just do a few long drop-offs. Usually it's with the quicker age up timings with the U-bids, but even still, you'll see it with other civilizations, and that's what Demu opted for. Doesn't have to use the mining camp with the chapel over there.
Yeah, now both players aging up, but the Archon Chapel with 7 OTD villagers is definitely going to be going up first here. Sultanite Trade Network, though, means that Louis, he's immediately going to get a lot more economy coming in as well. But we know the Archon Chapel. When it comes to economic landmarks, that one has to be sitting right at the top.
Yeah, it's near and dear to everyone's hearts. Even whether it's Order of the Dragon, whether it's HRE, the chapel has just always been one of the S tier landmarks out there. You can see Demu went for 4 fishing boats, just to looks like a forced drop off there, and Feudal Age has come through for him.
Yeah, very quick timing here. Louis, he's going to need like another 20, 30 seconds here in order to be able to go up to the next age. And that's what we talked about earlier. Like these timings where it's like a 20, 30-second difference, they can make all the difference. But David doesn't quite have the wood yet that he needs in order to start getting an attack ship out onto the water.
Yeah, this is one where that early water pressure can be very scary. And there, finally, Galley is in queue. Should be heading across here in the next, 30 seconds or so. But Louis, he's going to have that timing. He's going to be able to react and shouldn't have too big of a deal. Already moving out to Stone. And it's not a 2, 3, 4 villagers moving out to Stone. This is a massive expedition. This is making me think second TC.
I don't think that's second TC because you see, Louis, he has the resource for it, but he's not dropping a mining camp. I think this is just going to be for an emplacement on the dock.
Okay, so just once for an emplacement on the dock. Yeah, he doesn't end up dropping a mining camp. I was wondering, I mean, that's a lot of villagers for a commitment like that. Only 3 fishing boats, so we'll be able to just jump on inside of the dock. Won't have any worry as far as that long-term... Caster Curse.
Fishing ship.
Caster Curse.
Curse successful.
Well, does end up losing a ship. It was a little bit greedy. I feel like he wanted to have a little bit more food before the drop-off, and instead loses out on it. And now Demu gets, I would say, a little bit of the leg up early, but he's been committing into this water harder and harder. Not only is it the galley, it's a demo ship, it's a sprinkled ship, and it's another galley in queue. He wants to fully deny Louis water.
Yeah, I mean, Demu, he is going to have to invest. Right now with the emplacement, it is going to be a little bit tougher, a good bit tougher actually for him to just take that dock down. And we're actually seeing Louis investing into a demo ship. So he's focusing down that Hulk right now. And if Demu doesn't pay attention here, this could be big, but Archer ship immediately gets the connection in.
Oh, and barely gets out of range. Demu just looked like a needle as far as how close it was. And now... that's just a demo ship thrown out and down the drain for the most part, but Demu has to reset, has to regroup here as the dock emplacement has been causing quite a bit of damage over that time.
Yeah, not just that. Behind this, Louis, he's just going for the fast castle age now.
And he's not too far away from being able to drop that up. You can see how many resources Demu has been investing into this. Meanwhile, Louis, it's been a demo ship, and it has been that one single dock emplacement.
Now Louis is going to be able to click up within the next couple of moments. Immediately goes for the Vizier point as well. He's going to have 2 Imams, so he's going to get relic control. With that, it's not going to feel that bad losing out on the waterfront here. So he's not going to get the fish, but he is going to get the relics for it. Demo ship comes out.
Demo jumps out at the perfect timing, but it's just still going to be a little too late. Another demo comes in from Demu and is able to secure up that water, or more importantly, deny it from Louis. But the MIA is on the way. 12 villagers. Louis is ready to get this rolling.
Looks like Demu somehow lost his scout in between the process, but he does have a stable up, so he's going to be able to remake that scout. Yeah, it looks like he lost it to Louis' scout in the back of the base there. Yeah, Louis, he's going to be in a great spot now with this castle age timing. Sure, he lost water, but if you can secure 4 relics behind this, you're still going to be in a pretty decent spot.
Absolutely, and he is in prime position to be able to secure those relics. You can see that Demu hasn't... Whoa, that was... okay, but Demu is actually now starting to prep triple military buildings. He knows he needs to kind of take some map pressure... Oh, no, double military buildings. Take some map presence and deny some relics. Speaking of scout getting thrown away, Louis almost losing the next scout if Demu jumped inside real quick.
Yeah, did Demu already research Pro Scout? We are seeing like triple scouts coming in from him at the moment. He has already gotten pro scouts in. Okay, so he, in theory, can just immediately start getting a lot of these deer off the map. That's going to be a very, very solid food income source for him, on top of having the water. So Louis definitely still going to be in a timer, even if he's getting all of these relics in now. I would have said, okay, if it's just the relics, then Louis is going to be in a good spot. But now with the relics and the pro scout play, Demu's definitely looking to be in a good spot. And now Burgrave Palace as well. This is going to be a very aggressive castle age, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Burgrave is usually, you know, if you just go super, super quick into Burgrave, it's this timing that doesn't have a lot of oomph behind it. You don't have that actual food economy. Meanwhile, you just talked about it. Demu has fish behind this. He has pro scouts. He's starting to bring that deer back in, and his food economy is going to be through the roof. It's going to be hard to stop this kind of onslaught that's going to be able to run across the map. But the big thing here is now Louis has been able to kind of stabilize this economy, have these relics, but is he going to have a long-term food resource for himself?
That is going to be the question. First Man-at-Arm, Gilded Man-at-Arm, is going to be in queue immediate for Demu. Does also have the double archer range, and there's one really, really strong unit here for the Order of the Dragon. It is going to be that Gilded Crossbow. They have so much base damage. They pretty much feel like a hand cannoneer that you can have access to with long range in the Castle Age.
Yeah, and you can see Demu already has the double range prepped. He's going to have the men-at-arms starting to move. The question is what is he prioritizing first? Louis moving out to the third middle relic, so that will mean 4 relics secured for himself, as I don't think Demu's going to be able to move out in time to deny that one.
Yeah, especially not with slow units. Some villagers now also moving up from Louis. Gets now a post up at the front line of his base. And we are going to see some walls coming in for him. So he's going to start segmenting off that map. It's going to make it a little bit tougher for Demu to approach him from a lot of the part of the middle map. Means Louis, he can focus on one side and one side only.
Yeah, and this is super important for him because it doesn't allow Demu to steal the rest of the deer from his side of the map, and it secures some of that food for himself. Louis is already having to move out to those front berries, and that's really the last food that's very, very close and safe. There's that one other berries next to that wood line, but even still very, very those resources go away very quick when it gets to these later stages of the game and you got more villagers.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to pump out a lot of units, then definitely those units will, well, those resources are going to expire fairly quickly. I like what Louis done at the beginning. He's kind of setting himself up for like a potential mass Janissary play as well. And what's cool about this is with his landmark, the Sultanite Trade Network, he's already going to get a lot of gold passively. And combine that with the relics, his passive gold income, like, it's absolutely going to be crazy, the amount of passive gold that he will get throughout this game. And Janissaries, they pretty much only cost gold, like 60 food, 100 gold. If you can get a big mass of them out, there has been a change. So crossbows, they don't deal any bonus damage to Janissaries anymore.
Yeah,
they're not that effective against them.
It kind of, you know, they changed it up to where it's the archers are that true counter to the Janissaries, not as much crossbows anymore. And so that now, Demu, you don't see any archers. It is that crossbow mass. He's got 4 more gilded crossbows in queue. Even so still, though, those are some gilded units. 4 gilded units in queue is a ton of resources tied up.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, we can see just looking at the military count right now, Demu, he's got 36 military population worth of units out. Granted, 2 of those are ships, 3 of those are scouts, but it's still a lot.
Yep, and now encounters the wall. Louis finishes it at the perfect timing. There's still a pathway through the middle, but Demu might just want to start burning that down for, I think he just clicked on the outside, realizes there's just a way through and might be able to just run on past.
Yeah. I mean, what's going to be the great idea here? I think Louis, okay, he's going into the right unit now. He is starting to get up some Sapai as well, which I think you'll definitely need just a good amount of them in order to start hitting the backline from Demu, just pushing through, going onto these crossbows. If you get like 10, maybe 12 Sapai out, you should be able to potentially one-shot those crossbows.
Yeah, and Sapahi's just so much more effective at actually being able to close down on that back line, circle around with that just little bit extra range and damage that they got. And Demu, his pop, though. He is just still massing up quickly, and this is where that little bit of extra water could prove to be the difference. Mangonel has arrived from the MIA. I think there's a second one out, slowly rolling on across.
Demu is going for the capturing on the sacred sites now himself. So we'll at least get some additional passive gold to trickle in. The good thing is he did go for the Burgrave. So as long as he keeps producing units of that, he's going to save roughly like 300 to 400, depending on if he gets like the blacksmith upgrade for faster production. 300 to 400 resources every minute from that. Having only one relic, that's a lot more value than he would have gotten out of the Recknuts in this game.
We just saw a massive move out from Demu, and Louis scouted it, and I think he even had a military unit there. Oh my god, he's got Janissaries there.
The villagers, they're going for the kill though. They're pulling the ships, and yeah, I mean, he has enough, and these are Order of the Dragon villagers, so Janissaries was a nice play there.
If that had been like any other unit than Janissaries, if those had been, 2 men-at-arms, they would have been able to tank that villager mass for quite some time, but Louis still has the knowledge that Demu moved out with the massive villagers onto that gold. Not sure if he can do anything to punish it, not sure if he can, make that reaction, but the knowledge is still good to have.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Louis, he has the balls, right? So he could, in theory, at any point in time, attack from the far left angle. Demu doesn't have that option right now. He could only attack from the right side.
Looks
or
like
push through the wall, but that takes time and alerts Louis.
Yeah, it looks like he's still just kind of posturing through the middle, making sure to secure up these last few deer on the front side, on Louis' side, actually. Looks like there's 2 more deer on the front side of those walls, and Louis has had to move out, like we talked about. Food is going to be his problem.
All the cell forest there. Demu now putting an outpost there as well. Will want to have that static vision through the cell forest to just be aware with whatever's going on. Also just indirectly gives him a lot of protection on those sacred sites, which he has now started triggering that sacred site victory condition.
Yeah, this is one of those that I feel like, at first you're not really capturing them to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to win the game with Sacred Sites. But all of a sudden, a few minutes go by, the game starts to progress, the stalemate, this posturing in the middle starts to happen, and then Sacred Sites at 5 minutes, it starts to become a real win condition, starts to put some pressure on Louis. He might have to play in different ways than he wanted to.
For a second, I thought Louis might want to go to Imperial Age, just get that increased production speed from all of his military schools coming in. Then he just suddenly started queuing up a lot more supply. Okay, cancel them again. Okay, he's queuing them up again. All right, now I'm confused again regarding the game plan. But we do have Mangonels pushing forward now from Louis, so then Louis is going to have to cancel that outpost. We'll have to be really careful, though. If you lose those Mangonels, that's a lot of value down the drain.
Yeah, and Demu has started to make a 3rd unit in production. It's not just that men-at-arms crossbow mass. He's going to have his own gilded horsemen, which those things are very, very tanky and are going to be great at trying to circle around the backside to close in on the Mangonels. Louis, he does have the Janissaries. The mass, though, he just hasn't been able to build up that mass quite high enough.
He's going to find out just how much damage they do. Just 4... Those were just 4 crossbows, half health after 2 volleys. And he's got 20 of them. He's going to be able to easily one-shot Zapais with this many.
Yeah, Demu reinforcing that position too. Has one outpost with Sprealed emplacements about to finish up, but the Mangonels able to get some shots. They just need another volley, and I believe that outpost will go down. Horsemen, though, able to get... Horsemen just dive into the Mangonel mass, but Janissaries crossbows were there to defend. However, Demu gets another volley in himself. Villagers there to heal up that outpost back to full, and now getting some reinforced stone onto those towers as well.
Oh, this is starting to get really, really dangerous though for Louis. I mean, he just saw the military mass from Demu, and he decided not to take the fight. That tells us, okay, he is not confident in his ability to win that fight. And I would agree with him. That is not a fight that you're likely to win there. Matter is now coming in as well, so is going to buff up his military quite a bit. I'm still just looking at this. I'm thinking, okay, Louis, what is the chance here now for him to win in this one? He's vastly behind the military numbers. Now, granted, OTD units, they're not exactly as efficient as 2 units on the opposite side. Like a crossbow is worth maybe like 1.5 crossbows, and with enough damage like that, it still takes the same amount of time to kill them with a volley from the backline. So we're about to find out just how well this fight is going to go. Outpost emplacements, fortifications are going to be coming through those. That's a lot of damage just ramping up here.
Yeah, and the scary thing for Louis here is their stealth force right behind this. Demu taking the fights, closing the gap, has the reinforcements from the sprinkled emplacement towers. Horsemen not able to circle, but the mangonels have not gotten any volleys off. Louis continuing to kite back. Janissaries helping out that backside. One mangonel should end up falling. Second mangonel starting to get focused down as well. But the Men-at-Arms mass from Demu is just proving to be such a good and tanky front line. Clears up all the mangonels and still on the backside of the Janissaries.
Yeah, it's just still so much military out here from Demu. The crossbow mass basically hasn't even been touched at all. We're still up at 22 crossbows, 7 minutes remaining on the Sacred Side victory condition. But Louis, he's going to really have to start thinking, okay, how can I come back in this situation, as his military just didn't achieve absolutely anything, and he lost all of his mangonels for it.
Yeah, Demu's got to be feeling really good after that fight. The big question for me is, as Demu, do you think you would reinforce your Sacred Site positioning even more? Or do you think you press your advantage there? You know you just wiped all of Ottoman's army, or not, maybe not all, but the majority of it, and that's usually Ottoman's strength point. So feel like that Louis really is at this vulnerable point that Demu could take advantage of.
I mean, we know Demu, and we look at the resource per minute that he's getting. He's getting 700, 800 stone per minute, so I feel like the game plan is pretty clear from that point of view, and indeed we are going to see a keep getting dropped the front line. I wouldn't even be surprised if Demu behind this were to go for something like an Elsbach.
I always laugh at some of these keeps and tower positionings. He's like, it's like just off to the side where it's like, you know, he's like, I want to kind of try to protect both of them, but in reality, it kind of protects neither of them in a sense. But as he just continues to reinforce the positionings, the spring emplacements, everything does just continuing to add up further and further. And more importantly, he has 100 military mass. Obviously, Order of the Dragon, those units numbers count for a little bit more, but even still, massive military that Demu has.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the reason why this keep still works is the crossbows. The gilded crossbows, they got 6 tiles of range, so they got an entire tile, well, a tile more than archers do, but even more than janissaries do. So these crossbows, they can attack from very, very far away. Janissary, if I recall correctly, yeah, only 4 tiles of range on them. And so you get a big range advantage, and there it is. Elsbach Palace is going to be coming in for Demu. He's going to thoroughly secure up those sacred sites, and with the Elsbach Palace, these buildings barely take any damage now.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is there's so much stone all around these positionings that he's dropping these towers and keeps, so he's just able to continue to drop more and more outposts and keeps and get upgrades on all of these. There's the massive stone vein, and then there's 2 more stones next to the other sacred site as well that I don't think he's even touched.
Yeah, there's still a lot of stone available. He can put a couple more keeps down there.
This map generation was like, this sacred site is going to be protected. Just take the sacred site and you'll be good to go.
Forward Siege Workshop now coming in for Louis. He's got a lot of units out on the field for, like, when you look at a normal OTD Ottoman army. Over 40 Janissaries, that's a lot. That's a lot of units. Still, I'm looking at Demu's army, and the numbers just tell me, okay, 30 gilded crossbowmen, they would absolutely wipe the floor with that army.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those where Louis just took that fight a little bit early. If he had 3-4 more mangonels right now and had that bigger mass, it'd be pretty close to even, and Demu might be hitting pop cap soon. Same thing with Louis, but instead, Louis just feels like he is not only a few steps behind here, as we've seen how much reinforcements that Demu's been able to put into these sacred sites. It feels like a good amount of his economy is just on stone for walls, keeps, and upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't even been making that much use of the Burgrave, right? He's got like 10 men-at-arms, 9 spearmen. But every single one of these units just so tanky, relatively cheap, and if he loses units, that's the most important point for the OTD usually. It takes a big while for them to remass. But having the Burgrave, having the potential to cheaply and quickly remass your units, it makes a big difference. And yeah, I mean, Demu now getting the elite upgrades in as well. He's got so much military out in the field. In fact, he's population capped right now. So he can just invest more and more now into these defensive buildings, just go for repairs, go for a relic even gets put inside of the Elsbach. And that means that he's gonna have, there we go. He's going to have a very big defensive advantage here.
You know what? At this point, just delete some villagers. Let's get more military into these sacred sites. There's no way Louis would be able to take that down. But I laugh at how slow this Treb push is going to be now, because this isn't even, you know, I mean, obviously we see the L's back next to it, but there's a TC being dropped there by Demu as well, which emergency repair is going to be online.
Yeah, so you're going to have that helping him out as well.
Relics in L's back, and I mean, this positioning...
It's gonna be so tough to take that castle down. He's even putting the relic inside of the castle that's giving attack now, so it's gonna be even more armor on that.
This is one where this reminds me of like the King of the Hill, where it's like, all right, do you have enough trebs to start this push in time to deny this sacred site? Like, Demu has entrenched himself in this position, has a huge military, but Louis gotten to the point, 4, almost 5 trebs, and he is starting to put some pressure on Demu. There's still a minute 40 left, and he just needs to be the one to step on the sacred site and kind of stall this timer on out.
Oh, he's got a big army, but still, I'm looking at the military mass from Demu, and I'm like, he can probably still take a fight there fairly easily. Relic.
I mean,
it's taken out again. It's getting put into the Elsbach. It's happening.
Yeah, especially with 4 or 5 towers of reinforcements and keeps. This is hard to push. It's hard to take this fight, but Louis has to take it. This is what the sacred sites are doing. Mangonel's finally stepping up. Good first, second shots onto those crossbows. Doesn't look like Demu was microing those too much, but will it even matter? His numbers are still staying strong. The keeps are up. The towers and outposts are still up. And Louis, his mass is thinning out so much. The crossbows, the gilded crossbows, they're still just continuing to step. And Louis has nothing left.
At the end of all of this, the keep is still up. The Elsbach is still up. Units that fight at the front are going to take damage from the outpost with the Springle Placement, from the keep, from the Elsbach Palace. Mangonel's just not gonna be enough in the situation, and Louis, he has to fall back with less than a minute remaining on the sacred side.
And that is one where you know it's kind of just written in stone. A few more Sipahi coming in for reinforcements. Demu, he only has the crossbows left on the front line, but that's still not enough Sipahi to push into the keeps, to push into the outposts. Well, one keep has finally fallen, but it just seems too late. 34 seconds and ticking down.
And Louis, he knows he's gonna have to start moving units onto the sacred side, but whenever he does so, they're gonna start taking a lot of damage. I mean, the Elsbach, it's gonna take a while to go down, even with a Great Bombard and 5 trebuchets hitting at it. Well, about to be no Great Bombard.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only military Louis has left was the siege, and that's all that he was able to keep alive. He had to send his front line forward, has to dive on his backside, but Mangonels are falling, trebuchets are falling, and Louis falls. Demu takes game number 1.
Oh man, a solid sacred side victory here coming in for Demu. Great opening in this set for him. Looking at the total resource gathered as well, Louis, I mean, there's a big gap, 14,000 resource difference here. I feel like not all of it came down to water, but mainly just the Order of the Dragon villager scaling working absolutely phenomenally here, as well as the early Pro Scout play just saves Demu so much time, gives him such an easy time when it comes to the farm transition there. And he just produced so many units, taking the sacred sites. It all worked out splendidly here for him.
Yeah, we saw like later in the stages of the game, we saw Louis' base get hovered, and it wasn't even his base. It was all the way outside where those deer were, and he had full farms around those. And as Ottomans, you're not getting any bonuses. Those aren't around a chapel. You don't have Order of the Dragon villagers gathering from those. So he just did not have the same type of eco to be able to support the mass. We saw the numbers that Demo was able to push behind it, but now both of these players, we're getting water out of the way first. 4 lakes is the next choice.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. So Japan is kind of what we expected coming out here for Demu. Louis, on the other hand side, he's going to be bringing Jean d'Arc out onto the water. So, I mean, French and Jean, they did get a slight little tweak on the water. So now the docks do also provide you with an additional 10 population space. So you save the resource for a house when you build up that dock. That's nice. That's nice. I think maybe that could be enough for Louis to be the kind of guy to like really like take these kind of niche situations where civilization could work and absolutely make the best out of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where anytime there's a hybrid map, Japan is always the one talking. They have so many different, bonuses on those hybrids that just add up together to be so well. Most importantly, cheap fishing boats. But like you said, the JD having that slight little change might give Louis some timing. You don't have to build that early house. You're able to move out right off the bat for that dock. And then JD, we know what the French civilizations are all about. Royal knights kind of roaming out and about all across the map and putting pressure on your opponent.
Exactly. I mean, if we're getting to that point, like in Castle Age, usually Japan with their mounted samurai always beat any other form of knight with that armor. But that's the but here. When Jeanne d'Arc or French get Royal Institute in, and they get that plus 80 HP, the Cal saddles as well, all of these upgrades coming in on their knights, they still, by bar none, have the best knights in the Castle Age.
Absolutely. It's hard to match up with those. All the upgrades tie in together so well, but enough of talking about it. We get to see it. Game number 2 begins. Louis MT versus Demu, and Demu is in the lead up 1-0.
All right, and in we go. Welcome, everybody, to another game between these two. 1-0 at the moment now for Demu. Can Louis come back in this one? That is going to be the question here on 4 lakes. So we will have that pure kind of like hybrid map where it's all about that water economy. Looking at it, yeah, Louis also seems to be going out for play onto the water.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is 4 lakes. You'd expect that water play on early. We talked about, having that new advantage of JD. You saw the pop space immediately jump on up. And Demu already got those a fishing boat in queue. So this is kind of be one of these where a couple more minutes into the game, it's no longer the super early feudal. It gets delayed by a little bit, but then there's so much more umph behind it. And sometimes it's skip feudal and go directly into castle.
Indeed. Okay, now, I mean, early on this map, there's not usually a lot going on. We see both players, they're going for their individual pawns. It's typically only at like the transition period between Feudal Age and Dark Age, like from Dark Age to Feudal Age, where we see a lot of action happening. And that's going to be the question, like, what are we going to see happening here? Are we going to see something like a sneak villager come out from one of these players, move over to the opponent's lake, drop a dock, and as soon as that Feudal Age hits, you then have the ability, it's always better to be the one that docks your opponent's side. You have the ability to thoroughly harass and just lame their food income by hitting their fishing ships.
Yeah, as defensive of a game that AoE 4 might be, it is still always good being the proactive one, getting your opponent on the back foot. It's super easy to, watch a build order on YouTube and go, oh, I know exactly how to do this. And then all of a sudden, the tower starts knocking at your door, and then you have no idea. You change everything. You got to have these reactions. And this is one of those key things. Are you going to be the one to sneak your villager out? Are you going to drop a second dock on your side? A third even on your opponent's corner? There's all these different options to do, but you want to be the proactive one.
It's either way going to be a difficult one to pull off if you're playing as Jean against French, because French, they not only have a very solid food economy on water, as their fishing ships barely cost any wood. They cost like 45 wood. It's a big discount that you get there on water, meaning that you can also afford to go for a much quicker transition into Feudal Age. And we can see, like, Demu so far, he hasn't even dropped a lumber camp. He's gotten enough wood. He already has a lot of fishing ships out. He's just now going to go with a lot of villagers over to gold and try to go for the age up now.
Yeah, just a very quick, clean age up timing. Feels like he has enough on water for now and wants to maybe have that quicker. Well, actually, if to is he going to start dropping stragglers now, it seems? And then, as the age up comes through, he's going to sneak a Vil out potentially or just continue to invest on into his own.
All right, should be coming in soon for Demu now. One more drop off from those villagers in gold, and then Feudal Age will be coming in. I don't see any move out from him yet on the minimap towards any of the pawns from his opponents. Same thing though for Louis. Is that a scout that's moving alongside the deer there in front of Demu's space? Wait, we're getting Kura Storehouse?
School of Cav and Kura Store, and the Kura Storehouse position. Huh? Okay.
I mean, I think that's fine-ish, but what's kind of bothering me is that we're not getting a Coca Township instead. Just having that Shinobi out on the map, being able to sabotage a dock if it comes in from your opponent, that's so much value, but Demu just going for the Kura instead.
Yeah, I just feel like it's odd because the Kura is like, yeah, look, you'll get some farms throughout. He can, push the deer on in if he wants, but food is not going to be his problem, or shouldn't be his problem on this type of a map. I mean, if food's his problem, that means he's lost water, which means you're usually losing the game here, and the Shinobi would provide so much of an extra benefit to secure that, but I guess he was just too scared of the Royal Knights, although I've seen Shinobi take some damage off of those Knights before.
Yeah, I mean, the Shinobi, they will do a lot of bonus damage against any melee unit, so even with all the armor that a Knight gets, the Shinobi still will do a lot of damage. We see a villager moving out now. Oh, it looks like he scouted a villager from Demu that might have wanted to move out. He's got to decide against that now that he's been spotted. And Louis, he's just going to go for his second pawn instead now.
And it looks like there's a boar near Louis' dock. I wonder if it's close enough to pull if Demu tries to build a sneak dock. I think Demu would go all the way in the corner, so it'd be hard to... I think the corner would be fine, but if he tries to build it anywhere closer, that boar might be close enough to pull to the villager building.
Outpost coming up for Demu on the gold, so I kind of get that feeling that with the outpost coming up, he will probably just want to go for his own castle transition. And we do at the same time see Demu scouting out a lot of villagers from Louis, also just now getting sent over to the gold. So maybe I guess we will just have a kind of classic Castle Age on Castle Age here between Japan and John.
Waldo gets down, but is it all the way finished, or will JD be able to just shoot over that wood line with her archer abilities here? Oh, she's hitting the lumber camp. I don't think she's quite able to hit a villager, but isn't too far away from that, actually. Scout just needs a little bit of vision, but Demu, he knows better. He went ahead, repositioned around to the backside, getting an upgrade in that outpost as well.
Yeah, range not quite there for him, but I mean, in the end here, Louis, he's got 2 Knights out now. I'm not sure if he's going to reinvest even more into Knights, or if this is just going to be enough for him, and he's going to try and go for the Castle Age play now. Scout will get taken down. I think Demu at this point in time just thoroughly knows what the game plan from his opponent's going to be.
Yeah, and he is also kind of being the one to choose his own game plan too. He's going up to castle. And Louis actually he is investing a little bit more into feudal, so maybe that scout kill says, "Hey, Demu, you have no idea what I am doing." And this is a great idea from Louis. Pressure the gold. Japanese going castle without gold doesn't have much anything behind it here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be great for Louis now. If he's able to get underneath the outpost and get some villager kills, if he's able to deny the gold, then he's going to be in a great spot. Unfortunately, Sheep gets taken down. Oh, we actually have a second outpost now coming in as well.
Ooh, and a villager kill.
The Divine Arrow coming in clutch there for villager pickoff. First archer is coming out now. I would suspect Louis trying to immediately go for a ram here as soon as possible.
Also, I love what we didn't talk about it, but I love what Louis did with his knight being able to kill the scout. He clicked off, you know, let the scout get a little bit of extra distance, so his knight was able to reset his charge and was able to actually close the gap with that extra move speed. So these are those like little small things you can see, and you know, the viewers can learn to do in their own gameplay.
All right, this timing, it's going to be pretty tight now, though. The timing is going to be pretty tight now. Louis, Demu, he's just about to be able to click up to the next age. Food is going to be come in through the fishing ships on water, and once he's able to click for the age up, like, he's already got enough gold for 2 nights.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be keeping that extra bank, but my question is by the time he's clicking the age up, it's not just about the age up. It's about fully finishing it and having that stables that is down already, gets the Yoroshiro drop in, and then is able to start the production. So that all takes a lot of time, and time that Demu may not have much of.
Not just that, I'm looking, though, on the other side of the map. There is 1 gold that Demu has that's right next to the pond. If it gets to it, I mean, he can just go onto the pond and have his 2 galleys protect him there. Another villager goes down. Now the 2 villagers go down.
2 villagers fall. Ram starting to take down that outpost. Villagers jump out. This is going to be that little bit of in and out game by both of these players. But the outpost should definitely end up falling. Woodline is vulnerable as well. Another jump in and out by Demu. A villager falls yet again, though. Outpost, 1 more tick, and it will fall. Another villager down.
Through. Another villager, and we're going to get another one. John
JD, oh! JD goes down. XP will start to be lost. Floating gate, still only about 3/4 the way up, and we have already seen a ton of damage. Villagers pulling out those torches. Louis, his army's still near enough. He could dive with the knights, get a few more villager picks if he wants, but at what cost? He's trying to make sure his military stays alive, because if he loses too many knights, 1-2 mounted samurai will be enough to just end this.
Yeah, looks like he is trying to commit now on to that outpost. One of his knights is going to go down now.
Outpost still only a few more shots. Demu moving out to the stone.
There's a knight nearby as well.
Yeah, very vulnerable location. Villagers moving out as well. Oh, he's going all in to try to save this outpost. 1 more ram hit, and I think it still goes down anyways. More villagers are fall. Demu, I don't know what you're thinking here.
He's investing so much into this.
This is such a big commitment into this.
Samurai
the outpost is still alive. The ram falls, but the outpost is still burning.
And it's going to go down. Cost? And the knight at the same time onto the stone. He's lost 12 villagers so far.
Louis is just out microing, is just forcing Demu to be such hard APM cap. Knight almost still trading well with that mounted samurai, almost falls, and Louis full denies gold. Demu's only getting gold from the stone drop-offs.
I mean, still, in theory, there is the gold mine next to the pond. He has 2 galleys there, where he can protect his villagers from archers. Archers will need to be careful.
1 mounted samurai falls.
Only 3 archers remaining, though, at the end of it. But now Louis, he's in a position where he can just pump out more and more knights and be fine with the trades.
And you can already see he's doing exactly that. He says, I don't need any more archers. Knights, more knights, and JD is back onto the field as well. Demu moving out to the gold. I don't think he could do that. There's still too many knights here.
This
is so much idle time.
Almost goes down.
Forget the 12 villager kills. Think about how much idle time he's been causing as well.
Yeah, I mean, that hurts for sure. Oh, knight almost gets picked off, though. But Demu is just going to let him go back out to gold?
I'm surprised. He should split off 1 or 2 knights here. Maybe wants to just take this fight with JD, with the restoration that she can activate on those lower health knights.
Is going to take the fight now.
There it is, and this is the point where I think Louis just ends it now. He says, yeah, you could maybe get a few more mounted samurai in queue. You could try to get that relic. You might actually get that relic, but knight number for Louis is up to 12 and 5 more in queue.
I feel like, yeah, I mean, he's skirting around that pivotal line there, where he's able to have enough units here to take these engagements. he still has that deflective armor, which is going to be so valuable in these fights. Oh, Villager's almost going down here.
Another knight was raiding on
He's
the
so far
backside
behind.
wood line. I mean, in no villager kills, it's still been at 12 for quite a while, but Relic was not able to be secured. And
Behind
again,
all of this,
no
he
gold.
took the pawn from Demu.
He is on the third pond. Oh, that's great. He's up on the third pond. He's just able to kind of take whatever he wants out on this map if he desires. But what he wants is Demu's base. He's going straight for the throat. Looks like Demu's still on sheep under his town center, but there cannot be too many left at this point.
Yeah, definitely not. He does have that Kura Storehouse, which is giving him a lot of farms overall. Ooh, that's the wrong spot for a monk to be.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
Oh my god! My heart just dropped. That was the way back in the game. He almost just won.
That would have been it. That 100% would have been it. Oh. There we go. Man, there is a lot of mounted samurai right now, though, and fight is getting taken.
But again,
He's gonna lose another mounted samurai.
one mounted samurai goes down. None of the royal knights do. JD gets more XP, and then there's more knights come. It is more than double the knight number compared to mounted samurai. So this is one where I don't know how Demu is going to be able to stabilize this, even being an age ahead.
Yeah, it is incredibly tough for him at the moment. The mounted samurai, the reflective armor, it only takes like 8 seconds to recharge. So if Demu is able to like take these fights, all these little charge battles with like 8 seconds in between.
1 for 1.
Oh my god,
Louis happy with
so
that
hard.
every time.
Yeah. And now he's off gold again. Maybe we need Spearmen in this one, but it feels like at this point in time, even if you mass into Spearmen, you won't be able to produce enough in time against this many knights. It's almost 30 out on the field.
I mean, he finally decides to try to move out to the gold, but when he's leading the knights that way already.
He's at least going to pick off 2 knights there immediately. I mean, that is the point, right? Like, he has 2 galleys there, 2 archer ships. If he wants to take a fight, then he should take it over there. Another knight gets taken down, and John, she should be fairly close to level 3 now.
One definitely should be. Those villagers are out in the middle of nowhere. Demu knows he needs this gold. It's do or die anyways. Fights being taken. Louis dives on in. Divine arrow being used. JD actually focusing their arrow on some of those villagers, but divine arrow to finish off the low health mounted samurai. And Louis is pulling back the low health royal knights. Micro is just to perfection here. Wins the fight and should just be able to close out the game.
JD level 3 coming as well. Goes for the men-arms, though. The champions. And even with the archer ships here, Louis, he's not stopping. All of the villagers are going to go down now. Maybe coming in with some of his mounted samurai, with all of his mounted samurai, but it's not going to be enough. All the villagers go down.
Every single one of those. We're now at the point where Louis is doubling the economy of Demu. He's tripling the knight mass of Demu as well. He could just A-move and end the game.
Definitely feels like it, but Louis, he's being a little bit cautious now. But I think now, yeah, I mean, this has to kind of like drive the message home, right? Like this engagement, more knights going down. Now, Demu, once again, locked out of gold, doesn't have the option. GG gets called. Louis evens out the series.
Tied 1-1, and what an exciting game. JD on water gets pulled out and takes down one of the dominant civs on water.
Yeah, I mean, this time, like, we looked at the resources gathered earlier. This time was flipped around as Demu just wasn't able to get onto gold. So many villager kills early on for Louis. Able to secure the win here.
Yeah, you could just
see a matchup that we didn't expect.
Not at all. What a just great timing push. He knew what Demu's game plan was, and he just decided to make the call to just stay feudal, stay all in, and deny.
Yeah, it looked great for him there. We can see in the economy count, whenever the castle age came in, Demu was already behind a little bit, but that just suddenly got worse and worse and worse for him.
Yeah. What an exciting second game. And now for the third, there will be no more water in this series. It is going to be all land, and a bald land at that one.
not just a bold land. Not only does Demu feel right at home over there, he also is going to feel right at home with the Civilization pick. Marlian's one of his comfort picks here in this one on bold land up against the Roost from Louis MT.
Yeah, and I feel like this is one of those maps where, fortunately, Mali doesn't have as big a problem, but you do have to move out on to the mid map. Resources are somewhat scarce, and I feel like if a game extends, it's always about those two massive middle wood lines you can already see in the little mini map. That's the really only spot in the extended point of the game to get wood, to be able to start reinvesting into siege and more production.
It's funny with Roos here on this map, because if you're able to take map control, if you're able to get some hunting cabins or maybe even a high trade house in on those massive wood lines in the middle of the map, if you're able to do that, you're gonna get so much gold. Same time, since we did have a little bit of a situation going on, I told you Baltune can take a game off Marine, but it's the first one in this series. Gonna take a quick look here at Group A as the games are going on there in parallel. Marine Lord able to lose a game there to Baltune. I mean, Baltune able to win a game against him.
Yeah, I mean, you think Marine Lord might be getting a little nervous, might be getting hands a little sweaty over there after game number 1 getting dropped, but can already see the next couple series. With one we are currently casting here now, 1-1. BC Mayomeka should be going on as well. I don't know if it's going on currently, but should maybe get casted on another channel. Anatan Scarlet Devil will be checking in on later today.
And I'm excited now. I'm excited. Seeing Baltune able to pick a game off there of Marine Lord there. Let's see if he's able to pick another one off him, or if I'm going to be correct with my prediction there for 3-1 potentially.
Hey, it's already being able to call that 3-1 is even still saying that Baltune's going to shock Marine Lord for 1 is more than enough, I would say already.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's a great victory there for Baltune. For sure. I mean, not many people can claim that they've won a game against Marine Lord. Definitely not many.
Not at all. But enough about Marine Lord Baltune. We have a tied up series in front of us. It's Louis MT, it's Demu. We saw game number 1 go to Demu with that sacred site control in the center. Game number 2, Louis with the massive knights. But how will game number 3 turn out? We're jumping in now.
All right, game number 3 right here, right now. Even serious between the two. And yeah, I mean, let's see what's going to happen here. Louis already put up that first hunting cabin. Looks like I might need to pause the replay here for a second, as sometimes there are a little spikes there. Happens with the replay file whenever the game is going on live. We need to pause for just a second so the game goes smoothly. Yeah, hunting cabin is coming in, and looks like Louis, he is going for the popular double hunting cabin opener here.
Yes, he is. And I love, you already talked about this in the pregame, where if Louis is able to grab some of that mid-map control, there's some prime time spots on this map. The wood lines just spawn so funny in the middle, where there's really these pockets where you can fit in a hunting cabin, you could fit in the high trade house and just get an absurd amount of gold income from it.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, there's one spot that we see for Louis on the bottom wood line. Yeah. I wonder if it's big enough for it, but if we get to a point in time where Louis has the map control, when he's aging up to Castle Age to put a high trade house in there, we gotta check that out.
It would be like a full circle. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Bottom wood line. There, yeah, that's...
I think it's a little small. I think a little too tight. Even still, that bottom one, they're a good fit for a hunting cabin, though, on the bottom side,
or the top one next to the gold mine.
Yeah, that as well. So
the top wood line.
Still some prime time spots for Louis to choose. But if he's moving out, he's doing that. We haven't been talking about Molly's passive gold production. Demu. Look at the back gold vein that he spawns with. It's just one that he should have 2 easy pit mines throughout the long points of the game. That's going to be very hard for Louis to deny, very hard for Louis to focus.
Yeah, pit mine has come up, all the houses around it, so the usual 6 that we do see. Mansa Quarry coming up, and the Golden Gate from Louis on the other hand side. So will probably be a fast Castle Age from Louis, I would imagine, and Demu will probably just go. I'm not sure if he's gonna go, if he's gotten a taste for the Malian Pro Scout meta, or if he's just gonna go for the Cowboom.
I feel like everyone's in this Pro Scout meta. It's like, you can say that with every Civ, and it's like, yeah, they can do Pro Scouts. Yeah, they can do Pro Scouts. It's just very, very strong right now. But Feudal Age is about to be finishing up here now in just a second. Both having their own little ways of supportive economic landmarks, I would say. Mansa Quarry, passive gold generation, Golden Gate, making your trades just a little bit more efficient. I love the Golden Gate. It used to be the #1 landmark for a while, I felt like, and then all of a sudden the Kremlin was too good to pass up on, and now I feel like it's kind of a choice. Depends the matchup, depends the map as well.
Yeah. 3 scouts out for Louis at the moment, so could be. I'm just gonna guess that with the double. Yeah, he immediately exchanges a ticket for gold, so we'll see a Pro Scout play coming in from him. Demu also getting the stables up, so we'll be seeing Pro Scouts from both of these players now. But if it's not a Pro Scout versus Pro Scout situation, you kind of always just favor the Malians.
Yeah, you definitely do, but Louis has the one advantage on his side of getting the numbers out first. So he obviously has those hunting cabins. He didn't have to wait for the stables to come down. Can go ahead and continue to produce scouts that way. So maybe we'll just be able to secure up some more with numbers, but the warrior scouts are very, very scary. Just have that little bit of extra bit behind them. Is he gonna let the house get repaired?
Is it gonna be able to be repaired? Like it's gonna go down just before.
Oh! Other house, though, won't have a worry with it. Louis now headed back towards that central point in the map. Both these players are going to try to start fighting over the deer. Barracks immediately get drops by Louis. He knows what's happening, too, with the scouts on the other side. He knows that his are weaker. And this is the easy way to kind of equalize that.
Yeah. 100%.
Looks like Louis'
we're seeing
timing's cleaner.
Yeah, the timing might be a little bit cleaner, but that's also just because of SRUs. You do have that better, like that instant
Golden Gate
income
ticket
with the Golden Gate, yeah. And you don't have to go for the stable. You just make your scouts out of your hunting cabins. So now Spearman coming in from Louis as well is going to have a direct counter to these warrior scouts.
Yeah, and this is going to make it really nice because he can split the Spearman off and take his choice, sit on a deer pack, chase down some other scouts, escort his own scouts, but also he's got numbers now. He's able to split off and do some different things, but one scout falls already. This is the Mali warrior scouts showing the prowess before the spears were able to move too.
First couple of spearmen out now. It's still tough for spearmen to like catch up. Because warrior scouts, this is the kind of absurd thing. Warrior scouts have more movement speed than normal scouts. That means that they also have more movement speed while they are carrying the deer.
Yeah, they just get to choose the fights to take. They can drop the deer, run on away. It's hard for the spears to ever close the gap. First pack of deer looks like it is favoring Demu. He has 4 being escorted back, and there is no way that those are going to get chased down. And meanwhile, the other scouts are just trying to chase and not allow Louis to secure up any.
So
and oh my gosh, I did not realize how quick for those 4 warrior scouts were going to kill the other scout. That was way faster than I was expecting.
Damn. And yeah, Demu, he's just having a little bit of a chokehold here when it comes onto these deer. He's got so many of these warrior scouts out. He's just able to take whatever he wants on the map while running around, giving the spearmen the runaround. And Louis, without horsemen, he just doesn't have the mobility to catch up with them. It feels like you really need to have like these HRE spearmen with the bonus movement speed in order to just always be able to catch up with the Pro Scouts play.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just 4 scouts that have been doing this. Meanwhile, Demu has 11 out on the map. These 5 spears are fully distracted with this smaller pack. And Louis was able to secure up a few for himself, but it felt like there was so much more effort and resource investments to secure those from Louis. Meanwhile, Demu, he's moving out to 2 separate packs as we speak. I think this is going to be a 3-to-1 pack with when it comes to the Pro Scouts game.
Yeah, so a lot of food coming in for Demu, but Louis behind this. He's still in a really good position. Is going to be aging up soon now. Question is where and with what?
I mean, with this many scouts out, I don't think he can move out to drop a greedy high trade house. Instead, it is a very, very disappointing one.
We'll see how disappointing. They did kind of give it like a more linear scaling with the tree, so rather an exponential scaling that goes down the more trees there are. So even with just one wood line, you tend to now get close to... Oh my god, there... Speaking of warrior scouts, they can also regenerate health really quickly. So you see them now at like a quarter of their HP. A minute later, they're going to be full HP again.
Yeah, and Demu distracts like basically half or all of Louis' mass. The spears, yeah, they can't catch up. Not in time to do enough damage to like kill that scout, I feel like. And he could always just drop that deer, pick it up with the other one. It actually doesn't matter. He doesn't even need to do that.
God, he's so fast. But now age up is going to be coming in for Louis, and we'll see what the follow-up play is going to be. We're seeing Musafati warriors coming in for Demu now at this point in time. That's going to be interesting if he wants to go for like a freeborn transition in Castle Age. If Louis goes for Cav Archers, and he is immediately queuing the Cav Archers, even the freeborn warriors, they don't feel... I don't think they got enough Pierce armor to deal effectively against mass Cav Archers. You mix in Knights as well.
Yeah, Demu, though, he's getting closer and closer to his Castle Age drop himself. And I would say the key difference here is Demu was able to secure up so much of that deer. He's not going to have to move out. He's obviously got the pit mines for gold. He's got all the deer for that food income. And Louis will be forced to start moving out for food earlier than Demu will be.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these warrior scouts, they're still just being annoying here right now for Louis to deal with. At least the high trade house is also just going to give Louis a lot of sheep spawn. Not sheep spawn, deer spawn throughout the game. So he's going to have an additional food source that way.
That is true, and he still has a few that we were seeing get dropped off. Able to take down a few of those Musafatis. Age up, now coming in. Okay, Grand Fulani Corral without a single cow. This is going to have so much oomph behind it, man. His food economy is just going to go through the roof.
I mean, he's now investing into a lot of the cattle after the fact, but maybe? Like, if he's got enough gold, then sure.
He does
That's a big if, though.
I feel like this is one of those where he's going to drop, like, triple mill and just have 3 cows in constant production, and all of a sudden, like, 3 minutes go by and it'll be worth it, but... I feel like he just didn't... I guess he didn't see the reasoning for the Farimba.
Something that's interesting, warrior scouts actually don't do any bonus damage to ranged units in the feudal age, but once you reach castle age, you upgrade them to veterancy warrior scouts, they suddenly start being able to do bonus damage against ranged units.
You can see how those Cav Archers are now just sniping down all the Musafatis and the Scouts, but Louis needs to micro those back. Don't allow the Musafatis to close the gap.
First relic coming in for Louis. Does have the second warrior monk as well, and he did take the close relic to Demu's base.
Oh, I love this. Was able to move out, was able to, and the first 2 relics on Demu's side. So this might actually be a 5-0 relic game for Louis, even though Demu felt like he was winning the earlier trades. He, you know, was able to get a lot more of the deer, was able to take a lot more of the map control, but Louis had the castle timing and has walls now as well.
Seeing a transition now into sofas coming in from Demu. That is really good because sofas, not only do they have +1 armor with the imported armor upgrade compared to normal knights, but on top of that, they also move quicker than knights, so they move faster than Cav Archers as well. It actually means that they're going to be able to chase the Cav Archers down.
The warrior scouts are like slowly closing the gap, able to do some damage on the Cav Archers, but I think Louis can just kite this out eventually. He pulls back the lower health Cav Archers, able to make sure that those don't get taken down, and now wants to just take the rest of this fight as Demu is looking to trickle in units.
I don't think you can do that completely without micro, though. At least not just microing back the weak ones, but you actually have to kite as a whole. Sofa comes in as well. I think Louis is a little bit too complacent here.
Yeah,
The reaction.
he's letting the Musafatis just get way too many attacks through when you have the mobility. I feel like most of the times when you see these Cav Archers get pulled out, they never really get attacked too much. And there it is. Finally, Louis clears up the rest of those trickling units, has 15 Cav Archers that he has built that number up to. Meanwhile, Demu, single-digit military mass.
What does the cattle count look like for Demu behind all of this?
My guess is going to be 12. I don't know why.
He has a lot of villagers on there. 9...
11.
11, okay. So already, like, the food income is going to start to ramp up for him now.
Yeah, he has
Drastically.
built that up quite a bit, and so Louis really needs to take advantage of this. He's gotten some good trades here. Not only is Demu going to have the cattle economy, he still has a lot of those extra deer under his TC as well.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of food, and that's going to be the 5th rally coming in for Louis now. So he's... Okay, yeah, it is a very sad high trade cost.
Yeah, 80 gold per minute there.
That's
one
a relic.
Yeah, usually we're talking to like, 2.5, 3 relics almost on a good one. And it's like, nope, yeah, you got one single one.
But he's still getting deer in, right? He's still generating deer, so he's getting, like, food as well.
And I love also what Louis is doing behind this. It was he starts out with that shorter wall just to kind of protect up his initial base, and now he feels like he's taken the map control. He's posturing his military towards the center of the map. He's breaking off another group to kind of try to do some raiding and walling behind that to making sure he's staying safe and going to play the long game here.
Yeah. Sofa. Mass is starting to climb up. I think maybe Louis might need a transition into some Knights as well. It's tough against the Musafati warriors, but Knights will do an excellent job against the Sofas and against the front line of all of these warrior scouts that are coming in as well.
Yeah, now we talked about Demu's 2 pit mines, and now he's trying to move out and secure up his 3rd. This is an 8k gold. This is the mid-map form. This is when Demu is going to start to get to this point where he could be a little bit vulnerable here, as that 3rd pit mine will be harder to secure.
7 outpost though with a Springhill placement makes Louis a little bit hesitant, especially since he's got unarmored units. Springhill got changed a while ago, the emplacement at least, so it hits more often, but does less damage. So unarmored units, they still have to be a little bit scared of that.
Yeah, and all he has are those Cav Archers for the most part. There's still some scouts to help try to burn down that outpost, but not enough damage to be done. Does Louis has dropped a 2nd TC behind this, but my question is does he even have a villager on gold right now? I don't think he does.
I don't think so, no.
It's just 700
it's all
passive,
just passive
gold
income. I mean, that's just Ruse in a nutshell, right? Like, they go up to like 1,000 gold per minute passively as the game goes on.
5 relics, the hunting cabins, and and then just the passive bounty from gathering deer, sheep, and everything there. So I guess, it's just kind of tons and tons of passive gold, and I love it too. All his military mass is finally starting to make some knights, but he hasn't had to use any of that gold on the military, so he's been, for the most part, he's been able to save some of it for some upgrades.
Speaking of passive gold income, though, Demu with the Malians, I mean, he's got the pit mines, he's got the Manza quarry. Even if he doesn't have a single relic, his passive gold income is pretty good, and passive food income as well.
True, yes, it is. He is actually ahead of Louis in gold and food right now, so military numbers are starting to reflect that. Demu has evened out that number and evened out that mass and has 20. Are those warrior scouts that he has?
I think he might be flirting with the idea of Imperial Age and just go for elite warrior scouts.
They're so hard to deal with their mobility, their healing. You just have to respect them, but is not able to burn through those reinforced Rus walls in time.
And they just see everything as well. They're the perfect raiding unit because they see their target from afar. Osman, they don't get that benefit. They got relatively short line of sight.
Yeah, they got to have a scout in the raiding part. Nothing's more demoralizing as a caster. You see like 4 knights roaming around, and then you're like, oh, it's about to be a huge raid, and they don't see the 15 villagers over to the side because they don't have a scout with them.
Ooh, does reinvest into units though. Suddenly a lot more sofas getting queued up. Lots of Musafadi warriors as well. Louis is investing behind this as well. But the income, I mean, you mentioned it looks really good for Debu, even without a single relic, which is kind of crazy.
Definitely crazy to think about. It's like, you know, they have their own sort of passive income that they got to make up for the relics. So, hey, he doesn't even care about it at all. But if Imperial Age comes through, if Tithe Barns comes through with 5 relics, that's when it might be a little bit different here.
Yeah, that's when you put your passive income into overdrive. And once again, Warrior Scouts are going to force a reaction from pretty much the entire military from Louis. Yep. It's the Cav Archers.
Cav Archers are going. Should be able to take down a few of those at least, and by a few, 3 maybe? Yep, 3 Warrior Scouts get taken down. The rest should be able to run on away. Demu reinforcing attempting to reinforce that mid-map, having to move out and about. I think wood lines are starting to get thin for him.
Yeah, I mean, at one point you will have to go for these large wood lines in the middle of the map. That's when players will really start to fight fiercely for their wood income.
Oh, and Louis has been slowly making that farm transition behind this and building up his own food economy and is actually...
He was going for the wall again. He's going for it again. I think Louis only pulled 1 villager for repair. I don't think that's fully repaired yet. At the same time, Clash in the middle.
He did only pull 1 vill, has a few spears, and it has a 1 single knight headed that way. It looks like enough to deter the mass, and mainly what was deterring the mass is this just huge ball of military burning down the middle outpost and denying the 8k gold vein that Demu wanted.
Yeah, Demu, he's going to pull back for the time being, transitioning now into the archer play behind us. Couple of knights also going for some raids behind us. We're seeing Poison Arrow veterans here on the archers. Come in here for Demu now behind this, so will need his own range backline. Now Louis, for the first time, I think, scouts that Demu does have a full Grand Falani Corral food transition.
Yeah, the hard part now is Demu's starting to get put on the back foot. We talked about those wood lines being vulnerable. Well, now Louis has a night mass split up, is burning down all of these houses, is taking control of this mid-map, which is where all of the next wood lines are. And yeah, Demu's full population block doesn't have the houses. You can see he's got 4 villagers trying to mass build houses, but they're not going to be able to build as fast as they're getting taken down.
Yeah, that means the archer transition is also going to be a little bit delayed. The build-up on the archers.
Still needs 3 more houses before he's just even equalized. Knights able to secure some villager kills, although it doesn't feel as good against Mali. Rest of those knights should fall to the sofa mass, but there's more houses here. Oh, that's exactly me. We both called it out.
He's just going to keep him PopCap for the rest of the game, potentially.
Demu, though, no, he finally has enough houses to start having units pop out. He went from 150 to 160 in the blink of an eye because his queue was sitting for so long. Louis now having to fall back just a little bit. Doesn't want to take the fight, it seems, or is continuing to kite. Spears in position. Demu diving in, taking the fight, going for the full circle on around. Horse Archers kiting is going to be enough. Demu, he's got the closer reinforcements coming on in. I think he can push this mass on back.
So fast, I mean, they do have more Pierce armor, and against a unit like the Cav Archers, which don't do bonus damage, that does mean that they are going to be able to tank up relatively nicely, but is it enough? The Sofa count, it's looking pretty low at the moment now. More and more archers coming in, though. With the poison arrows, I think at least for the time being, Demu is going to be able to push Louis back.
Demu holds, he holds for the time being, but it just, again, now the eco numbers are totally different. Louis, I mean, he's 600 ahead in the food resource income per minute. He's 500 ahead in the gold income. You can't forget, he's had a second TC behind this and has been being the one raiding and the one that is the aggressor.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, man. It's going to be tough now. Sacred Side victory is still on the menu for him. I don't think Louis will want that Sacred Side to get decapped at all at this point in time. Like, he has a good unit mass, has a lot of men-at-arms in there as well. There are a lot of Musafati warriors out there, though.
He's pushing forward.
Taken.
Fight gets taken again. The Cav Archer still trying to kite back, but you mentioned it earlier. Sofa have a lot of that Pierce armor, and those poison archers for Molly are able to just move so much better, it feels like.
They are indeed, and now Demo, he's starting to really be able to take good engagements, good fights here. And Louis, he's going to have to back off. The Cav Archers now, as the game goes on, don't feel quite as impactful anymore in mass.
Yeah, look at the difference of the queue, though. Demu, he's got 2, 3, 4, 5 units in queue, whereas Louis, he's got 8 to 10 units in queue, so he just needs time for these numbers to stabilize a bit more, and the walls are giving him that time, at least for a little bit, continuing to kite, continuing to take the fight, actually.
Yeah, he keeps pushing in behind this. Poison Arrow Archers are going to try and kite behind this, doing a lot of damage on the retreat. They will fall back.
Demu has to move back forward. He's trying to get the houses around that pit mine again, trying to resecure that gold vein yet again, but the military numbers now are looking much, much more even. Demu reinforcing that queue, and Louis posturing back. This has just been such a back and forth game now in the mid-map, and surprisingly, Louis still has the sacred site.
Yeah, I mean, income for Demu, it looked better for him than it did for Louis earlier, but now it's kind of flipped on its head. Over 2,400 food per minute at the moment for Louis.
He's had the full farm transition behind this. Yeah, I don't think he's even chosen to take the boar on his side that he has walled off. He's just that safe and secure behind these walls. He is set up for this long game. Hasn't really had to send too many villagers onto gold, so all those gold veins are his for the taking, continuing to move forward. But Demu, he still has enough of a mass here to hold for the time being.
Yeah, Musafati warriors able to deal with the knights at the front line, and now that the Cav Archers are exposed, Poison Arrow Archers are going to be able to do a good job against them. Voice Fortitude still means that in a one-on-one fight, the Cav Archers should be coming out on top.
Overall, though, that's exactly what happened. There was a time a little bit ago, Demu was up 20, 30 military numbers, and now it's dead even, 45-45, and the fight is still being taken. Demu's trying to burn down one of the side walls, but in reality, he needs to be securing this mid-map. He needs to help his villagers on this gold because he is losing the mid-map. He is losing the positioning that he needs to hold this game.
He has more than enough gold. Market is getting rushed up now. Might want to try and balance out some of his economy now.
He's about to drop below 100 pop for first time in a while in this game. He's down at 99, and Louis, he's sitting nice and happy. 168 population. He's got more villagers than Demu has pop.
This has to be one of the longest continuous ongoing fights in Age of Empires 4.
They really have just been guiding back and forth, continuing to take the fight. It's usually so much posturing back. You'll see 1 to 2 units fall, not this like 5, 10, 15 consistently being taken down. Demu lost the gold mine, though. He lost his 8K, and he doesn't have much more resources behind this, with this being Baldlands.
Front line. Not a lot of front line. A good count of men-at-arms here as well. And with the Saint's Blessing from the Warrior Monks as well, they're going to get even more armor.
But Louis decides not to take it, decides to fall back. He is playing the Sacred Site game, I feel like. I think he just wants to continue to pressure Demu off the Sacred Site, off of that 8K gold. He knows if he is not getting those, he has the perfect spot to win this game.
More and more archers coming in. What kind of Musafati warriors? The double! Oh my god, triple layer.
Everywhere!
Oh
He's
my
just
god!
everywhere.
The onion!
So who has he been watching? Who is it? Let's give a call out. What player has Louis been watching to do these triple walls here?
I know Waldemar has been making a lot of guides on YouTube, so maybe he's been watching over there.
Oh,
that's a lot of walls coming in. Okay, if you don't have stone walls, you know what you do? Just start onioning up.
Just layer after layer after layer. But fight being taken yet again. Demu barely having the numbers on his side. Is it going to end up being enough? Louis reinforcing behind this onto the Sacred Site with a wooden fortress. But it looks like Demu has enough to take this. The poison
Looks like
archer
it,
number
yeah.
is up at 50. And
He starts
Louis.
focusing the archers, the cav archers.
Yeah. Louis has to fall
Zombie
back
guns
from this
falling.
position, needs to regroup yet again, and that 4-minute sacred site timer is going to get thrown right down the drain.
Yeah. We're going to see a decap happening now. We're able to stabilize, and now he's going to be looking in a much better position than he was at a minute ago.
But what about gold? He needs to get back onto that gold. He's got 380 gold per minute. I think that's just the pit mines. He doesn't have a villager on gold. Meanwhile, Louis has a ton of gold behind his walls, still has all of those relics, has all of the map that he wants with those layers of walls.
Yeah, now the question is, are both players just going to try and go for an Imperial Age play now? I mean, Louis, he's got a lot of knights in the queue. I feel like he's doubling down in the Castle Age.
I feel like Demu's about to do the thing where it's just like, you'll see like the 130 military pop from Mauling, and it's like, that's his win condition.
Classic.
Just keep the ball together, and you're not going to have a mass that can deny this unless you start deleting villagers.
Yeah, that's the key point for Mali, right? Like, you have so much passive income in terms of food, in terms of gold. You can comfortably play a game on 80 villagers max. And you can have all the more military for it, and your opponent just can't have as much military out of the field.
Yeah, just so hard to equalize these numbers. I laugh. Demu's burning through these walls only to find himself trapped behind more walls. So he doesn't really want to burn through those, or else he gets surrounded and circled in there, or even re-walled. Imagine how funny that would be if he walks into there and then Louis just sneaks through the center and double walls up again.
Still a good amount of raids coming in for Louis behind all of this. Another engagement comes in the middle.
Fight going down. Some of the military from Demu got pulled and distracted by those raids, but the poison archer number is still super healthy in the center. Even with men-at-arms there, they're just able to be that A-move unit, can kind of fight everything, maybe not super efficiently, but good enough.
I really want to put attention, though, to just how Louis keeps on massing more and more of these warrior monks and actively uses them to buff up his front line. The bonus pierce armor that he gets against the archers actually makes a pretty big difference in engagements.
Yeah, and even with being his mass doubled, it felt like this wasn't the worst fight for him. Like, yes, he's getting his military mass doubled, but he is playing this long game. You can see him long distance gathering the wood. He's about to be in this mid-map to chop up all of the wood lines, and Louis should hit max pop here soon.
I mean, Louis, he's been glued. Like, outside of these fights, he's been absolutely glued to that 200 out of 200 population pop. Demu, I mean, for the moment he's holding, but Louis' economy is looking really, really strong right now. The income, just absolutely phenomenal.
3,000 food per minute.
Like, without Imperial Age, I don't think that he is going to be able to win the fights with the military numbers that are out there, but it looks like he's going to work towards that now.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to work towards Imperial while still being able to queue up units. That's the difference. He's not sacrificing, his unit queue to drop Imperial Age. He's just put 5 more horse archers, 5 more knights, 5 more men-at-arms. Does delay up Imperial a bit, but he still shouldn't be too far away.
I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of resource just being put into the knights now.
And he's going for this
fight. He wants to push
fight.
Demu out of his base. I don't think he can really push Demu out of his base, though.
No,
It's
he's
so many
outnumbered again,
archers.
and look at the keep. It's being body blocked. It's being denied right now, and villagers starting to fall. Villagers going down. Louis, this might not be the best fight for you here. He found another spot for the keep. He's going for it. He's just going to sacrifice the military he has because he has the resources to do this. He has the resources to trade. It might not be efficient, but it's good enough.
I don't know. That still feels absolutely terrible for Louis, just how many knights he's thrown away. He was in the spot to go up to Imperial Edge. Granted, at any point in time, he just needs a minute without producing to be able to go for it again. But still, like, the destruction value is just so high in favor of Demu at the moment.
But
It's kind of absurd.
the only thing I say is Demu was up 30, 40 military before this, and now it's dead even.
It's not anymore.
It's dead even, and Louis the one pushing. Louis the one taking the fight now, and I don't know how Demu's going to hold.
Yeah, it is tough for him right now. At least the front line, though, is starting to thin out. Archers now focusing onto the back line. I mean, as soon as he's able to like thin out the mass of Cav Archers in the backline, it's going to start looking a lot better for him, but that's a tough part at the moment.
Look at the Q differences. That's where it is. Louis just has so much extra oomph behind this. Demu just doesn't have the mass to do it, doesn't have the eco behind this right now. It seems Louis finally might have the leg up. It still has been such a back and forth throughout this game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, a lot of archers in Q, but Demu, he just can't keep up with the Cav Archers, with the insane production of Louis. Granted, Louis, he's just been pumping out knights the entire time. An insanely high value unit. And Demu, he's been pushing back time and time again, but I think now it's time. I think now it's time for Louis to go up to Imperial Age.
And more importantly, Louis just spotted that the villager mass on the woodlines at the south. He just heads there with a knight or two.
Quick wall.
Oh no! The quick wall doesn't work with the lumber camps there. And now Demu's gonna have his split focus here. Horse Archer's still there on the front line. Demu should be able to clear up that mass here. And fight being taken yet again.
And he's lost so many villagers behind this, so much military going down there as well. But as soon, the issue is, once the high armory comes in, Cav Archers, you can unlock an insane amount of upgrades on Cav Archers. You can get biology, you can get the bonus range upgrade, incendiary arrows. And the unique upgrade on Cav Archers as well for bonus range. They outrange all of your units.
Yeah, it's crazy when you hit Imperial on certain units that can get 3, 4, 5 different upgrades compared to some that's like, hey, you can get elite army tactics, here you go. So Cav Archers are about to be fully unlocked, fully online as the high armory finishes. And Louis has the goal to get some of those immediately. First things first, there it is, mounted training and elite Cav Archers.
Where are those villagers going? Where are those villagers from Demu going? Is he trying to get a keep up?
Oh,
He's trying to secure the gold, but without any military to back it up. Gonna have to reposition it a little bit further back.
A couple torches went on it, not enough to fully deny the stone, or not enough to deny enough stone for Demu's next keep. But Louis says, oh, I like a keep there. That's a good idea. I like that spot for a keep. Upgrades halfway through.
Oh, that's a lot of military, though, from Demu.
The timing is...
Yeah, that's not happening.
Yep. Louis just needs to wait, does not need to lose this mass before the upgrades come through, but at the same time, Demu, he needs this fight. He has to take this fight. He has to force this fight, but the walls prove to be perfect. He hides behind the walls. Poison Archer still able to do so much damage. There's elite.
Upgrade comes through. Louis, if he clicks the upgrade, the ability, he's going to be able to shoot from a lot more range away.
There it is.
No, you just don't. Maybe you just attack normally.
Looks like Elite Horseman transition from Louis MT as well. 15 Elite Horsemen in queue. The keeps attempted to go up from Demu yet again.
Ability gets used. Suddenly a lot more range on these Cav Archers. We see it whenever that little icon knows about that.
And the keep should go up. There's a few villagers that'll fall for it, but not too big of a deal. However, how much more steam does Demu have? Can Demu keep up with this?
I mean, with the Horseman, it's going to be super tough. Bombard in Q now as well.
And soon, this is where the Horsemen are about to arrive. We can see the reinforcements come through, and this is when the game turns upside down. Demu has been able to rely on these Poison Archers for so long, but Elite Horsemen, they do not take... Actually, they're getting tickled by the poison arrows, it looks like.
Yeah, Boya's Fortitude Biology is in Q now as well. These are going to be so much more tanky once that comes in as well. Already. They're already so tanky. It's going to get even more.
And the mass from Demu is slowly falling away. He's back down to the point where he might be dropping below 100 pop again. Meanwhile, Louis, he's not going to drop below 2. He's got a Q, and Demu knows it. Louis takes game number 3. What a crazy back and forth. It felt like we had 15 minutes straight of fighting in the center of the map.
it was just non-stop action throughout it all, the entire time behind us. Let's take a quick look at the stats here. Yeah, I mean, Louis' income was just absolutely insane all throughout that game, but it's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy just how that game went in the end. We did a little bit of counter switching. There we go. Military value lead. I mean, Louis, he had the military value lead for a long time, but just the military mass it was on Demu's side for the majority of the game there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the name of the game with Mali. A lot of times their units aren't as strong, aren't as, near and dear, but they have the numbers and they have the non-stop eco and passive income to support it. With the cows, they don't have to have as many villagers as other civs like we were talking about, but Louis just kept up the pressure, kept up that mid-map control, and proved to just be enough there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I just want to call it out again. Like, he actively just remasked so many warrior monks just for the Saint's Blessing, or time and time again. You can just tell just how much more tanky and how much more damage these units become with the Saint's Blessing, especially the men-at-arms. Like, usually the archers, they still do like 3 damage against men-at-arms. Suddenly the Saint's Blessing comes in, it's going to drop by a significant amount.
Yeah. And I mean, that's one of those that the Saints, like these higher elo players, you'll see it that almost every single one of these replays that's had it, we've seen the Saints blessing up and on Louis' military. So it just, you showing that, you saying that, just every single replay has shown it too.
Yeah, he's making great use of it. Time and time again, and this one behind this with the superior economy as well. I like the timing at which point he added that second TC in. Demu, I like the idea as well of going for that like delayed Grand Fulani Corral, because he first got all the deer in with the Pro Scout, right? And only then Asia with the Grand Fulani Corral didn't even have any cattle out, and just suddenly exploded into a massive cattle there for him.
Yeah, what an exciting game number 3 of this series. This isn't the only series we got going on, as I see some chatters out there saying that Baltoon's on fire. Are we thinking that the Baltoon's taking another game off of Marine
like
Lord?
It actually legitimately looks like it. So it's going to be a 2-1 then?
I think so. So we got 2-1 coming in from Louis. And then Baltoon is going to be going up 2-1 most likely here against Marine Lord. What an exciting set of series to start the day in this tournament.
And that is absolutely insane what's going on here today. These games have been absolutely incredible.
And these are just the first of many, the first week. Oh, actually, not necessarily the first weekend, but there's still a lot more series left at hand in these tournaments. I am excited for the rest of the day today.
Exactly. But now we got a potential match point here now for Louis against Demu. Demu's going to have to really pull out all the stops now. I feel like I'm wrong with all of my predictions here today, potentially. Like, it's now going to be match point for Louis, and Baltoon's about to win another game against Marine. Granted, that's not something that anybody really anticipated here today, I believe. And man, this is crazy. But I'm looking at the matchup now. We got HRE, Broken Civilization, against Louis MT with the English. So I just want to say, like, matchup-wise, good one for Demu.
It is. English is a civ that still is. They might not be like a great civ. They're just annoying and frustrating to play against. So like that's one of those that I feel like certain people just see English and it gets under their skin. So is Demu going to be one of those? Are you one of those right over there? Who knows?
Yeah, I agree. It's English, they can be a tough one. Once they get into that position where they got all of their farms set up and you don't, and they just pump out men-at-arms and crossbows, and it's a static fight, and you can't like get the angle in to attack their economy, that's when you're in a really bad spot against them. Looks like we're jumping right into it. Game number 4 between Louis and Demu. Match point now for Louis MT.
He
You're in Dry Arabia now.
Could take the cake here. We see Demu purple again spawning in the south, HRE, Louis in the north, color yellow, playing as the English. And what are we going to see from these early build orders? What are the game plans going to be for these players?
That's gonna be the question, right? Like, we've seen Demu go for pretty much Pro Scout at every single opportunity. I'm looking at his spawn. And I'm just thinking, oh man, that is a great spawn for Demu with the Archon Chapel there. Like, just an insane Archon spawn. He's getting the wood line, he's getting the gold, he's getting the stone, he's getting his TC in as well. Like, there's just so much value right there for him. And if he goes Pro Scout on top of that, he's gonna have everything under his TC.
Yeah, lovely, lovely spawn for Demu. And over on Louis' side, he's English. It doesn't matter about English's spawn, really. It's obviously there are some resources that they care about. They don't, they'd love to be able to take a second deer pack and not have to transition into farms earlier. But ultimately, I feel like they are one of the civs that the spawn matters so much less comparative to others.
Yeah. What do we see there? Louis, villager already moving out to the stone mine for him. So guessing we are just going to get an Abbey of Kings coming up for Louis in this one. We'll go for the 2 TC play. Then I'm wondering if it's just going to be fast castle or actually going to go for Pro Scouts. He does have the option. He does for sure have the option. But against English, I don't know. I've not actually played English that much in the current like Pro Scout-ish meta to really know how well they do against Pro Scout without like going for their own Pro Scout play, like their reaction with just farms, if it's going to be enough against it. It's going to be interesting to see if the 2 TC against Pro Scout play works out for either of these players.
I mean, the thing is Pro Scouts with a chapel is way more than just Pro Scouts, I feel like. So that's where it gets even scarier.
Pro Scout
here.
Plus.
Pro Scout Plus. Improved Pro Scouts. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that's not that good.
Isn't it like they just like one-shot deer instead or something?
Yeah, they do more damage to deer and boars. It's great use of, I think, like almost 300 stone.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they should be able to carry the boar home. That might be something.
Oh, but that could low-key be broke. But I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it. Like, so getting some niche strategies into the game, that's always something that could be fun.
But Louis is playing the English game that says, I don't care what you do. I'm going to go 2 TC English. I'm going to play my own game, and you're going to have to pressure me and push into my base at some point. Although HRE is a civ that they don't care as much about that. They can always do the old Exodias, the relics into Palace of Swabia as well.
Looking at the timing here for Louis, it's going to be interesting just how nicely down he has the timing. Something to keep in mind as well, like an actual good reaction against Pro Scout play is you just put your TC on your own deer.
I don't think it's going to be Pro Scouts. It looks like Dim is pushing in the deer. So, like, why would he push in the deer and waste all this time in APM if he's just going to go Pro Scouts? I think
he's getting a lot of wood in.
Yeah.
Maybe no Pro Scout and just dealer into Feudal Age aggression?
I think that's going to be the play. I mean, the deer are already getting close to the chapel. I mean, he can save invaluable resources, still being able to secure the deer. It's fine if you can use the APM to do. Oh, it's only 3. I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought he was getting the whole pack over here. Even still, though,
it's Pro Scout minus.
Pro Scout minus. There we go. He saved 300 stone.
I mean, still 1,000 food with just these 3 deer that he's getting, and that's half a boar. Mm-hmm. That's good. Definitely can't complain about that one. Oh, we're getting a little confirmation. Look at that, Balti. He took a second game against Marine Lord. No way.
Look at that. Marine Lord in number 4 position in their group. That's a scrub if I've ever seen one.
You remember when Marine Lord bragged about, oh my god, I want to have core in my group. It's going to be so easy. Well, if he can't even beat Balti, how is he going to face off against the Goat Core?
Yeah, that's a good question here. He's definitely rattled a little bit here, but we'll check on that series here in a little bit. We'll get some updates along the rest of the cast, but now Feudal Ages have happened. Louis dropping the second TC, and then look at the location. He says, I want a second wood line, and I want deer for myself. This is a nice spot, and he's going to be able to drop plenty of farms in between those 2 TCs as well. I think enough for 2 sets of farms, like almost perfectly in between the 2 TCs.
Yeah, we're seeing some early walls come in for him as well. He's going to wall off his second deer spot. So, I mean, we know that it's not going to be Pro Scout, but even if it was Pro Scout, Granted, the timing would probably be off here at this point for him, but potentially could have denied Pro Scout with that.
Yeah, and I've loved these early walls from Louis. He's done this in, I think, almost every single game where it hasn't been like I need to wall the whole map first. It's let me segment off this one spot, make it harder for you to, circle around. I've kind of secured up my deer, and then he's going to be able to drop a small segment in between the two little trees next to it, and then all of a sudden he has the whole mid-map kind of controlled for himself.
Yeah. Seeing a mixture of spearmen and archers coming in for Demu at the moment, but he's kind of slowed down on the military production there. Looks like instead he is now going to go for a transition into Castle Age behind this, and he's forced a reaction though from Louis. Archer range is going to be coming in now.
Yeah, it's that like feinted aggression into castle, and this is one where scouting is great and scouting is necessary. You need to continue to see if your opponent is pumping units or if they're starting to idle out those production buildings, starting to save those resources and going Castle Age, which is exactly what Demu has planned. And it's not just one range, it's going to be double range. He's just going to pump some longbow numbers into this and should be able to snipe out the archers fine. He really needs, we'll call it 6 longbows here to effectively take this fight. Not really even that. He could take it with 5 just because the spears aren't going to be able to do anything right now.
A couple of longbows are going to be coming in, but yeah, Demu right about to be able to age up behind this, and once you age up, the longbows don't really do anything for you.
Nope, not at all. Regnitz Cathedral is on the way. 9 villagers there. I think Louis is about to circle around Demu's base with a scout, so very important that he is doing this, or else could just be a little too late to react. 4 relics going over to a Regnitz HRE player, and then able to equalize. Oh, it wasn't the scout, it was the knight circling. Or king, sorry.
King not picking off a villager there. Spearmen and archers going around the backside of Louis' base now. There's nothing really to find there, though.
And Louis just been tracking this mass so well. Gonna use the longbow range as well to just try to snipe down those, but the movement speed is where he is lacking. Those HRE units can just run on away.
And what's the reaction gonna be? I mean, Demu, he's reaching Castle Age now. Regnitz Cathedral is gonna be coming up. I think, yeah, it looks like one of the prelates already positioned at the first relic.
And Demu's got 4 farms into around that chapel. Enough positioning for a next set of farms. Lovely base layout for Demu. Relic, like you said, already starting to be brought back in. And he's scouting and has units by, I think, 2 of the other relics too. So he's planning on at the very least 3 here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to go for the 5th relic just because Louis inadvertently has already walled that off for the most part. Demu's going to have to go far into the base of Louis in order to secure that one.
Oh, that's a nice prelate pickup. This is one that this timing is so important to be able to take out some of those prelates early to make sure that they don't secure up those relics and bring them back in.
He's not walking.
Oh, did he not commit for it?
The heal could be coming in.
Oh, it goes down.
Taken down.
The other prelate could have gotten the healing. It was so close.
It really, really was. More walls coming in for Louis. And he's not that far off of his own age up. A minute more and he's going to have enough gold for it. Still just spearmen and archers at the moment for Demu, so for the time being, the longbows are still going to do a great job of denying the relics.
Yeah, and the walls are going to make it to where there's no men-at-arms pressure or men-at-arms timing, really. Well, I say that the walls aren't fully finished, but longbow able to at least trade out with an archer before losing its life, so we'll call it an even trade.
Walls going down, but there's still enough longbows here at the front side. Demu's going to have to be really careful with that one. Just needs a couple more longbows to be able to start one-shotting. White Tower is coming in front of the TC from Louis.
Demu just pressuring forward, even though he might lose the long-term trade if he does, but he wants to grab the relic behind it. He's up to 3 relics with the 4th one possible. Oh, just kidding. He's up to
Slap comes
2
in.
relics and now is going to grab that third, but it looks like I think Louis has
There's
a
a unit
longbow there as well.
Yeah, so very good just unit positioning here from Louis. Demu, he's definitely been significantly delayed with his relic timing. That's just all thanks to Louis having the units there we needed, and the transition to Castle Age behind this for Louis was also just really, really good. Like if Demu maybe just got into Knights here with the age up, could have had the mobility that he needed.
Yeah, the big problem here, though, is he hasn't really had this long-term relic gold income. He's had, I think, 1 in the bank, maybe about to get a second. Great scouting again by Louis with those unit positionings. Another relic denied.
And
And another one almost denied. He's going to try to circle with the king, potentially, try to snipe that one out, but finally... No, Demu, escort this one, please.
Is able to survive.
This is the one he's escorting on away, but it's men-at-arms and archers against the king.
Weak. He's not going for it, though. Yeah, he's going to let this relic go over to Demu's side. So Demu, 4 relics, but Louis 18 villagers ahead right now.
Yeah, and
no farms in, though, at the moment.
Yeah, the 4 relics took a while for Demu to get in. So it's one thing when you get like 3 in immediately. He did get 1 in super, super quick, but the last 3 took some time. Louis made sure that that Demu had to invest some resources and invest some time and APM to that. Now, Louis starting to roam with some knights, and we've seen how much damage Demu has been taking on raids today. Will he be able to deal with these a little bit better in this game?
Let's have some crossbows ready to be able to deal with that knight. English King coming in once again. Crossbow. He's not even going to go down.
He's just like, I'm just scouting now. I'm just testing the waters here, dipping my toes in, and wanted to see what's on out there.
I'm just window shopping here, just looking for what I'll pick off later. Oh, we're getting devoutness early here. So Demu, he's gonna improve the aura, the inspiration for his villagers by an additional 10%. That's a big eco upgrade that he can get now.
And Louis finally getting some of those eco upgrades that he needs. Double broadaxe coming in, range damage, veteran longbows. But Demu, he's about to start knocking on the door of those front walls that Louis is just now finishing.
I'm wondering if Demu wants to go for transition into Imperial Age now, just because with the Palace of Swabia, he's going to be able to catch up in the villager department. His economy at the moment looks really good, but that is only temporary. As soon as Louis starts getting in some more of his own economy upgrades, with the amount of villagers that he has, it's going to start looking better and better for Louis.
Front wall has been burnt. Louis was able to pick off 1, 2, maybe 3 units during that, but there's still a white tower. This is still the English base to go through. So where is Demu going to attack? What is he actually going to be able to take advantage of here? He saw where the second TC was earlier. That is what his focus is going to be. He's circling around that way now. King trying to do some raiding on the backside. Outpost was just way too late. 1 villager falls, a second one...
We do have +2 pierce armor in at the moment, but there's also +2 pierce damage, and the longbows already do 1 more damage than normal archers. So actually able to do great damage against the men-at-arms as well.
And Demu, he's trying to deal with the king as well, but dives in between English TCs and longbow support, and I feel like he just kind of didn't really accomplish anything except some idle time.
Yeah, I got caught out a little bit with the hand in the cookie jar there.
And some good raids on the backside from Louis. We see 2 knights onto the berry villagers. 1 villager falls. And that's where Demu, he doesn't have a second TC for himself. Another villager falls as well. So these few picks end up meaning so much more when Louis is able to secure those up.
Yeah, and behind this, Louis suddenly queuing up 5 economy upgrades. We're getting wheelbarrow now. We're getting the tier 2 wood upgrade and mining upgrade and horticulture.
And those men-at-arms, they still got the 2-handed axes. They don't have the heavy maces.
It's in queue now, though.
It is in queue now, but those knights are happy to take some charges into those men-at-arms every so often. Dimmu going for another point of attack, but deer haven't even been taken. Actually, the gold was about to go and be taken over there, but I think Louis might just take his front gold now instead.
Does have the option to do that.
Wheelbarrow coming in from Louis.
I feel like this game has to transition into Imperial Age now at some point. I think Louis' base, especially with the White Tower, it's just way too compact for Demu to really get some good damage in. Maybe if you get some horsemen as support, because right now it's only ranged units from Louis. Barely a couple of knights.
Yeah, this is Louis playing the game that's like, you have to do something right now. I've been on 2TC. Like, yeah, you got 4 relics, but I'm up 20 villagers, and every minute you wait and you're not dropping Swabia, I'm extending my Vil count.
No move onto any of the sacred sites so far by Demu. Is using his prelates in his base, though, in order to inspire more villagers that are outside the range of the Archon Chapel.
Looks like Louis starting to make a few horsemen. Maybe just, knights, they're doing fine, but he's going up against crossbows and men-at-arms. Might as well just use some extra mobility as the raiding unit.
He definitely has a good food income, and now it's going to even surpass Demu, as the English farms are starting to come online.
So still's going to have a few cav units out to do some raiding. King back into queue, but mainly it is crossbows and longbows. But Palace of Swabia finally going down from Dimmu. This is his great equalizer.
I'm looking at the income, though, and I feel like Demu, sure, this age-up is going to be great for him now. He's going to be able to finally get his own economy up. But it just feels like it came in way too late, because Louis, looking at his economy, if he pulls a lot more villagers over to gold, it's going to be like a minute and a half, and then he's able to follow up with his own age up. Even taking 2 sacred sites now.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult for Louis to match up this timing at all and still have, that villager lead for a little bit of the time. The question is how long of an Imperial Age does this play out to be? Because if so, those 4 relics do start to be a difference in the longer stages of the game. Same thing with the inspiration. Obviously, those villagers like working a little bit harder inside of that chapel range.
And there we go. Swabia.
Swabia
finished up. King gets picked up there.
This is one of those, you hear Swabia, you hear opponent Imperial Age through, and Louis has a mass. He should start putting the pedal to the metal and doing some damage. Dimmu is still doing the no wall challenge over here. So horsemen, knights, that raiding units can do so much into that HRE economy.
That's a big army, though, from Louis. Gets spotted out.
Does get spotted out. It's going to pick up another few units from Dimmu's side, just kind of picking off some stragglers. There.
We have behind us now. We're seeing the stables coming in from Demu.
I'm wondering if he's
coming in as well.
When's the cannon emplacements on the bombard in place outpost coming in? Because that is going to be what he needs if he's gonna go through with this no wall challenge.
Sacred side has been denied, and actually
another prelate falls. That's just that means Dimmu just has that one prelate in the chapel, and that's it.
Yeah, he might not want to invest into a couple more, but gold is kind of tight for him. Oh, look at the walls! No way. Louis wants to wall Demu in?
He said, if you're not going to build walls, I'll build the walls for you. This is where your walls should have gone.
I'll protect you.
I love the outposts on the front side too, making sure he extends that network of castles bonus so those units are actually attacking with their, full attack speed. He is on top of Swabia. So if he just continues this pressure point forward, Dimmu, he doesn't have that great equalizer like I talked about. There is no villager production that he can catch up with because Swabia will be focused, and there's the Berkshire.
Berkshire, and that's right next to the large gold vein. And guess where the other large gold vein is? It's to the left of that one.
Yep, Louis is making sure to secure that long-term goal. Demu, he's got 4 relics, but as the HRE, you like making gold units, and you might need a little bit more gold than just what 4 relics can provide.
Yeah, I mean, Demu, he's got 3 horsemen in queue now. Louis got 11. He's got many more out on the field as well. 30 crossbows. And crossbows in this mass, no matter what unit you have, they one-shot them.
Yep. Louis, though, just like Demu pushed in earlier, he couldn't really find too much damage, but he repositions. Demu quickly reacts, walls just doing enough here. Still a lot of eco being idled out. Demu about to hit pop cap. He is 150 of 150, needs to build some more houses, no units coming on out. And this is a very, very important timing when Louis is pushing into the base.
It is. Behind this now, we're seeing enclosures coming as well for Louis. So as Golden come, he's going to start climbing up behind this. And these walls, I mean...
They got finished. They're done.
Yeah. He can't push out anymore, at least not with, like, hidden units. He's going to have to take straight-up engagements from now on. It's Stonewall followed up as well.
And this is where Louis, he is going to put the Sacred Site timer on, too.
God. He's got a large resource bank, but he needs to make use of it soon.
Both of these players got about 75 units out and about, but the horsemen circle onto the chapel farms. There's some men-at-arms here, but all he wants to do is just deny some of that food income for the time being, try to get a few of these villager picks. Demu, he's just saying, all right, villagers, you can keep on gathering. I don't care if few of you will go down, but it's for the greater good.
Some of you might die, but that's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. That's the kind of situation that Demu's in there.
Pushing forward, trying to deny the sacred site. Military mass of Louis is circling right back around from the backside. Raids are still happening on Demu's side.
So Demu wants to go for some raids of his own. Doesn't leave a unit behind for a decap though. But he's into Louis' base now. He's going to find that white tower though. He's going to have to push past that.
The White Tower as well is just a lot of military. He's running past with the horsemen just like Louis did, but he's trying to do some raiding. Louis going to lose some villagers to this, so good job by Demu, but is this going to be enough? He's still up about 30 military units.
Yeah, all of this military might end up going down for Demu, but good villager damage is being done behind this. So economy will get shrunken down a bit.
Yeah, Louis is definitely struggling to clean this up as easy as it seemed it might be, and that's just, you can't forget that those HRE units have a little bit of that extra move speed, so are able to reposition better, and reposition better they are, as they are just closing the gap on these villagers trying to run, trying to hide, trying to get inside TCs.
Yeah, Louis now below 100 economy. So then we're getting some great villager picks off there, but military count inside the base of Louis starts to shrink for Demu now.
And one of the things we haven't talked about yet is Louis is making the transition to late game units, just like Demu is now as well, hand cannoneers, but Louis is just a leg up. He's already got 12 out on the field, and those are going to have some extra attack speed being the English.
Yeah, and behind all of that, I mean, Louis, he still has access to those 2 large gold veins. And that just makes such a big difference here in this one. Like, Demu, he would long-term maybe need to go for a Stonewall up around the neutral mark at the top side. But it's so difficult getting the aggression in on the Berkshire. You can see the units at the front side trying to burn the gate down. They're just getting fired from attack by the Berkshire. It's just such a long range on that building.
Yeah, just Demu, not a lot of options to break out of his base. He's very kind of narrowed where he can go. Trying to deny Sacred Site. And should be able to do exactly that. Pick up that villager building, 2 villagers building that outpost. There's some villagers down on the gold in the east side from Louis too that I think Demu might scout out here.
Oh, he will. Be another good raid there. But Louis, all the military now starts to push forward into the base from Demu.
Yeah, and that's where Demu's lacking. He traded away a lot of his military just a second ago for villagers on the other side. He took down a lot of Louis. He equalized the economy. He's actually ahead on the economy, especially considering the relics. But Louis got a mass, and he's pressing forward.
Placements, though, for Demu mean that all of this military here from Louis at the moment isn't really getting that much done. At least no damage to the economy being done. At the same time, though, he's losing a lot of his own units, or at least taking a lot of damage from these emplacements. Demu just going for more raids of his own.
Yeah, good horseman kind of taking out reinforcements, taking out villagers that are lost in that middle of the map. Horseman still trying to burn down that fortified outpost from Demu, and this is one where game's getting extended, and it feels like Demu just got to be in a much better position.
Blue outpost is burning. Villagers getting pulled for the repair. Gets spotted out, though, by Louis, but repair will come through.
Repair going to come through. A few of those villagers go down, but Demu's got Swabi. He doesn't care about villagers as much anymore, especially with the villager number he has. Perfect surround. This is going to be the devastating point for Louis. Demu didn't quite fully encapsulate the surround, didn't quite close in on it, and Louis running back to Berkshire should be able to save his units because of that defensive emplacement.
Formation shuffling there. Those units were a lot faster than the HRE units. On the retreat.
Demu choosing to take the fight into the Berkshire here. I'm not sure about this one, as your units will get evaporated here.
Yeah, it is a tough one. He does still have that movement speed advantage though, right? So maybe that is why he wants to take the fight now that he was able to like reduce the front line from Louis. But it's still very tough for him to just keep running after these units. Louis doing a great job of just keeping up with the kiting there.
Keeping up with the kiting. Reinforcements are headed that way too, so we'll have some horsemen to be that tank on the front line, cause more units to take damage from Berkshire. Wasn't as bad of a trade from Demu as I was expecting here. Almost kind of basically even, which considering even trades for Demu's a win. He's up in eco, he's up in relics. He just needs to get this mid-map positioning point, make sure he can re-secure gold for himself, because that is his pain point.
Oh no, he wants to get a keep up on the gold. He's got only villagers there. One horseman, that's it. He's gonna sacrifice some villagers, but he should be getting that keep up. It is gonna hurt him though. That is gonna hurt him.
Now that the horseman's dead though, if Louis can, yeah, no, it'll go up, but geez, that does not feel good at all. And Louis should know this means Demu needs gold and needs gold bad. That is Louis' win condition here.
Behind this though, getting a lot of culverins in. With this many culverins, might even be able to start taking down a Berkshire.
Yep, 2 culverins into the mix. Wood lines starting to run thinner and thinner. Horsemen still trying to circle, still trying to find some sort of damage. Ecos somewhat even, but the relics are the difference. The relics are the key. That is what is allowing Demu to do whatever he wants and really break out of that wall and chokehold he was in.
Yeah. Tries to go for a wall on the front side as well. Another bombard emplacement is coming in, but there's a trebuchet firing at that outpost just as it's getting the emplacement in.
Yep.
Outpost goes down.
Outpost falls pretty quick. Stone wall's not going to be able to go up. I love the transition to horsemen by both these players. They're just like, all right, these have been some hectic games. We're going to make them even more hectic. Let's run around. Let's do some raid. Let's just try to find villagers.
Behind this, though, Louis, he's got his entire right side and even the front side of his base completely stone-walled. He's back at 110 villagers. And 3,000 food per minute now as the English. He's fully rocking his farming economy, and 2,000 gold per minute. Enclosures and the access to large gold veins, just carrying his gold income here.
Yeah, and it really feels like Demu, he's lacking the walls. And this is when it starts to get worse and where he oh no. He's trying to get those walls in, but just not the greatest placements on those walls.
It's happening once again here inside the base of Demu. This is looking more and more tough right now. We've got 4 culverins, but they haven't really been able to achieve a lot so far in this game, I think, for Demu. Biology only just now coming in for Louis. So his horsemen are going to start being a lot tougher now as well.
A lot tougher, a lot tankier. Good little spot to take that fight there from Louis as the Berkshire is helping on out significantly. And finally, Demu is ready to push forward with his mass together. Louis has not grouped his mass. He's been throwing away units, trying to equalize the economy, trying to do some raiding. And Demu, he's ready for that exact thing. However, Louis' mass that he has, it's all hand cannoneers.
Some big walls coming in, securing one of the sacred sites here. That's going to be another 100 gold per minute for Demu. Also means that the victory condition is going to be tough to reach here for Louis. Demu, he's pushing through now, through middle of the map with a big army. Has more military than Louis. And the siege at the front as well. So can just push past these stone walls. Needs to be careful. Keeps his culverins alive.
Culverins tried to get focused down. Hand cannoneers need to just continue to kite back here. They don't want to take fights that Horsemen close the gap on, and Horsemen is exactly what Demu transitioned into. Are there going to be enough here? It doesn't look like it's such good kiting from Louis MT, and the hand cannoneers, 40 English hand cannoneers with network of castles, network of citadels, I'm sure at this point. I mean, they're going to start taking down those culverins easy in one shot, I feel like.
It is a lot of them. Louis, he's doing a great job of just running around with his horsemen, trying to go for the surround onto the siege. But he's not able to get it. Horseman reinforcements are coming in, and to be fair, Louis is losing a lot of his hand cannoneers.
He is. He's been at that 40 number for a decent little bit, though. And Demu, he was up 20 military units a little bit ago, and now Louis is the one pressing forward. He just doesn't have an answer for that many English hand cannoneers. Demu's mass just got eviscerated. Oh,
Demu, he's got to be so careful now. He's got to be so careful. The culverins, they can't go down for him. It's so much gold investment. Pulling back now.
And they're falling back so slow. He's running low on food, running low on gold. He's getting siege works in, but there's one culverin down. There's the next culverin that's probably going to get sniped out as well. And another culverin falls. Does the third one even? Not quite, but oh my, gold loss from Demu. And we were talking about gold being his problem. He just wiped up all the gold on that east side of the map in that 4K in the blink of an eye. He has no more gold.
Yeah, and behind this, I mean, Louis, he hasn't even touched the second large gold vein. He's got a lot of passive gold income from the farms, which he does have so many of at the moment.
And Demu, the problem now for him is there's a reason why he's on all those horsemen. There's a reason why he's horseman men-at-arms. He doesn't have the gold to go into higher gold cost units. He has another Colvin queue, but that's where all of his gold's going to. It's got 3,000 wood in the bank, and this is starting to tilt more towards Louis again, where I felt like Demu had his positioning point, had his timing to try to take advantage of.
Yeah, I agree. Still over 30 hand cannoneers. Now Louis transitioning into longbows is interesting, since that's not where his economy is really the strongest in the wood department. Just evacuating to the keep. Oh, decap coming in. Fight happening on two sides around the wall, though. And then culverin goes down.
Culverin goes down, hand cannoneers still just being that backside unit. This time it's not just hand cannoneers. There's longbows to continue to fire over those walls, to continue to utilize those range bonuses that they have. Trebuchet does fall. Demu wants a protective keep, but this is... okay.
Quite the forward keep.
Quite the forward keep under the Berkshire. I'm pretty sure even if this goes up, it just falls long-term to Berkshire.
Yeah, I mean, the horsemen, they're also getting picked apart. Horseman count is going down low once again for Demu. He's got a lot more in the queue, but the longbows also just doing such a great job at focusing down the hand cannoneers from Demu. A lot of them going
Demu's
down.
hand cannoneer mass is in the single digits, but Louis, his is about to be falling quite a bit as well. He's got 14 more in queue, though. That is the big difference. Berkshire, I was wrong. It doesn't matter about Berkshire taking down the keep if 4 culverins are firing down that quickly from the backside, but Louis has the military mass. Demu, he feels like he spent everything on it. He's only got 30 units left. He's got 4 culverins, but those aren't a great combat unit to take down others.
There's bombard from Louis firing onto the keep from Demu now. Just got put up. Horseman once again diving onto the culverins.
Berkshire being rebuilt. Look at the queues. Both players just running low on, well, not really Louis, but both players just keeping as much resources into military as they can. Demu trying to make sure this keep stays up. It's burning. It is maybe going to be falling. The culverins on the backside having units close the gap. Demu, he's down to 25 total military units.
So many villagers went down trying to repair the keep, and now no more repair is coming in. Keep about to be going down. Culverin wants to get repaired. Didn't quite have the villagers there in time. Villagers getting focused down as well. Second Culverin going down. Still so many hand candies in queue for Louis behind all of this. Still such a strong gold bank for him.
And the keep falls. It feels like Demu now just trickling in units to that ranged mass that's just standing from Louis, not getting closed down on 10, 15 horsemen on top of the hand cannoneers now. No Berkshire here to help as reinforcings go, but still, Demu, all of that it feels like it's gone. It feels like the steam is completely running out.
Wood in reserve, but archer play definitely not something that could really help him out here at this point in time. There's just so many horsemen and English longbows just with so much more range in comparison. Not really a fair fight for them.
Another break off of 10 horsemen, and 10 horsemen, that's more than half of Demu's overall military here. Louis is ready to end this. He's ready to close out this series. He's up to 1. He's got longbows on top of the wall from Demu, just firing down. No units can get close to that.
Yeah, and this is match point for Louis. Sacred Side victory is approaching as well. So many resources in the bank. Demu, he's trying to mass up again for one last hurrah here, but Louis is even making use of the walls of his opponent. Now forward walls coming inside the base of Demu once again.
Demu pulls his whole military mass back to try to deal with those horseman raids, which he'll be able to clean those up. But this allows Louis to press on forward, to press on in the front of the base. Third bombard about to come out for Louis, so should be able to start doing a ton of damage to the infrastructure, to the building. Production starts to become harder to make. Palace of Swabi on the front side should get taken down here in the near future too.
Yeah, and there was a culverin in queue for Demu, but it sniped immediately after being produced. Once again, a big loss there when it comes to value for Demu. Might have to think about selling some wood in order to get more culverins out, but just not something that really feels good at the moment for him at all.
Not at all. Louis just played this game so slow, so methodically. There were definitely some points that it felt like Demu had the leg up, had a huge advantage on, including still the 4 relics, but the trades have just continually gone into the favor of Louis. He's been taking some great trades, continually to do some raiding, causing idle time, and just kept that hand cannoneer mass high with the gold control.
Architects now coming in behind this for Louis as well, so all the keeps, all the buildings that he has in his base are just going to be so much more tanky now as well, so much harder to take down. Osman raids, back of the base. Potentially
Demu,
coming through.
Yep. Demu leaving a horseman back for the decap. Louis at this point, he can probably let those villagers die and just replace them with military and actually just end this that way.
Oh my god, the red carpet strategy coming in.
I still remember early parts of AoE4 where there was that strat that was just build a stone wall all across the whole entire map, and it was just you keep your units on top, and there was just no way to stop it, it felt like.
Yeah, look at that. He's just red carpeting now with the stone wall, with the straight lines of the stone wall forward.
Villagers just still peacefully working on those farms as everything gets burned and demolished around them. Horsemen still trying to find something to do. Demu knows he needs to do something. He has to do something, but it just feels like there is nothing to actually get done.
Even if Demu puts all the economy now, it just feels like he can't win against the military here.
More and more stone walls. We're starting to see him snake through Demu's base as stuff gets taken down. More walls come in. Palace of Swabia almost getting stonewalled around. And the horsemen just sitting under the Berkshire.
So many villagers went down for Demu behind all of that. Swabia is down as well, and we're just seeing a slow push onto the last remaining landmarks now from Demu.
Yeah, Demu is max pop. He's got 60 horsemen out on the field, but just 60
Horsemen can't climb
horsemen.
walls.
They cannot climb walls. Indeed, the longbows are just going to sit up top and laugh.
Laugh indeed. I mean, they're just firing from the top side. They're just looking at all the units on the ground level.
Villagers for Louis built a little box of stone walls to be able to keep his units safe and secure inside from the only melee mass from Demu. He found out the weakness. He's like, all right, you can't get inside of stone walls with men-at-arms and horsemen here, so good luck. Now he just needs some trebs in there instead of bombards, and he's good to go.
There's 30 horsemen in queue for Louis behind this, so whatever unit Demu kills, just gonna get immediately replaced, whether it's economy or military.
And now Louis is just going to play the in and out game with these gates. He can just take down anything inside the range, and then as he needs to move out, just go out, fire, move back in, and just doesn't have to worry about the bombards ever having a risk.
Yeah, also when they're moving forward, but yeah, not something they can really reach. Landmark about to go down, the main TC.
And then
Relic's
it's only
also
two
exposed.
left. Regnants and the Chapel are the last two landmarks, both in range of those bombards, both right in Louis' grasp. Can Demu do something to turn this around? He sends the horseman forward. He tries to take the fight. But is it going to be enough? The units just walk back on top of the walls, walk back behind the walls, and say, haha, you can't get me.
That's kind of what it feels like here at the moment. The horsemen, they're just like, hey, I'm trying to hit you, man. Stop being up there. I can't reach you. Some of the walls need to go down for the men-at-arms at least to be able to move up. If the men-at-arms go up, they do suddenly get the wall bonus where they will take less range damage. That could help them up when it comes to cleaning off up these hand cannoneers. Now horseman flood coming through. The culverins. There's a lot of villagers just repairing the walls at the same time as they're going attacked by Demu. Last culverin, if it goes down.
Mass heal, great mass heal from Demu, keeps the culverin alive, but is it going to be enough? I feel like the culverin's damage on the walls just getting out healed with how many villagers Louis has there. Now Bombard trading against the culverin, no stone.
He's out of
and
gold
the culverin. The culverin's actually focused down the Bombard. He's about to lose the oh! Quick repair by Louis.
The culverin again.
Another set of horsemen onto the culverin, yet again repaired by Demu. But all of this time, hand cannoneers and longbows just laughing from the walls.
And the culverin goes down. No more siege. No ability to take down this forward, this forward little stone square. The stone wall
and
square.
Right as the culverin went down was when insufficient stone came through, and Demu says, I don't have it. I cannot hold. Louis takes it 3-1.
GG comes in, and that concludes this set. Louis with the 3-1 victory here. Some very, very close games here between the two, but this last game just felt so methodically played by the English. Like, usually, I personally have trouble playing this matchup against the English, but man, Louis played it really, really well here with the 2TC play.
Yeah, and you could see the back and forth. The military value lead went back and forth either way. The eco lead count went back and forth, and that's not showing the relics as well. But overall, Louis just stayed strong. And I really think there's two things that proved to be the difference in this game for Louis. It was walls, and it was gold control.
Yeah, the early walls and just the continuous build-up of these walls, just making sure his base is incredibly, incredibly safe throughout all of the maneuvers that he did out there. Worked out really, really well for him then.
Yeah, and so now we'll get to check and see some of the replays from the series that we just had in front of you from that wild game that we saw that was the final concluder.
Yeah, the raids there from Demu trying to pick up some more units here, but Louis, just with a couple of longbows, with a couple of crossbows there, able to do so well against the military from Demu. And you can just tell, like, these longbows, with all the upgrades, they still do even a good bit better, like a very good bit better than normal archers against armored units.
Yeah, that first big trade from Dimmu diving into the base felt bad, but then he did the exact same thing later on, and it felt really good. This was we thought was about to be a devastating surround, but Louis with the repositioning just was able to get that little bit of extra move speed bonus with the army, with the position formation reposition, and just gets away from Dimmu, draws him into the Berkshire, and I think Dimmu ends up even taking this fight right after, and ultimately becomes a pretty even trade here.
Yeah, but man, just it's incredible just how well these units did there with the kiting. Here we had the 4 culverins from Demu. The push forward. He has a lot of units there, but just so many hand cannoneers coming in from Louis. And just being able to hold against all of these units. Now on the retreat, Demu just losing a lot of additional units here. It feels like the culverins just maybe needed to focus down a little bit more against the hand cannoneer mass to get it down lower, but it's such a tough situation there for Demu to fight, and then suddenly the army just disappears for him entirely against this many hand cannoneers with the attack speed buff.
And the culverins, Demu was keeping them alive for a little bit, but then all of a sudden we saw the 4 culverins drop right after taking down the Berkshire here in a second. And this is really when Demu knew he needed to take the gold. He knew he needed to take down this Berkshire. If he had been able to resecure this for himself, maybe he's able to extend this game. Maybe he's able to get the right unit composition instead of having to go into only horsemen and men at arms.
Yeah. That was definitely a chance here. I mean, finally the Berkshire gets taken down. But still, even after taking down the Berkshire, like Demu just wasn't in a position to start being able to get the gold there from the middle. Like just a gold starvation on the side from Blue EMT just absolutely worked out there for him.
Yep. What a fun first series of the day. That is correct. The first series of the day. Wild back and forth 3-1. But that's just the first. Now, you can already see it ahead of you. The back end overlay is up and ready to go. Scarlet Devil and Anatan for the second series.
Yeah, so that's going to be very, very interesting. Anatan and Scarlet Devil. Scarlet Devil, he made quite the impression during the qualifiers where he qualified by taking down Corvinus in a 3-0 fashion. So very, very much a player that has kind of like been going under the radar so far. Definitely has what it takes in order to compete at the top level. And he's going to be facing off against Anatan. First game of this series is going to be Mongols for Anatan against the English from Scarlet Devil on Cliffside. And Mongols, that's the civilization that Anatan is very, very familiar with. One of the first civilizations that he really started to learn while getting better and better at the game.
Yeah, I feel like his first civ that he was known for was the Delhi, and then he kind of started branching out, and Mongols was definitely one of those next comfort pick civilizations for him. Meanwhile, Scarlet Devil on the other side, you already said it, might not be as much of a known player now, but maybe, we'll look back on this a couple months later and be like, oh, here comes the Scarlet Devil Anatan, rivalry matchup because he's been starting to make a name for himself.
Indeed. Looking at the remaining map pool, Anatan, he's managed to secure himself the Byzantine. Scarlet Devil got the Delhi in, and the Abbasid. Anatan, Ayyubids, and Malians, and the HRE remaining for him. So overall, I want to say, both players got a decent amount of very good civilizations going for them.
Yeah, and this is one where I always look at the civilizations and more of the play style of the player for the civilizations that they get. You have some players that they love their macro gameplay, booming on up, their walls, trading. You got some they like their aggression, they're all inning. And that is really one where, did they get the civs that suit their play style as well as being strong in the meta?
And here we go, jumping right into our game number 1 between Anatan and Scarlet Devil. Up here on Cliffside. What do we see going on here at the beginning? No move out from Anatan yet onto the gold. Something that we do see from time to time when Mongols play up against English, they obviously can't go for the barracks opening because spearmen against villagers with short bows typically doesn't work out too well. But what you can do is you could go for a stable and open up with double produced horsemen. Potentially.
Yeah, and that is one where it's a opening I have seen and there we go. There's the stables, just like you were calling it, and let's see if it is going to be the double produce horseman opening here.
Still have one villager on wood. Getting the horseman out will take a little bit longer than the spearman, if he wants to go for the double production, at least. Because you're going to need a lot more stone in order to double produce him. You're going to need 120 stone compared to just 80 stone for double production there.
Yeah, and I think that is still his plan. He has that one villager on wood just to get enough for that horseman, and then he just needs to wait for the stone to come on in. Oh, and he just decides to go ahead and Q1 up before the double.
Yeah. Whoever behind this is going to move over towards the gold now, so of course we'll want to get his own age up in at one point as well. Ooh, Scarlet Devil though, pulling all of his villagers away from the gold mine, so there's nothing really of value to be had there. For
all
Anatund.
The villagers over on the sheep now, and no gold to be taken. So the horseman will probably just try to start burning down that mining camp if it doesn't get deleted.
He's going for a double produce horseman.
And this is one of those that feels bad, especially when we've seen the base of Scarlet Devil. Like I said, the only thing that could give him something is if he is able to put a torch on the mining camp before it gets deleted.
Yeah, that would be a good amount of value that he could get out of that one. Abbey of Kings now going up for Scarlet Devil with 5 villagers on that. And this is kind of like the issue with the horseman play. It is something that you can do in theory, especially back in the days when it was more meta to have a little bit more like Dark Age openings coming in from the English, like when the English open up with Dark Age. Not that they really do that against the Mongols at the current meta, but it is something that you were able to do at one point, especially on like hybrid maps. You were able to like open up with the horseman against the English. Currently, I don't think that really works too well anymore.
The scout saw the first horseman perfectly from Anatund moving across and chooses not to delete the mining camp. Maybe is like, hey, going horseman, there's not going to be as many torches down. It might take you some time, can easily pull a build, try to do some healing on the mining camp. So maybe won't see the bounty bonus go down, but I still think that Anatund should be able to at least secure that one up for himself.
Anatund is going to be able to pressure the stone mine at the very least, though, with one of his remaining horsemen. So is going to get a lay-in when it comes to the gathering of stone. Villager actually comes out from Scarlet Devil, wants to repair the gold mine. So at least a little bit of idle time being caused. Barracks now coming in for Scarlet Devil, though, so Spearmen are going to do wonders against these horsemen then.
Yep, Deerstones is the feudal landmark opted for Anatund. Just gives you that boost to your overall economy. It's like a little mini wheelbarrow right when it finishes on up.
Yeah, not just that, but also just overall unlocks the Yam aura for all of your infantry as well. So your infantry, while in range, is going to be incredibly fast. Even faster than HRE.
And again, Scarlet Devil trying to move out for the stone, but this has been a good... I mean, so while the horsemen, it didn't feel great that it's like, oh, they didn't get any damage, they didn't deny the gold. They caused some idle time, and they've delayed the timing of the second TC, and that's really the key.
Yeah. Now,
King out.
Coming out.
Still no bounty bonus, so great job here early on by Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, it does mean that Scarlet Devil is not going to give over any of that bounty at the moment for Anatund. Deerstone's about to finish up, and we see Anatund investing into scouts now, so maybe a pro scout play could be coming in for him.
Yeah, and we talked about just in the previous matchup, 2TC English versus a pro scout play. Well, it didn't work out in that game, but that second TC came down immediately. Didn't have any pressure, didn't have any map control. The difference here is that English TC doesn't immediately come down. Oh, Khan does, though. GG's in the chat.
Yeah, Khan will get taken down here. Also, villagers for Scarlet Devil working on that second TC. The delay did come in from the horseman. So second TC will be coming in a little bit later. Pro Scout is around a third of the way finished. Some of the scouts even just downright just pushing the deer in. And gold there looks to be secured by the main TC for Anatund.
Yeah. Horseman trying to do some damage to that king. Getting some good damage on in. Scarlet Devil going to try to run back away, but the Horsemen, they got faster move speed. They can keep doing the damage if Anatan wants, but decides that just defending his base is good enough.
Yeah, King just gonna heal himself up again. Archer range now coming in as well. We're getting some Keshiks behind it all as well. Deer haven't quite been lured over yet.
Not quite yet, but it seems like we are, there it is. First couple deer starting to get brought back in.
It's going to be a good
And this
food
is
source.
where, yeah, the food economy for Anatan is going to start feeling real good. Scarlet Devil on the other side is just now building that second TC and finishing it up. So that's where, in a usual English game, you know, what would you say is that second TC usually finished up at? It's definitely before 6 minutes, I feel like.
Yeah, if you're able to just go for the naked second TC, you can like get it up at like 5:30. Like you can start building it at like 4:45, 4:40ish.
So
Little dive.
Good delay by Anatan for that second TC timing. Scarlet Devil pushing the Horseman away from the spears, but now there's going to be some Keshiks. Now there's going to be some archers. Anatan's ready to just start pressuring this forward, and we'll have that deer income to support it as well.
Yeah, deer income looking really, really good now for him. He had both of the double deer pack right next to his base as well, so the pro scouts, it's not really easy to deny that at all. Keshiks coming as well, archers in the mix as well. So it's going to have an answer to all the units from Scarlet Devil now.
Yeah, and the scary thing for Scarlet Devil here is that front wood line is pretty far out from the TC. Archers can just position on that side just like they're doing now. We see a couple volleys go across. We'll be able to try to grab wood from the wood line near the second TC, but this is still just a lot of delay, a lot of timing, and this is the problem when you don't have Council Hall. You don't have that typical double archery range right off the bat. You can't all of a sudden skyrocket your military mass. It takes you a while to get production down. You have to sacrifice farms or something else, and guess what? Scarlet Devil did not sacrifice farms, and so I think almost has a full set already, so is just so severely behind in military.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Scarlet Devil, though. I mean, 2TC is nice. No economy upgrades for him yet. Anatan does have double broad X going for him. So good amount of additional wood income. Khan Hunter is going to fall back in time. And Khan Hunter, the aura is really, really nice here for these archers. Means they're going to have a lot more range, especially when you're up against the English, which already have more range on their longbows. Having additional movement speed as the Mongols and then the additional range as well means that you are going to be able to take significantly better engagements against the archers from from the English.
And a really nice pickup there from Anatan. He saw the damage he got on the king, and he's like, all right, I got the horsemen, they're faster. Let's go ahead and try to pick off this king at the very least, force it away from the base. If it circles back to Scarlet Devil's base, he's got it perfectly cut off.
So many units at the moment out for Anatan as well. Once again, Falcon comes in, and Villager will get picked
Villager
off.
falls, Spear falls as well, I believe. And there's the king. The king going down is so huge. That's just that annoying, pesky unit. So good at picking off reinforcements, healing himself up, and oh no, another villager falls.
The vision is still there, and as long as it is, like, Anatan, he can just keep going over to the wood line and get another villager kill whenever he wants to.
Yep, and so this is where Scarlet Devil now has to reposition back again to the front wood line. But if I'm Anatan, you just double down on what you just had done prior. Go back to that front wood line with another 4 archers and start sniping on again and just idle, keep doing damage. And his military numbers are just continuing to skyrocket while he is putting his gold into blacksmith upgrades, economic upgrades, and Scarlet Devil has to spend resources on more villagers and trying to stabilize.
It is pretty tough for him at the moment. Behind all of this, Anton just started to trade as well.
Yeah, long trade route that he had. And this is, I said 4, but, you know, he just goes in with another, 7,
and the same
8.
time on the other side as well.
Is able to pick up 2 different villager kills and a ton more idle time. You know, I laugh when everyone says, like, oh, English base, you can't do anything against it. You can't attack an English base. It's like, you don't have to dive their base. You just have to deny resources that they're trying to get. And that's exactly what Anatan's doing. Every time Scarlet Devil moves out for the wood line, a few archers are there to deny.
Kashik still sticking around. That second TC doesn't do quite as much damage as the main TC. Not that many villagers can fit in inside, and once again, Raid comes in. Doesn't quite get a villager kill though. But idle time has been caused.
Idle time indeed has been caused. Villagers again have to reposition from the front wood line over to the back. Scarlet Devil knew it. He's like, Anatan, he keeps attacking me from two sides at once. So he knew that that front side attack was about to come in. He pulled those units back. But Anatan finally has his own eco boom behind this. He is going to continue to skyrocket the traders. I wouldn't even be surprised to see, 5-10 minutes from now, Anatan, or even 5 minutes from now, Anatan having a higher eco number because he is the one putting pressure on while also reinvesting behind it.
And the trade, I mean, looking at Anatan's resource right now, he can go up to Castle Age soon. Which is crazy, behind having this much military out on the field. And Proska, I mean, I guess Proska is just what makes all of this possible.
Yeah, just nice, safe, secure, great food economy for himself. And you said it here now. He is about to go up to Castle while having a military mass.
Yeah, big military mass. And if he goes up with the Kurultai, he can just park that right in front of his opponent's base. Instead, Step Redoubt is going to be the choice here for Anatan. Does mean that every single villager he has on gold is going to give him an additional 50% dropped off gold there. So effectively, you turn a 4,000 gold mine into 6,000 gold.
And look at how bad Scarlet Devil had been struggling and needing that wood line. He's been just nonstop making longbows. He has not been able to move out and scout at all because of what he had been dealing with. He had to respect the Master Manathan, and now he's going to be surprised by a Castle Age. He's going to have to move to another wood line here in the next couple seconds, right when Anatan is going to be getting Castle Age upgrade and being ready to put the pedal to the metal.
Bossman getting caught off guard there. At least one of them is going to go down, trying to chase that scout away. Step Redoubt. Wait. Where is it going? Where? Is that the Step Redoubt? No, okay, never mind.
I thought it was at first.
No, that's a deer stone. The Step Redoubt isn't even finished yet. Had me there for a second. But no, he's just going to get that movement speed for his units at the front line now with that deer stones. Nice to have
Looks like some Keshik raid on the backside.
Yeah, once again, Keshik.
Oh,
just diving
couple
in.
Villagers down that we can see. Maybe 2-3 more villagers that had fallen. And Scarlet Devil is still just continuing to take more and more damage. Khan does go down as well. But Scarlet Devil has not been able to move out from his tiny little square. It's not like he even got some walls, down to the edge of the map. It is literally his tiny little square that he started with a vision.
Yeah, so many villagers down, and I'm behind all of this with the trade. Scarlet Devil at the end only having 5 more economy units, and with all the idle time that has been caused here so far, just not a situation that feels good at the moment at all. We go Deer Stones approaching the front side of the base.
Oh, no. You hate to see English villagers having to go onto berries, not to mention 20-plus English villagers having to go onto the berries. Look at that. Oh, my God.
Our villagers have to evacuate again. Keshik's coming in now. Veterancy in on them. Another Keshik in the backside. So much armor on them now. And Scarlet Devil being pushed inside of his base. No chance of being able to go up to the next age here behind all of this. Body block comes in from the archers as well. Separates the spearmen, at least some of the spearmen, from being able to connect onto the Keshiks. Men-at-Arms now frontlining. Lots of armor on those units as well.
They're getting tickled by these English, town centers, longbows, everything Scarlet Devil knows he cannot hold. Anatan takes game number 1 just with a very clean and methodical approach there.
Yeah, indeed. And you might say that, sure, the horsemen at the beginning didn't really achieve a lot, but they achieved enough. They caused the investment into the spearmen. They caused a delay on that second TC. It went up a lot later than it would usually go, and Anatan also made sure that he's going to be able to go for pro scouts uncontested there on his side of the map. So gets a lot of the food and goes for trade, scales out his own economy, gets so many villager kills. And it all just adds up to him being able to dive Scarlet Devil's base there in the end.
Exactly. What a solid game number one. Not even 16 minutes. So we're going to show y'all some of the highlights that we saw from Anatan and how he was able to just eke out the slow lead and continue to build on that lead, attacking either side of the wood line, continuing to cause idle time and damage.
Yeah, it's just that Falcon being able to provide that line of sight over the wood lines. Anton being able to get those sneaky villager kills in time and time again. It's just the idle time. Once again, the military falls back, but the Falcon, it's still there. So Anton's just able to go for another villager kill right after that. And again.
God, this is just one of those things. You get so frustrated when you're playing this game as the English. You think you're holding one side and you're like, oh, I reacted that raid good. And you're like, oh no, the other side, dang it. And then this is where we saw the 25 villagers onto the berries. Anatan, he's got the Castle Age upgrades now. He's got the Men-at-Arms transition too. And there's nothing English can do to deal with those Men-at-Arms in Feudal Age.
Yeah. Next up on the agenda though, that is going to be a tough matchup for the Malians. We're going to be seeing the Abbasid coming in for Scarlet Devil up against Mali from Anatan. And that's a notoriously tough matchup because not only do Abbasid get some of the strongest archers in the game, they got a really solid economy up against the cattle economy, or even maybe pro scouts. I think Abbasid can probably still just go 2-3 TC up against that, but they are able to absolutely demolish unarmored units with their camel archers. Taking a look at our Group A, Marine Law did manage to beat Baltune. Baltune able to take 2 games off Marine Law. That is quite intense.
Yeah, I mean, at least even losing the series, you're still, if you're Baltune, you're feeling really good for yourself. You're like, I was able to take 2 games off of him. I'm not sure how close the other 3 games were, but even still, you're like, all right, I should be able to take up and make it through his elimination round that's coming up next for him.
Yeah, 100%. No games played so far in Group B. Then in Group C, we got Beastie leading in the set against Miyamaika. Louis MT beating Demu 3-1. That's a set we casted earlier here today. Last but not least, current ongoing set, Anatan vs. Scarlet Devil, with Anatan in the lead right now. 1-0.
Wham Mahodo not starting yet, and that is the updates for the group stage for y'all. We will continue to give y'all updates, especially if we see any hype stuff happening, like we definitely saw when we were casting the first series with Baltune, proving a few upsets through.
Indeed. Now, game number 2 between Anatan and Scarlet Devil, just a minute away from now on, and wanna quickly use this time to do a little bit of guilt tripping our viewers here. Because if you enjoy all of this content that is being brought to you live here for free from EGC TV, all of these amazing tournaments, you know what to do. You know how to support them. You can just continue watching here on Twitch. Maybe even consider subscribing to the channel. Helps us out a lot. Really does go far, a really long way. So EGC TV is going to be able to continue giving us money in order to cast for you guys.
Exactly. All the support is much appreciated. There's plenty of different ways to do so. So support however y'all like. But, obviously, money is the best.
I mean, these events do cost something, and you never know. We do have a lot of ongoing events that are being planned. Well, not ongoing, but a lot of events planned at the moment that are coming in the near future. We do have the EGC Masters Series, after all, so a lot of ongoing events happening in the near future there that are going to be going for a very, very long time. More of them coming in the future as well. So definitely, you got to be up on your toes there, because there is so much going on in the Age of Empires 4 esports scene.
Exactly. There's, this is obviously first big tournament of the year, but there has been a full announced schedule going forward, which I feel like is something that we haven't had a lot of years going into it. You don't really know what to expect, yeah, we're going to have some tournaments, but we know of the exact tournaments that are potentially be happening.
Ooh. Oh. Taking a quick look at the replays again there. All right. That is the perfect introduction, though, as we are going to be jumping into our game number 2 now between Scarlet Devil and Anatan. We told it out earlier, Abbasid versus Malians. That's a notoriously tough matchup for the Malians, and we're going to have to see if Abbasid Dynasty is a civilization that Scarlet Devil really knows how to play, because if you mess up with your game plan, Mali can still win this.
Yeah, I mean, I always laugh when people talk about like these like one-sided matchups. It's like, I promise you, if I was playing ABBA right now, I would get stomped into the dirt. And it's like, it matters the player behind the Civ as well, and their game plan and you know, their scouting and everything there. And so my question is, you know, with this being a tilted towards ABBA matchup, do you think there's a different play style that Anatan may go for Mali other than, you know, the typical Mali gameplay?
We've seen him go pro scout in the first game with the Mongols. We could see him go pro scout again. I feel like pro scout isn't that great against the Abbasid, mainly because if they just go 3TC, they don't pay a lot for their villagers anyways, and pro scout delays you by a good bit when it comes to your reaction, your aggression onto the Abbasid. I feel like if you leave them alone for just a minute too long, Abbasid kind of becomes unkillable.
Yeah, it's so funny because like ABBA, they're that Civ that like they can go from feeling super weak to like the smallest tilts, like, and now they have an unstoppable, unbeatable economy. And it's just like that's exactly it. You said it. You can't let ABBA's eco get to the point they want to. Get online. Usually they're dropping 2, sometimes 3 TCs. They're getting to Castle Age and then extending out that House of Wisdom network that allows them to get a lot of extra other bonuses with the House of Wisdom.
Indeed, an economic wing is going to be the choice here for Scarlet Devil. So definitely playing into that potential multi-TC build here as the Abbasid. Villager is still on gold, so he's going to have enough resource to get those important upgrades, namely Fertile Crescent as well as fresh foodstuffs. And Aja coming in for Anatan. Oh, okay.
Oh, what?
Huh? I mean, good market position, but
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see what this turns out to be. Maybe he's just, you know, worried about military wing units early? Question mark?
Maybe? Exclamation mark.
You know, Anatan, I asked if he was going to do something different. I guess the Saharan Trade Network is different. Maybe he's going to start trading and saying, if you do your own boom, I'm going to have my own sort of boom as well. The big hard part there is the ABBA have a lot of mobile units to be able to actually deal with traders somewhat effectively.
They do have the Camel Archer. Just having a mobile archer unit against traders can be really, really effective. Absolutely can be. Man, it's... It's going to be interesting.
The question is this
sure
actually trade?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Like, is he actually going to trade here behind this? Or is this just like a little bit of a bait out? He put villagers onto gold. He put villagers onto wood. So the answer is maybe.
Meanwhile, we know what Scarlet Devil's doing. Eco Wing, Fertile Crescent, fresh foodstuffs, and TCs.
Yeah. That's not a hot take.
Not at all. We already see both of those upgrades coming through. Very cheap, very fast, and easy upgrades to get. Meanwhile, the network is about to finish. And this, I mean, Anatan, it looks like he's got the resources to do the pro scouts, but I don't think he wants to do it. I would assume he would be maybe making some more scouts already. Or I guess stables.
I mean, you can't make a stable in Dark Age, but...
Yeah.
Villager could already move out in order to, like, place a market on one side of the map. We don't see a mill, we don't see a stable. I would have expected the market, at least, to start to go up. But right now, I'm just not sure what exactly...
He's going second TC. Anatan's going second TC. Anatan's going second TC, dude.
He actually is.
All right, it took me a while to like have it register with the macro being different from Mali, but he is definitely, and there it is. It's on the wood line. Not a bad timing too. Okay.
For those of you that are confused now, because Anton didn't gather up stone. Mali got changed. They now pay gold for the TC instead of stone.
Yeah, it makes their macro so much easier. They were always that, hey, we got extra gold. I always love, they're always aging up to feudal, and then all of a sudden they have 200, 300 gold, and this is an exact good use for it.
Yeah. So definitely making use of an interesting change there. I'm wondering though, like we do still have that Saharan trade network. Is he still going to make use of that?
Myriad says 2 TC into Farimba.
What the hell are you guys doing?
But that's also where I can't always trust Twitch chat, because Guts is over there. He said before game started, he's like, Anatan said all in is the way to do this matchup. And I'm like, 2 TC is not all inning. 2 TC all inning is a different story though, maybe.
Are we seeing a cattle ranch now, like as a follow-up? Like you got 2 TC. Are you now just gonna start going for like cattle? And you cow boom behind this? That could be a good way to like keep up with the Abbasid dynasty, right? Like instead of just... No, he's pro scouting now after the fact. He knows that Abbasid doesn't really go for pro scout themselves, so that was just like, yeah, I don't need to rush this up. I can just take my time and go for it later on. Third TC
and there's the
in
third TC. It's immediately scouted. I always love when you scout the timing that a TC is being built, because nothing's worse than you run into a TC and you're like, oh no, how long has this TC been up? Well, Anatan knows exactly how long this TC's been up.
Yeah, I mean, Deer is going to be tough for Anton to take. At the same time, though, like, it would be tough for ordinary scouts, but these aren't ordinary scouts. These aren't even just ordinary professional scouts. These are ordinary warrior professional scouts, and that's a long title.
That is
but
a long
comes
title
with a lot of
indeed.
benefits.
And the barracks is the first choice from Scarlet Devil. 3TC production is online and going to need to try to deny the pro scouts of some sort, I guess, and Spears is the choice, but we saw how effective Spears were a few games ago in the last series.
I mean, the Deer for Scarlet Devil next to his 30C, they got lured in pretty deep next to that TC. Could go for I would personally just wall that side off, like to the wood line. And we do see the walls coming in now.
Yep. Yeah, this is super necessary.
I am not live coaching.
Are you sure? Wow, I just checked Discord. Who's Scarlet Devil in this Discord call with us?
Oh my god. Drama.
No.
But yeah, wall is coming in, so it means the pro scouts are at least going to be denied from one of the deer pack here. Sanaton at the most is going to get 3 deer packs off the map. Still going to be a lot of food income. 3 deer packs, that's at least 6,000 food for him. And one of the scouts is going to get taken down.
He flew a little too close to the sun there.
Oh my god, yes. Wall about to finish up. 3 villagers working on that one, and Skull behind this does have a well-sized villager lead at the moment. 5 villagers ahead, but most importantly, he's not paying full price for these villagers.
You can see how bad Anatan really needs to start getting some of those deer ferried home, because he is, like we talked about English on the berries, he is heavy onto those berries at home, and it just, if you're going pro scouts, it doesn't feel good to be on berries, and especially when you have another... I thought he had another deer pack already secured next to the Saharan trade network that he dropped a mill on that he could just be over at instead.
Yeah, I guess it was too much walking distance for him, potentially.
I guess so. You just see him re-macroing those villagers, still sending scouts out and about. And so far, the eco lead is not something crazy out of the question. Scarlet Devil's been able to create an 8 villager lead so far, and both of these players are macroing to castle.
Yeah, difference is, though, that Scarlet Devil does have access to cheap farms, cheaper villagers, and the Golden Age buff as well for his economy. So 15% more economy. That is quite good.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, Anatan's only got some of that passive eco going for himself, as well as the pro scout. So is that going to be enough to be the difference? Obviously, that's not the only thing to account for. It's dependent on, what military you're going to do. Are you going to be going for this quick all-in timing? Because Anatan, he can rush his down. Scarlet Devil, he's got a minute 45, whether he likes it or not.
Military wing coming in behind this for Skull Devil as well. And I mean, it can't just be Musafati Warriors and Freeborn, right? Because Skull Devil has a good answer to that with Camel Riders. Those can deal pretty well with the Musafati Warriors. On top of that, Camel Archers also do bonus damage against the Musafati Warriors. Spearmen, with the Phalanx upgrade, yeah, are going to do really well there as well. You can then also add Boot Camp on top of that, give them even more HP, so even going to be tankier at the front line.
And there's those cheaper farms already starting to come into play for Scarlet Devil. Needing to do that, obviously has those extra villagers out, is eating up a lot of the food, and is prepping for the necessary food transition earlier.
And now for a garrison about to complete. Walls coming in though for Scarlet Devil. Something that he won't really have, though. I'm not sure about the relic situation here. Anatone, I think he just dropped down his mosque. So he's going to be able to get some relics in soon. All the relics are outside of the walls. Oh, Forest Scout is going to go down.
Scout barely gets taken down. Villagers being idled out a little bit, but Anatan now gets forced away from that location.
We have Mansa Musafati Warriors. I'm not sure, does Scarlet Devil have an archery range? He's adding in another barracks. We do have double archery range. Okay. So he should still be able to be fine there. If he gets like 2 camel archers out, they're going to do amazing against these Musafati Warriors. They get spotted out now. So now Scarlet Devil has the information.
Able to start taking down a few of the units, but information is the key, like you just said. Scarlet Devil knows how to react, or hopefully knows how to react here to the Mansa Musafati play.
Was coming in for him as well. And Archers are going to do a great job against them still. They don't have any Pierce armor.
Nope, no Pierce armor at all. Horsemen trying to dive. Camel Riders getting ready to take the fight as well. Not too many archers here, but Anatan still feeling the need to run away. Doesn't have his reinforcing mass there yet. I feel like trying to bait the fight into the stealth force. It's exactly what happens. Rest of his mass arrives, turns back around, takes the fight. Scarlet Devil headed back towards the base, and it looks like the first big engagement might be happening. They're still kind of at this standoff, just picking off units here and there as they run.
Yeah, appears to be the case. Archer mass not quite where it needs to be yet. Veterancy is on its way now. Just got queued up. Pierce armor has come in for Anatan, but Pierce damage at the same time for Scarlet Devil as well. Fight happening just at the gate there, but could be repaired.
Anatan falling back, at least for the time being. Key thing here is food difference. Anatan's up about 400 or 500 food per minute, and so his queue is just full steam ahead over here.
Yeah, a couple of villagers went for a little bit of a jog outside the walls. I'm going to find that that's not quite the best idea for him. We now have a farm transition behind all of this for Anatan. So deer, they ran out super quickly for him.
It doesn't look like he ever really secured as many deer as we'd expect. I still see the picture on Scarlet Devil's side, and he still has deer next to his Saharan trade network. Yeah. More villagers being pulled to try to repair this wall. There's some a little bit of some circling going on. Doesn't seem like all of them are repairing it the best they could. And there might be... Is that a chop through?
Yeah, that is Nova chop. At least Scarlet Devil is going to know about this one sooner rather than later. Big mass of Musafati warriors are now going to start hitting the sides.
They're going to be able to burn that down really quick.
Yeah.
I don't know if Scarlet Devil's going to be able to react to this in time. Has a lot of villagers over there near, but not reacting in time. Still distracted elsewhere. Army is still moving out as well. He needs to be careful.
Oh, there are archers here, though.
There are archers here, but is it going to be enough? That is a mass of like 35 Musafatis. Yes, that might be the correct counter, but... Musafati able to close the gap on top of the archers. They got a good amount of base damage.
Gotta check if Scarlet Devil is in. Veteran archers, we do at least have boot camp in. And no, Composite Bow is not in yet, so the archers aren't quite attacking as fast as they could be.
Another chop through happens, and the scouts slide on through. The villager lead that Scarlet Devil had might start to be shrinking here. 2 different spots now for Anatan to move through. Invisible units. Villagers starting to run the wrong way.
In theory, I mean, if we're getting just a couple of either camel archers or even camel riders up, you can get the upgrade for the opposite, where the camels get more movement speed. Then you're able to actually catch up to these warrior scouts and kill them with the camel riders.
Snuck 5 through. They stayed in Viz and snuck through.
He's just gonna wait for the right point in time.
Oh no.
41 relic count behind this.
Oh, and he's got scouts too to see where he wants to. Oh, and he finds a spot, hits some berries, but needs to back on away. The rest of those should get cleared on out.
Looking at the food income, Scarlet Devil, he's solidly ahead in the food count department now. There aren't any more Musafati warriors in queue at the moment for Anatan.
Yeah, only a Mangonel in queue. Anatan's eco looks like macro just went down the drain. Not sure if he's making any sort of cow transition behind this, even without the Grand Filani. Just maybe some extra passive income that he could have, or it's the farms. It's the farms, and Molly farms are very disappointing.
They are. They are. At least not. There's no bonus. There's just no bonus. They're ordinary farms. There's a big mess of Scarlet Devil right now outside of his base. Might be looking for push composite bows now coming in. And we are getting the camel upgrade as well for more movement speed on them. So
how does Anatan hold this?
There. It's going to be tough. He's trying to segment off another part of the map with some walls. But it's too late. The military is already out at the front side. Sacred side getting captured up behind this.
I mean, this is looking very scary for Anatan. He's getting greased axles in.
The wall isn't done.
The wall is not done. He's trying to finish it in time. I don't think it will be finished in time, and 4 more Musafatis in queue is not going to be enough. He needs, like, the old Mangonels right now.
Yeah, and a lot of them as well. More than one. Spearmen, they do have the bonus range as well, so if they get close to the Mangonel, even if there's a unit in front of them, they're going to be able to pierce through with their attack. Keep comes up, Panic Keep being rushed up. Looks like it's going to be in time here. Mangonel gets a good shot.
First Mangonel shot, not a bad one at all. Just not a big mass here from Anatan. Scarlet Devil choosing to take the fight. Another good Mangonel shot. You need a few more than a few more of those to be able to equalize this. Military mass already down to 20 for Anatan. Scarlet Devil knows he can in.
There it is. I mean, the composite bows, the Musafati warriors just got cleaned up so quickly. These archers, they're like machine guns right now, firing onto the Musafati warriors without any pierce armor. No sofas in queue. Another Mangonel in queue. But Scarlet Devil, he's just running through.
Yeah, he says, I don't see much eco here. You've been 2TC for a while. Yeah, you might not be the typical Molly, but I know you got some bills behind it. I know I could do some damage, and damage he is. 75 military to 4. There's nothing Anatan can do at this point to hold this. Cattle ranch is going to start being burnt. Cattle going to be taken down. Cal, close your eyes. You do not want to see this.
God, and behind all of this as well, Scarlet Devil, he's got the resource to go up to Imperial Age. Some walls coming in as well at the front side. And it is going to be the Culture Wing now to Imperial Age. Another keep goes up for Anatan next to the farms. So Scarlet Devil, I mean, he can make siege. He can actually just make siege forward with his units. As the Abbasset, needs to be careful though with his archers. Could be getting a couple of Rams in now.
I don't know if Scarlet Devil knows that Mangonel is the only military unit out for Anatan.
The only one. It is the only military. No, don't discount that one Imam.
Oh yeah, I can't forget that Imam. He is the
backbone of the Malian military force at the moment.
Scarlet Devil doesn't want to just dive directly into a keep again. He doesn't have the knowledge, doesn't have the information. Obviously, we do. We saw how good of a fight that was. We know how much of a lead he is in, but just doesn't want to overstep, doesn't want to take that bad fight, because that really could be the way that Anatan does come back. But I don't think there's many ways for that now.
Surely another Mangonel is going to make the difference, right? Right? Repairs coming through. Is it going to be enough? Counter repair. Spearmen trying their best. Not able to get it, actually.
Getting taken down. Spearmen are not able to get it, but those Mangonels, they are not what they once were. Unless you're starting to move into those choke points.
Some good hits coming in. More villagers being pulled for the repair. Not enough.
Anatan losing more villagers, losing more spears during this. Other spears move to the other mangonel. He's trying to fast repair that one. A horseman comes in, a second mangonel comes out, but reinforcements arrive for Scarlet Devil. He's on top of the siege workshop. Age up comes through, Imperial Age. Anatan, he's got to be thrown in the towel here soon. There's no way back in this.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way.
And not to mention an untouched 3TC economy now. Tied up series 1-1. The matchup difference is one thing, but still great play by Scarlet Devil there to execute way he needed to.
It was a matchup played out very differently. Very, very differently. We see the military value lead here. Both players just rushing up to Castle Age after getting their TCs out at the start, and man, it still kind of went really, really one-sided towards the end. The Abbasid, just a really great counter against the Malians here, and feels like maybe in this matchup, Adam got a little bit outdrafted in this one.
Yeah, at least maybe not outdrafted, but at least outpicked during the draft here, because that was a matchup that we talked about it early, and then we saw it play out. Anatan had to try to do something different, he felt, and the different game plan did not work to fruition. This is where we can actually see this is the first big time that Scarlet Devil moves out of the base and starts to move forward, and he's tripling Anatan's military. He's like, all right, let me just move under this keep. Anatan's doing the best he can. He body blocks his mangonel, perfectly circles around it. He's fighting in a choke point, trying to do what he needs to, and it's not enough. There's just too much from Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if these were the old mangonels, but this one just not doing that much damage here. Splash radius not quite as big as it used to be. And the keep, there's no boiling oil, so it's only able to attack one unit at a time. Same thing here at the end. I mean, sure, Anatan, he had to keep forward, he had to keep in the back. But the wood lines are still exposed there at the front, and the mangonels without enough defense, no military defense at the very least. Repair comes through time and time again, but it's just not enough, and this military flood behind us, I mean, as soon as Scarlet Devil even reaches the Imperial Age, you kind of know that it's over at that point.
So great execution there by Scarlet Devil, especially seeing the odd stuff. Like, I don't know about you, but if I scouted a Mali 2TC, I'd be like, what do I do? Like, I don't see this much. I don't know how to react. I mean, yeah, it might not be playing to Mali's like strong suit, but you also don't see it much, so you don't know how to play it.
Yeah, that's just something that you never, I want to say really, never really see as the Abbasid. There's this old saying, never try to outboom ABBA. It doesn't work. You can't. You cannot. There is one Civ that is like S+ tier when it comes to booming, and it has to be the Abbasid. You just can't outboom them. Doesn't matter if you're English. Doesn't matter if you're HRE. Don't try it. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, I feel like that was one where it's like, as ABBA, when you're playing and you see your opponent go with a TC, you're like, like, sweet. Should I drop another? I'll probably drop another. Might as well. You're like, I'm paying less for villagers per minute than they are, and I have an extra TC. It's just, it all works out in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, when a civilization booms against Abbasid, by the time the civilizations like go up to Castle Age, Abbasid is going to have like 2,000 food, 1,000 gold in the bank when the age up hits, and the other civilization is going to be like, yeah, I hit age up. I barely got any resource in the tank. What do I do?
Yep. Oh, but now, enough of that last one. We see next map, King of the Hill. Some people think it's a meme map. Some people think it's, a competitive map. Whatever you want to call it, it always proves to have some fun matchups and some fun gameplay on it. And it's going to be Order the Dragon, chosen by Scarlet Devil. Meanwhile, Byzantines, chosen by Anatan.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different dynamic. It's one where if you don't really respect the win condition in the middle of the map, it might trap you in a situation where you can't really get out of.
Yeah. And that's always the worst, is when like you see that sacred site starting to go down and you're like, okay, I have 10 minutes because it's the only one on that map. And it's like, I need to react now. And if you're not in a good position to start setting up a siege, setting up pressure on that middle sacred site, it can just be over from there.
Yeah,
But
could be. I mean, we're getting Order of the Dragon in though. Order of the Dragon is an interesting one because I feel like it's not been thoroughly explored. I feel like a lot of people they just look at Order of the Dragon and they're like, okay, so it's just HRE with less units. That doesn't usually play out that way. They have completely different matchup dynamics, but I guess we're about to find out how exactly this one's going to get played out now between them as we're jumping into our game number 3. Even serious at the moment. Scarlet Devil playing as the Order of the Dragon up against Anatan as the Byzantines.
Yep. And Anatan moving directly across the map wants to get some vision, I think, of Scarlet Devil's base. I know one of the old builds of the Order of the Dragon used to be barracks into that first spear to send on across, but I feel like that is a very boom bust type of build. It can either play out really well and you win early, or you lose very, very quick. Anatan's scouting pattern, though, looks like he had gotten through to Scarlet Devil's base, but which way is he going to circle back? Because I think Scarlet Devil already went and pathed south.
Oh.
And
Oh.
sure enough.
Is he going to cut him off there at the scouting point? Let's find the deer at the front side. Usually we see a lot of Order of the Dragon players go for the deer, the starting deer, with their villagers. Wait, is he actually sending his sheep back all the way?
That is so risky.
It is incredibly risky.
Oh, he's got the mill.
He's got the
mining
They're
camp,
not
the
that
mining
far
camp,
away.
Even still, though, if all of a sudden Anatan cuts right through, snags up 5-6 sheep from Order of the Dragon,
That would be
I think we
devastating.
might see an early forfeit.
Gonna see a chat message. Hey, give him back.
But Anatan is following directly behind Scarlet Devil's scout pattern, and it feels really bad when you do this. You're like, where are all the sheep? What is going on? And Scarlet Devil still has the option to cut off another one of these paths.
Ooh, Anatan spots out the scout now, though. And Scarlet Devil, is he gonna get that sheep on the right side as well? He should see it, and he is gonna pick it off as well. So good scouting here from Scarlet Devil, unless he now goes... Okay, now he's gonna be the one that's following Anatan's scout.
It's so funny how this works. It's like, oh, Scarlet Devil has such a... Oh, now it just turned completely back upside
Never
down
mind.
again.
I mean, there's not that many sheep remaining there. One sheep. So
no, yeah, not too many.
Doesn't make a big difference.
Getting the vision, getting the information you need. You want to know where these secondary resources are, where your opponent might want to expand on out to. You know, whether it's deer, whether it's berries for the Byzantines. And, start to get that olive oil generation. Minework Palace was the choice from Scarlet Devil, and let's see what else progresses from the order.
I like the Minework choice. Sure, you don't get the plus 15% economy from the Archon Chapel, but keep in mind there are some really, really cool timings that you can reach with the Minework Palace. And also, one of the most underrated technologies, I think, is Mordhau, where you remove, or rather you exchange the weapon of your Landsknechte from a sword to a halberd. And when you do that, it actually becomes fairly difficult to distinguish them from spearmen. And it's really difficult then to take engagements if your opponent has Landsknechte and spearmen. And you're just not sure, okay, is that a Landsknechte, is that a spearman? Which one do I focus with my archers? And worst case, the Mordhau hits, it applies a bleed damage. Okay, Scout doesn't go down, but it applies the bleed damage, and suddenly your entire backline is going to take a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I definitely know the pain and struggle of what you just said. There's so many times, whether it's trying to micro, whether it's I'm casting and I'm like, oh yeah, that's just some spear. Oh no, that wasn't just spears in that group mass, and all of a sudden the other side gets demolished.
Work is going to get finished up now. You already have that barracks at the moment. Pierce armor being researched immediately. Are we going to see a forward man-at-arms at an early point here now for Scarlet Devil? Barracks is very far in the back, so that man-at-arms is going to have to travel quite a distance. Yeah, it's going to take him a while.
But maybe the barracks is in the back to try to hide it from Anatan's vision, trying to make it a little surprise point when that man-at-arms does come across, because it is in queue.
It is indeed. The question is, though, is it going to be coming in before Anatan's going to be able to afford any mercenaries? Don't think it's going to be that case, because he's already got just about enough olive oil in order to start doing his first mercenaries. Question
Yeah, and
is,
Anatan
what's it gonna
scouts
be?
out that middle deer expansion that Scarlet Devil wants to move out to. So right as Scarlet Devil moves out is right as what you were saying is when Anatan's going to be able to start training his first mercs.
Mercenary is gonna be coming in now. It's probably gonna be longbows, right? But wait, no, he's making archers. It's gonna be Kashyyyks. That is something that I've seen Ravane do. Ravane, for those of you that don't know, he's a player that doesn't really play tournaments. He's the best Saudi Arabian player, typically within the top 10 on the leaderboard. And something that he likes to do with the Byzantines is go mass Kashyyyks and pump archers. Kashyyyks and just normally produce archers. Benefit is, if you make archers, you're already going to have a lot of economy on wood, meaning that your olive grove transition is going to be really easy.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it looks like Anatan's build is doing. The Kashyyyks also play very well into the men-at-arms, you know. They're able to take the charge in and then run on away and not take the extended engagements and stall those men-at-arms from doing too much, allow the archers to continue to tickle them. And Anatan's able to scout those men-at-arms moving across. He actually says, all right, there's two. I'm going to keep moving because I know exactly what to expect now.
And Kashyyyks are coming out now, but to be fair, Men-at-Arms actually still do fairly well up against the Kashyyyks. They have the same attack damage, better attack speed, and more health. Like, if the fight goes on for a little bit, the Men-at-Arms are gonna win easily.
Oh yeah, I always tell people. I always laugh when people are like, "Oh, Knights counter Men-at-Arms." It's like, or Kashyyyks counter. It's like you need to play it the right way. You need to do you get the charge damage and then you just bounce back out. You cannot take the extended engagements, or else you are falling into the trap.
The Gilded Men-at-Arms are also just built differently.
Yes, they indeed are. All those Order of the Dragon units built a little bit different. You know, one unit is not really one unit there.
Behind this, just looking at the income, like Scarlet Devil's food economy, absolutely through the roof at the moment. Granted, that's in exchange for Anaton just having a lot of wood income as well. Be interesting to see if Scarlet Devil now just opts to go into maybe something like Horsemen as well. Because Horsemen could not just deal with the archers, they could also deal with the Kashyyyks.
Yeah, the Kashyyyks in smaller numbers definitely start to get poked and prodded out, especially by Gilded Horsemen that are so strong. Again, there's so many times where Order of the Dragon units you get baited into like oh, it's just one horseman, and it's like no, that's one Gilded Horseman.
Kashyyyks are roaming around now. There's a lot of villagers on gold at the moment for Scarlet Devil. Those could be targeted down. And it looks like that is gonna be the target. Villagers getting pulled away early though. Scarlet Devil does pay attention there. Isn't gonna lose any villagers to that.
And those 5 Men-at-Arms
idling
are
them out.
trying to run forward without vision, though. And those, while Anatan doesn't have the counter unit because archers don't do the greatest against them, he does have a lot of units over there.
He does. And army makes like the mass makes a difference here. 100% it does. Horseman is getting revealed now. Kashyyyks are gonna move around again.
Oh,
are gonna
and
get
a
a kill.
good circle around pickup.
Scarlet Devil
Brings the low health Kashyyyk back away. So Scarlet Devil has the choice that he has to make. Do I try to kill the low health Kashyyyk? Do I try to defend my villagers? Or a little bit of both?
Something interesting behind this. We have Anaton with 2 villagers on stone the entire time, meaning that he can slowly build up his cisterns, and once he reaches cistern level 5, his villagers are going to be pretty much equal to the Order of the Dragon villagers when it comes to the gather speed. 26 compared to 28% bonus.
Mm-hmm. And Anatan is able to move out to that next berry pack, but I think Scarlet Devil has a scout that just spotted it on out. So a couple different options to go to. Sends a few of those horsemen down that way. Anatan, though, runs right by him.
That's a lot of Kashyyyks. 6 Kashyyyks making their way over. Scarlet Devil had like 1 or 2 spearmen at his goal that could be good for him. Doesn't have the resource for it at the moment, though.
Anatan's
Horseman
berries,
will catch
though.
some units.
Yeah. A lot of archers there, though. Again, might not be the
Two
counter
horsemen.
unit, but they are at least good in numbers, especially that many. Keshik's distracting out the slow men-at-arms, and another villager should fall.
They do.
Good pickup by Anatand. Was able
Now
to
Limit
clean up.
switch as well.
Yeah.
And a lot of olive groves behind this. That is what I talked about. Like, just having that wood income that you get from making a lot of archers means that at any one point in time, you're just able to drop a couple of these olive groves and just get a really, really smooth food transition going.
Yeah, and now the Limit switch allows him to keep raiding with the Keshiks and not feel bad about moving anywhere with his archers. Because beforehand, if he all of a sudden moves out with his Keshiks and 7, 8 gilded horsemen are able, or even 5 gilded horsemen are able to close the gap on an archer mass like that, they can get cleaned up so quickly, but not with a few Limitané there.
Gold count. Anton just pulled a lot of villagers over to gold, has a lot of food in the bank, so I feel like maybe this is just going to be the age up transition now for him. He does have a lot of cisterns, so if he reaches age up now, he's going to unlock the full value of the Golden Horn Tower.
Yeah, exactly. But Scarlet Devil, it does not want to let any age up happen. He wants to get some damage done with this men-at-arms play he was choosing. Some more villagers out onto the berries, and now the men-at-arms are coming, and Anatand reacts very, very well. Villagers headed on back. Limitané might fall, but he has the rest of his army near and dear at home.
Could burn the cistern down, but yeah, Anatand could soon go up now. Use a couple more limit now up. The men-at-arms, they're just going for it.
Scarlet Devil taking the fight. Taking a
I mean, the
lot of
men-at-arms are
damage from
tanky.
these archers, but they are so tanky. Limitané just need to push away through the horsemen, not allow the horsemen to get on top of that archer mass. And Scarlet Devil still choosing to tank the fight under the TCs with all the archers there.
There aren't like that many villagers inside the TC though, so it's not fully kitted out right now with the arrow fire, only 9 inside. And the military mass from Anatand just going down.
It is. He's not even firing with the archers anymore. A lot of the units are somewhat low health, but still just so tanky. Akratoy defense called, like you said, and the villagers all pull out their spears that they are now equipped with and want to clean up this push from Scarlet Devil.
Looks like they are going to be successful in doing so. A couple of villagers go down, but it's not even that many. Anatand's completely fine after this one. Granted, a lot of the military from Anatand did get taken down to 2 Keshiks, 3 Limitané, and 12 archers. It's not enough to really push out to now into Scarlet Devil's base, but he still has enough resources to be able to age up here in just a little bit of time. Even gave him a little bit of additional gold bank now to research more upgrades as soon as he reaches the age up.
Yeah, I feel like this is the real big problem for Scarlet Devil now. It's like if he had like gotten more damage, if Anatand loses more villagers there, maybe it's worth it. But now Anatand goes castle, still has a military lead, and like you said, has extra gold for upgrades now, whereas Scarlet Devil will be forced to reinforce more into Feudal Age. He's got to invest more into some Feudal Age units, and Anatand's going to have the correct counter for those units now.
Yeah, Golden Horn Tower now coming in. 20 villagers rushing that one up. And never underestimate the Golden Horn Tower. With 5 cisterns around it, it's worth like 11 villagers worth of 3 units.
Yeah, and
It's
so
a big eco boost. In terms of military.
And he's already at that level 4 water level, so only 1 water level away, and should easily be able to extend that out if he so desires. Age up comes through. Scarlet Devil says, "All right, I'm going for this one again. I dove the TC before. This time I have to do it now.
I'll do it again."
Oof.
Same time, Keshik's raiding again though. We are getting crossbows in now, so is going to have a better answer to the men-at-arms.
And I believe I saw some villagers there idle for Scarlet Devil when we hovered and panned, seeing those knights do some raiding and more damage. Harder to get reinforcements forward for Scarlet Devil, and this is just giving Anatand the timing that he needs. Horsemen yet again cleared up. There is 1 men-at-arms left on that front side, and yet again Anatand didn't really lose too much here.
Yeah, I mean, there is idle time being caused, right? And Scarlet Devil might be getting a timing in behind this where he can also go for his own age up now. I'm not sure. First Monk is now coming out for Anaton as well. So it's going to be able to get a head start on the relics out on the map.
Scarlet Devil dropping Burgrave. But how much is this going to have behind it? We saw him move out to the deer or move out to the boar, but will he be able to stay on that boar for long? Anatan starting to, I think, take some reinforcements into the center, drop an outpost on the center, go onto the stone in the center, and secure up those relics and the sacred site.
Yeah, we do have an outpost at least at the gold, so it's going to have an answer to the units from Anaton coming out. Well, it's not directly on the gold, actually. So, yeah, this is going to have to be evacuated. Does still have that Burgrave going for himself, though. First upgrade is coming in. It's going to upgrade those men-at-arms. Fifth Cistern is coming in behind all of this now for Anaton as well.
And he has now put a timer on Scarlet Devil. 10 minutes, and you have to deny this sacred site. And this is 10 minutes when Scarlet Devil is already on the back foot. He's already behind in eco. He's already behind in military.
Ooh. And there's a single Varangian guard moving over to the deer right as Scarlet Devil sends a lot of villagers out there.
And I think there's one going to the boar too. Oh, good return rate though. Oh, it's not just one, it's Keshiks. This is, oh no. No reaction yet.
No. Oh, he's realized. Okay, he realized.
And these are order villagers. This is not a normal villager fallen. These are order of the dragon villagers. Another. I think he hit one or two more go down.
3 went down total.
And that's your boar villagers too. That's where you need them working the most right now. Most efficient villagers, most efficient gather rate that you got.
One villager went down over here as well. Looks like after all, Anaton managed to kill more villagers.
Doubling down.
He's pulling back. He's pulling back. He doesn't have the resource that he needs for any crossbow as well. He put up the archery range.
The villagers are running, but they got nowhere to go. They got a few men-at-arms and horsemen in the base, but these are Varangian guards chasing them. Anatan's got a crossbow mass kind of posturing towards the middle of the hill and starting to wall behind this to prevent any return raids. And no, he just led the Varangians to the wood line.
Oh no, that is so much damage now being caused here. I mean, it's the idle time at least, but he's not pulling the villagers. There we go, villager pull now happening. One villager does go down.
Close your eyes. There's more units coming. There's not enough room in the town center. Anatan is going to cause a wreckage. That's another 5 villagers down.
He did just kill a lot, yeah. I mean, overall economy looking very, very solid for Anaton now by comparison. TC not quite focusing the right units there. Got a little bit stuck up there on the, hung up on the men-at-arms. The horsemen. I feel like this is good picks off here.
Crossbows focusing down those gilded men-at-arms. The archers not really doing too much against anything at this point, but hey, they're there. They're part of the fight. And most important thing is Anatan's
sacred site
reinforcements. I think it's an outpost, unless he's dropping a keep now. Oh, he's dropping a keep now. Oh,
he had a lot of villagers on stone over there, so is able to get that keep up now.
And this is one where I feel like Anatan didn't even need the keep. He could have just put full gas on forward, but I don't think he knew how much damage that raid was just going to do, or how much he was going to cause Scarlet Devil to be on the back foot here. Scarlet Devil scouts out the keep, but it's at 98% almost. It is done.
Yeah, not something you can take down. Scarlet Devil right now behind this is starting to mass up Landsknechte. 4 out on the field already. We don't see any more archers coming in from Anaton. Instead, it's going to be crossbows. Those don't do any bonus damage, though. Villager is going to go down. Keshik's just diving underneath the TC. Another one. Ooh, Scarlet Devil losing a lot there.
And look at how fast these villager picks have added up. It's 1 here, it's 2 here, it's 3 over here. And all of a sudden, Anatan's at an 18 villager lead, albeit Scarlet Devil produces a little bit slower, but not 18, 19 villagers slower.
Yeah, these things do really add up. Outpost is getting rushed up there at the front side. Scarlet Devil was trying to get the deer. Is going to go up from the looks of it. And Anaton just getting more stone behind this. Is he trying to go for another keep behind this?
Yeah, I think he just drops a forward keep on the sacred site next to the other stone and then just keeps it going.
Keeps it going, yeah. Relic split pretty evenly between the two. I want to say, like, Order isn't out yet. We saw the earlier fight, just how well it went for Skull Devil.
I don't know.
If Skull Devil's able to, like this right now, it's only Varangian Guards and Golems. They cannot take an engagement against the Landsmächte.
They could take
Just not gonna
engagements against
happen.
villagers. More
They're busy.
villagers.
They're busy chasing after a couple of units here. Keshik's getting a raid in.
And of Varangians there already. This is just, Anatan is everywhere in the economy, and every time we
No
look back,
walls.
these are no longer all full health villagers where it takes 5, 6, 7 shots. Now we're starting to see where he comes back and 3, 4 of the villagers are low health. He's able to get extra picks in this way. One more shot here, another villager falling. Scarlet Devil's down to 37 economy.
And another one going down again.
And he just ungarrisoned too
It's
early.
too much.
He's over it. He's over
Yeah,
with it.
it's too many. Too many villagers went down there.
This is one of those that you look down, like all of a sudden you're playing the game, you look down at the bottom left and you're like, I have how many villagers on food? No, where did all my villagers go?
Yeah, we know where they went. We see the economy count. And Grant, I feel like Skull Devil, even after Antant reached Castle Age, I feel like this was maybe still doable for him. We saw that one just great trade where the Horseman is, as soon as Antant is just out of position once, he could lose a lot of his military force. And it happened once. Military value dipping in the minus there for Antant. In the end, just wasn't quite enough. The villager kills adding up. Anatan just everywhere on the sides. Walls came up for him. And just like that, Anton now in the lead once again in the set.
Yeah, checking y'all some of these replays. I think we're about to show y'all right off the bat. My guess is going to be Scarlet Devil's base dive here. And indeed it is. So while this is like, it didn't go the worst, it just didn't turn out to be anything successful. And in reality, if he had probably just continued to produce a little bit, he's the one that goes up to castle and gets upgrades on these units. Now all of those archers in Castle Age just become pretty worthless, and those units that Scarlet Devil have become that much stronger, that much harder to deal with.
I actually think that this was a pretty decent trade overall, because sure, you're trading out your military for your opponent's military, but like overall, it's better for you as the Order of the Dragon when your opponent doesn't have like a really big mass when it goes into the next age. Instead, I think he doubled down a little bit too long. Like you can tell, he produced like an additional 4, 5 horsemen, another 3, 4 men-at-arms. If he just went up behind this, like there was so many idle villagers throughout all of this for Anatan, and still the military trade out wasn't that bad for him. I think this could have definitely worked out for him a lot better, but he still got out at an okay position, I want to say. It's just that after that, too many villagers getting picked off there, definitely hurting his economy there in the long run.
Yeah, Anatan was all over the map with just a Keshik here and there, a Varangian guard here and there, and we could see Scarlet Devil, he's at 43 villagers now at 17 minutes, and he just continues to dip down, or I think he was at 40 villagers at like the 15-minute mark, and it just never really was able to increase. This was the really one that just called it here. It was another, I want to say like 7 or 8 villagers that fell from this bush.
Yeah, down now 12 villagers after that one, and it just starts adding up a lot. But now we're going to be seeing the next map coming in. It's going to be Kalogger. We're going to see Japan versus French. Going to take a quick look at our group phase here once again. Looks like Beastie. Me and Micah managed to take a game off Beastie. All right, all right.
All right, so 3-1 Beastie. So we won't see any more chatters asking why aren't we covering the Beastie game, as he has won.
Yeah, that's one thing that I can tick off my bingo list there.
There we go. Now checking in on the next group, we'll see if some of these other series have started yet, or if they are still watching, staring at each other 0-0, waiting for the hype.
And indeed it is. Hasn't begun. Puppy Pokovness, that is going to be another set that we'll be casting today. And there we go. Yeah, there's the predictions. 10 for Tim being pretty impartial here.
Yeah, he didn't want to lean towards one side or the other. He didn't want to act like, he's going to be a little bit unfair or not.
So a couple people actually did predict that Baltim's gonna pick a game off there. I didn't expect, like, I don't think anybody expected 2 games though to go Baltim's way. That's kind of crazy. I guess Tim could come in now and be like, yeah, 3-2, that's my prediction.
Well, Tim actually has Baltoon's face on there, so we're gonna say that Tim chose Baltoon to win. He just didn't want to give a score, right?
Yeah, true.
And same thing
True,
for
true,
the
true.
Wham Mahoto game, you know. And Anatan Scarlet, he's picking all the underdogs over here apparently.
All right. Anton vs. Scarlet Devil still going on, so we'll see how that one is going to go as we're jumping into our game number 4 now, here on Kilauger. Anton picking the Japanese against Scarlet Devil, playing as the French. And I gotta say, when it comes to like these picks from Scarlet Devil, or not just Scarlet Devil, but also by extension Louis and CSO, because there definitely is a little bit of a strategic mindset or like a meta bubble going on when it comes to the regions of players. Because we see time and time again incredible performances on civilizations like French and Jeanne d'Arc out of our Chinese players like LuMT, like CSO, like Scarlet Devil, that just defy what we're used to seeing in tournament play.
Yeah, and we already saw it today. It wasn't French versus Japanese, but it was JD versus Japanese on 4 lakes, and it proved to be very, very effective. You know, those little slight upgrades, the docks for the French civilizations now providing some population space, you know, gives them a little bit of that extra early tempo, and that's what French is all about, is that early tempo. Get some knights out, make your opponent be the one on the back foot.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, on this map as well, you got the forward gold, right? That is going to be a prime target for aggression for Scarlet Devil against Anatan.
Absolutely. And we can actually see here that Anatan's dock positioning is super far forward in like the mid map, it looks like. So I'm not sure what's the exact reasoning behind that on the but I guess just as Japanese, not as worried about maybe some of that aggression.
First couple of fishing ships are coming in. Anatan now already out on gold. Same for Scarlet Devil. Deer getting lamed. Well, are they getting lamed or are they getting pushed into his base?
I think he was trying to kill them before they before they got pushed all the way in, but in reality, he was helping push them in.
Yeah, Anton being an ally there.
And so Scarlet Devil will slowly ease an eco lead because of the French TC production, and I think he just got that first fishing boat in queue maybe a slight bit early. But even still now, the question is I think we saw Japanese, Demu did not opt for the Shinobi. I think Anakan, especially on this map, will think different.
Yeah, it would be quite surprising. Now Deer getting pushed in for Scarlet Devil as well. But yeah, it would be very surprising if Anatan went for anything other than the Coca landmark here.
Yeah, it's on this map. I feel like it can prove to be that much more effective. And Scarlet Devil already, I think, reacted with an outpost on the gold, or was maybe even. I think he was dropping a little pressure outpost on his on the orange gold. No, it was a house. I'm an idiot. But that's where the Shinobi can prove to be effective, and not only hitting the docks, but also the gold and Shinobi. While the charge damage does a ton against them, if they group up, they can actually close in and take out some knights themselves too.
That's true. That's true. At the same time as well, like if you're able to get away like micro Shinobi out of a fight, they do have passive health regeneration working for them, so they can come back stronger after losing a lot of HP in a fight. Could work out very, very well for them. Yeah, in a one-on-one fight, the knight is still gonna win.
Oh,
Just a lot more health on those guys.
And Scarlet Devil going ahead, dropping the mill, which means should be a wheelbarrow coming on through, would be my guess. As the French, they love their eco upgrades, super, super cheap, and just very efficient for them.
Yeah, and you can still easily afford that knight as soon as the age up comes in. Couple walls coming in now, in case there's a counter dock from Scarlet Devil. There's not one out yet. Do we see a dock attempt from Anatan? Doesn't look like any of these players right now are going for a dock on the opposing side.
I think it's going to be one of these that both players for now are just going to have a little bit of extra eco behind their feudal ages, and Anatan's the one who's been able to make a few more fishing boats, but this is a map with no deep water fish, so it is a diminishing return.
Look at that. Scout immediately sees what's going on here. As the Shinobi is moving out. A wall is coming in now for Scarlet Devil behind this. First Knight probably moving towards that side as well. Scout is blocking.
Not coming through. Scarlet Devil needs to look. He's scouting. He's doing a great job scouting the Shinobi, but in reality, he's going to be losing a villager. And Anatan
is pulling
has
back
his
with
own
the Knight.
dock building. There's a...
Just in time.
Just in time indeed, but more importantly, Scarlet Devil needs to scout out the dock that's being built with that Knight and go deny the dock.
Shinobi is trying to make it out alive, but surely isn't gonna be happening here. There we go. Is getting
First
picked off now.
Shinobi taken down. Second Shinobi is taking the fight against the Knight. And see, this is one where I'm talking about. I'm always surprised at how decent the Shinobi do there.
Oh, is getting the Knight. Yeah, Knight does go down. It's a lot of value, especially considering that these Knights cost double what a Shinobi costs. So sure, you lose 2 Shinobi, but you get the Knight, so it's an even trade at the end of the day.
And there's the outpost I was expecting. I just jumped the gun a little bit early, but outpost, it has to happen when there's Shinobi out on the field. If not, all of a sudden your gold van villagers could, you look back and they're all gone.
Yeah, and you can't make it late as well, because if you make it late, the Shinobi can sabotage the building while it's being built, and then just goes down instantly.
And speaking of going down, Villager gets taken down. Scarlet Devil loses an economic unit, but is going to be trying to pick up a few more of these Shinobi. There are 3 of them versus 2 Knights. Anatan taking the fight, but another Knight is helping in reinforcements. These 3 Shinobi are not long for this world unless a Springle Chip pops out.
There is a Springle Chip.
And a 4th Shinobi here as well. So in reality, perfect timing for that arrival. Shinobi going to be moving forward. Anatan wants to start denying the water on the other side.
That's a big mass of Shinobis out right now. To be fair, if Scarlet Devil gets like, probably don't want to go for a ship now, at least not for an archer ship. Now that there's already, a Springle Chip in. Nice.
He's like, look, I'm not getting raided on my wood line.
Yeah,
It's
these
just not gonna
villagers are
happen.
safe. That's a gated community right here.
I wonder if he's gonna do the Magna walls on the gold too.
Little sabotage coming in on the dock. Scarlet Devil, I think he's just gonna surrender that dock positioning. Eric's now coming in as well, so Spearman coming in shortly. Scarlet Devil, do we have an archer range from him yet at all, or is it just Knights? Because he still has a lot in the queue when it comes to Knights. It is not an archer range, it's just gonna be a second stable, so definitely just doubling down on that Knight play.
If you're going up against only Shinobi, you just have to get the vision and the location of the Shinobi, and the Knights will work out fine. Like we're seeing, he just picked up another one of the Shinobi. The spears are starting to be produced for Anatan, so getting a little bit more in this defensive game, knowing he needs to do that. But another Shinobi gets taken out for no reason. That's 2-3 Shinobis fallen.
Yeah. I'm not sure, but I think that outpost doesn't have an emplacement on it yet.
Don't believe it does.
Yeah, it does not.
No
So
emplacements
if the Knights,
and no fortification.
Yeah, and Scarlet Devil, he is getting the +1 Pierce Armor in. Fishing chips are going to get taken down, slowly but surely. Now Anaton is going to start taking the shoreline fish over there. Well, Shinobi gets picked off instantly. Knight's about to have their +1 Pierce Armor, going for the dive now. Both the Spearmen go down.
There aren't a lot of villagers inside the town center either. Anatan walled them all in the wood line. So the Knights, they're just causing idle time. They're just
Yeah, they're having a fun time. They can take down the mining camp now, though.
The fortification never came through, like I said.
He's in queue now, but yeah, that's not coming through.
With 10 Knights there, that gets burned down so quickly. Shinobi trying to pick off some of the reinforcing Knights. Villagers gonna play the jump in and out. There's actually a path out. Anatan, is he gonna be able to jump out and get on home in time?
I don't think so. Yeah,
no,
that's
he
not
is
happening.
not. Oh, only
Couple,
2
maybe?
fall. Only 2 fall.
Off the knight that's chasing is low health. Yeah, Skeleton was pulling back, but damage has been done overall. And if he's able to get these knights out, heal them back up, he's going to be in a better position. Having these high value... 1 HP, are you kidding me? No, keep him alive, keep him alive!
Oh, he stays alive.
Down.
But another one goes down. There were a couple low health knights into there, but Anatan behind this, even though he lost a couple villagers on to his gold mine, where he's making up for it is both sides of fishing. He has both rivers secured for himself, so he can slowly start eking out an extra fishing boat here and there.
Oh, Spearman, brace, not successful. And now they're a little bit out of position here. Knight's not getting the charge off, though.
Oh, he's trying to get in the position to get. Yeah, he's trying to do the step back to get the charge. Gold is no longer secured by any means. Anatan, he might be in a little bit of some trouble here if he's wanting to go up to castle, but in reality, all he needs to do is pump spears and actually horsemen out like he is now too.
Horseman I'm not sure about, because Scarlet Devil, he's just being very insistent on his knights and knight-only play at the moment.
I think the horseman's more for just running around the base and making Scarlet Devil pick a few knights off and, you know, send them on home and try to do the chase the horseman game, which doesn't work.
I'm not too sure if it's needed right now, because Anton, he does have the scaling going for him. He's even going for the deep, well, not the deep fish, but like the fish that are very far.
Yeah,
the deep dock over there.
Scarlet Devil
is in Anton's favor here at the
He's
moment.
still on that front side gold, but he has made the move to go into the backside gold too. Should start to be running lower on those initial food resources since Anatan has taken both rivers. So I think that's the game that Anatan can play as well, is pressure the food resources that Scarlet Devil has. Make the French try to, you know, farm transition early, because that's the last thing French can do. If they have to farm transition, they usually lose.
Yep. Anton does spot out the villagers on the berries. Knight is going to be there, though, to defend.
And the archer play finally coming through from Scarlet Devil. And Anatan spots it out right as it does.
Yeah, will do so. Still a good amount of knights here at the front side.
Anatan making the steps forward, though. He's on to the berries, and this is where we're talking about Scarlet Devils now being idled out of the food. Harder to keep up that night production, but fortunately, he has made this the archer transition, or starting to make that archer transition now.
Here we go. Knights doing a good job even up against those spearmen.
Yeah, none of the knights fell there. A shinobi and a spear fell. Horseman picked up on the backside as well.
Scarlet Devil has some serious food issues, though, at the moment, while Anatan has like almost 1,000 food per minute going for him at the moment. He's now re-fortifying that gold mine at the front side with an outpost.
Let's see if he decides to get use the stone on that outpost this time, or if he maybe has a little bit of some oversight again.
Definitely something that he will want to make use of. Villagers. Oh, that's not going to be in time. Yeah, outpost is getting denied. And once again, no gold income for Anatan. Well, Archer count starting to climb up slowly but surely. Night control so far has been really, really good from Scarlet Devil, but Spearman count is rising rapidly. Osman able to run through, pulling back the entire military at the moment from Scarlet Devil. All right, doing a good job there, splitting off his military.
And this is kind of where I was talking about where the horsemen are being effective. It's forcing Scarlet Devil to pull knights out, pull knights back, and it's causing a little bit of idle time, a little bit of damage. Scarlet Devil's just not able to press forward as much. But as I say, that good raid comes in on Anatan's gold vein that he tried to move out to. Holy Spearman mass, though.
That's a couple.
Just a
spearmen
few
here and there. I mean, you know, for every knight, you want to have like at least 2 spearmen, and Scarlet Devil has a lot of knights, so it makes sense to have this many spearmen.
Not too many shinobi left out on the field left, only 4 or so, and that's really one where their value diminishes quite heavily as the game goes on. Early on, they were very, very scary and strong, but then as unit masses get bigger, as outposts and static defenses come down, those Shinobi really lose their attraction.
Yeah. You kind of don't want to make them, like, after 10 minutes into the game. They do get picked off really, really quickly, and they still cost a decent amount of resources, half of which is gold.
Looks like Anatan wants to take the fight. He has the numbers here. Shinobi, Horseman. Horseman have the movement speed, so those low health knight, that 2 health knight should go down if Anatan wanted.
TC.
Oh, well. TC helps him on out. Or, oh, and Scarlet Devil, he's having to move further and further out for this food. That's what we talked about. That's going to be his... No! Oh, village.
Oh, he noticed. Okay. Thank God.
But this is definitely going to be his pain point. It's all the food he's had. Look at how far he is in the mid-map. He's closer to Anatan's base than he is his now.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little vision that you get forward, right? But this is feeling very rough at the moment for Scarlet Devil. And he's got so much military in at the moment. Granted, most of it is Spearman, and Scarlet Devil does have the theoretical counter against it. Lots of gold at the bank as well for Scarlet Devil.
I feel like Anatan almost has enough spears, though, to take the fight against the archers, too, with the horsemen that he has. The archers can't continue to kite away because of how many spears there actually are.
Yeah. It is a lot.
Demo ship. Oh my gosh. Imagine a demo ship right now.
That would be crazy.
He's queuing it up. It's just a little too late. Oh, no. If he had the idea just a little bit earlier.
That would have been a lot of damage coming in. Nope. Goes down beforehand. Scarlet Devil, though, lost another 2 villagers there on the berries. Horseman being active. Knights coming in, though, to defend now.
Outpost denied. And then forces the knights on back and away. Anatan taking this time to go put the floating gate. And Scarlet Devil, he's trying to match that Castle Age timing too. He's 200 food away, but that's what's constantly being idled. That's constantly what's being pressured, and he doesn't have a long-term food resource for himself.
Yeah, Royal Institute now coming in. Doesn't really have another choice here. He's got a lot of knights out. Guildhall is not going to pay off in time, and we see 3 villagers over here that could be getting picked off once again.
Anatan just doing the drive-by here. He's getting vision, getting knowledge, and sees the Royal Institute. This might be where he decides to go for it.
Villagers could turn around.
Able to kill one and just run on away again. Oh, I didn't even notice he split off one of the horsemen on the wood line.
Yes.
Still,
How did he split that one off? I didn't notice that. Orange and yellow, man. Looks like Scarlet Devil hasn't noticed as well. Oh.
He's still getting the pings. The villagers are still there. The villagers came back. Horsemen, though, they get cut off on the run back around. Archers able to get some damage. About all those horsemen are under half health.
Oh, the mass of infantry now moving forward. It's so many spearmen. Now, with the upgrade coming as well behind it. How do you take this fight? You can't. And there's a lot of mounted samurai now coming out as well. So he's going to have a good frontline tank as well. Archers.
Shinobi here to help, but mainly just spears. Knights are trying to arrive. There's a huge spear mess, though. And this is where I was saying the archers are trying to kite back, and ultimately they're still getting some connections from the spears. Mounted Samurai arrive. First 2 run right into the mass of Scarlet Devil. Military masses are pretty even now at this point, and that is definitely favoring Scarlet Devil because of the value. 20 Royal Knights with Royal Institute.
Yeah, veterancy on the archers in now as well. Scarlet Devil is behind significantly in the economy. Anton now investing into sprinkle emplacements. Ooh, he's gonna find some villagers
still
again.
Circling. He's done such a good job in all of these games with just splitting off a few units and just getting damage, idle time, villager picks here and there. It all ends up adding up, and those villagers, 8 villagers, having to run on away yet again.
Yeah, that's right. A couple more villagers will go down again. Not quite at a point yet where Scarlet Devil can... Actually, he's got 5 knights in queue. That's a lot. That's a lot. We don't have any upgrades from the Royal Institute now yet, though.
Look at what Anatan's transitioning into. He says Mounted Samurai, yes, but I see some Onimushas on the way.
Interesting, but there's still so many archers out on the field. Batted up as well. Oh, that wall isn't finished.
I feel like he's almost going to replace the horseman position with the Onimusha. Now the knights can't chase down that raiding unit of the Onimusha. What's he going to do to deal with it? He can't split his archers back home. That they need to be forward and mass together. So that's kind of where I feel like Anatan's going to use this, not to take the head-on engagements, but just to continue to keep Scarlet Devil on the back foot.
We are getting Royal Bloodlines in now, though, for Scarlet Devil. So all of the knights that he still has alive, 27 and counting, are going to have a lot more value behind them, even more.
Yep, and I think that's the timing that Scarlet Devil needs. He's getting Royal Bloodlines, he's getting Candled Saddles. He is ready to get this timing push with those pseudo-Imperial Age upgrades.
He's going to have to take a fight soon, though, I feel like, because Anaton, his food income, his economy overall is just looking so much better. He's getting soon close to, like, 200 of 200 pop.
Yeah, he definitely has quite a significant lead over here against Scarlet Devil. But again, the value of the military right now for Scarlet Devil is what I would be afraid of from Anatan. There's always that point against the French where they get those upgrades in, they all in, and you just don't, you have the numbers, you just don't have the text that you need to deal with it.
The upgrade is in now. Royal Bloodlines is through. Are we going to see the engagement now coming in for Scarlet Devil? Has the archer count. And there's no villagers close to the TC. Actually, no, mind. Wait, yeah, these aren't villagers. These are the spearmen running inside now.
And Scarlet Devil finally getting textiles in. Feel like that could have been used a little bit earlier. Anatan positioning the relic to defend this as well. So if Scarlet Devil takes the dive, there's going to be a nice wall load. There it is. Scarlet Devil immediately has to turn around. More and more damage that's going to be coming down from that TC. And the mass, just a little bit of delay here. Anatan, he's ready to defend this. He's ready to take this
Mangonel.
fight. Mangonel.
Oh, this could be huge. Big shot, big shot!
Oh, huge shot there. Knights diving into the spears. Anatan loves this fight so far. Happy with it. Scarlet Devil has the position back. The Knights are still taking the engagement. And Scarlet Devil's numbers are falling so fast. Mangonel just cleans up the rest of the archers.
Where are the archers? They're not here anymore. The Bannerman aura as well on the spearmen, just dishing out so much damage here. Anatan.
Now, Anatan gets to have the full gas forward. He's ready to go towards the base of Scarlet Devil. All that forward food positioning that Scarlet Devil was taking advantage of, that he had to take, is now thrown right down the drain. There needs to be a farm transition, but there can't be a farm transition. Anatan took the fight that he needed to close out that game, defended it perfectly there with the Mangonel.
Yeah, well, Mangonel just got so much value, and once again, more villagers going down here. God. And this big mass of infantry, all of them able to burn down buildings as well. And Scarlet Devil doesn't have the counter on the field anymore. Mangonel coming up forward now as well. Just like that, outpost goes down. Villagers inside get picked off now.
And I feel like that Scarlet Devil had some chances, had some timings in this game, but with forward farms, forward bases, forward outposts that are all falling, there doesn't seem to be much hope left. Anatan is ready to secure this series for himself and ready to move on along.
Yeah, the farms, the front, everything now being just burned down. Not enough archers here. Good Mangonel shot again. It's just been the theme of the game, right? Like earlier we saw Mangonels for Anatan as the Malians not looking so good, but now in this situation they're having a much different impact.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you when your units aren't microed and the Mangonel hits where it needs to hit, they still get the job done. They still do the correct thing, but you still need to micro against the Mangonel.
Knights jumping on
he
it.
tries to go for the Mangonel, but that's not worth it. You just lost like 6 Knights for 1 Mangonel.
So many more Knights going down. He's not peeling back. It's just an endless flood from Anatan, and GG gets called. Anatan able to win the set 3-1.
A fun series. Scarlet Devil had opportunities, but Anatan still proved to be the victor there. You can see the villager count. You can see the total unit count and composition. The military value all on Scarlet Devil's side, but that's not the only thing that matters.
Yeah, unit count on his side until Mangonel suddenly hit there. Man, the economy count, like so much economy killed in the mid game all throughout. Anatan being incredibly active with his horsemen. Maybe a little bit of a slow reaction time and time here from Skull Devil, pulling back the villagers or just getting outposts up a little bit earlier on those economy kills. But man, still overall, for Skull Devil's first like really major tournament appearance, he's playing really well. Like nerfs have to definitely play into it as well.
Absolutely. Oh, nerfs have to play into it. When you're on the big stage for the first time, it's definitely coming in. But hey, he got a win. He got that one knocked out. It's not like he's, out of the tournament now. There's going to be the elimination games that he'll have a chance for.
Exactly. All right, taking a look at the replay at that point in time, Skull Devil looking pretty good here. He did lose his fishing income on the right-hand side, but is able to take, like so far, he took some really, really good trades, destruction value in his favor, up against the Shinobi, up against the Spearman. Villagers also getting picked off here at the front side. Definitely, like this time it was really good for Skull Devil.
Yeah, this is one too. I will say a little bit of an oversight. You called out that outpost didn't have any upgrades. I want to say like 2 minutes before that push happened, and he had the stone to get arrow slits. He had the stone to get fortifications, and just none of them came through. And it proved to be a point that actually made Anatan kind of get on the back foot here. But so many good return rates. I'm actually look at that.
There it is. That's where he split it off.
Okay, that was such a good split there by Anatan. Just takes one of the horsemen, keeps it into the wood line. The rest of the units bait the whole army across. He ends up getting an extra 2-3 villagers here, and right after this too, there's about 10 villagers that end up killing the horsemen, and just so much value just from that one little play. And this was the fight that really proved to be the decider. The value is actually on Scarlet Devil's side, even though the numbers don't show it. But Anatan just has all the counter units, and the Mangonel pops out. Look at this first shot from the Mangonel.
We're at 33 archers, and then Mangonel just hit so many, and we're immediately at 29.
Oh my gosh. And that first shot is just all he needs. The second shot too here, I think it's maybe the third one. Even all of them. They're able to hit 4, 5, 6 different archers every single time. This is it.
Yeah.
Oh! That was like 7 falling in one shot, and then there's just nothing to help clean up the spears. It's also really hard to micro these fights with the archers because you need to be hitting the spears, but the spears are sitting on top of mounted samurais, and there's also 45 of those spears. So very, very fun game decider there from Anatan, and again, he gets to move on to the next round.
Yeah, indeed. And that worked really, really well there for Anatan overall with that strategy.
Now we're about halfway through the series, through the sets. Not about halfway. We are halfway through the sets of the series today that we're casting. We can kind of show the next series, and then I think we're maybe take. Oh,
it looks
doing
like
a quick Anatan with interview with Anatan. Anatan with interview.
All right. There he is. Yo, Anatan, congratulations. Congratulations. How are you feeling, man? Oh, I cannot hear him. Mic check. Hello? Is it on me? Anatan, can you try talking again? Maybe I can hear you now.
Is your mic muted, Anatan? Someone's saying his mic's red. Doesn't that mean it's muted?
It's the glow of victory. All right, we're trying to figure out what's going on there in the meantime.
Well, you can see how happy he is on the win.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, we're gonna do it a little bit differently. Okay, Anatan, what was your opinion so far of Scaldell? Obviously, it was his first like major debut in an S tier tournament. Not if you think that it was really, really good. Okay, we're not getting any nods, but we got the emotions in. We got the emotions in.
Blink twice for yes, blink 3 times for no.
All right, we're getting confused staring at the moment, but um, yeah, thumbs up, well played on all sides.
Oh my gosh. Well,
we tried.
we'll try to get some things fixed up for the next series and the next interview. Everyone, big shout out to Anatan. Great series there, but unfortunately we cannot hear him.
Yeah. All right. He's not going anywhere, though. He just won his set. So we're going to see him soon again, bring us the amazing games that he's been known to do so far. Next up, we're checking up where we're going to go from here. So we do still have a lot more sets coming your way. It's going to be a lot more going on. But first, we're going to take a short break. Next up, we're going to be bringing you Vortex versus B after just a couple of minutes. So stay tuned, and we'll see you in just a couple of moments. All right, we're back. Thank you guys so much for sticking around because now it is going on. EGC Masters Winter is right here, and we got our next set on the table, Vortex vs. B, and we're seeing a special map this time around in the map draft. That's right, you can already see it, Dabs, and it's going to be moving out that joins us in the map draft here.
It is one that I don't know if the players enjoy playing it that much. I do know that the viewers enjoy the hecticness that it can provide. I feel like there's a few maps that kind of fall into that category.
Yeah, moving out, it's got such a weird dynamic. It is very, very cool to see moving out being played overall. I think it was actually played between Balti and Marine Lord earlier as well.
Oh, yes. So that is maybe one of the maps that Baltoon was able to upset Marine Lord on. I don't know. I haven't looked at the exact history of it, but it could maybe be a reason why Marine Lord gives an excuse to throw a game.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Starting us off here, though, we are going to have Dry Arabia as the opening match here between Vortex and B. We're going to see Byzantines against HRE. So two very, very strong civilizations, potential S-tier material on both sides coming in here, facing off against each other. And yeah, I mean, Byzantines, notorious for just being a very strong civilization. HRE, they do have like their up and down matchups, but overall, I wouldn't say there's like any matchup that is terrible for them. And we're jumping
I feel like
right
that's
in.
how both of those civs are for the most part. And like you said, jumping right in, third series of the day, but the first game between them, B versus Vortex, HRE and Byzantines. Let's see what we have in store for us.
All right, it's going to be very interesting for us to see just what kind of strategies will be coming in here. Now, early on, we probably aren't going to see too much crazy shenanigans going on. But something that could be on the menu, you never know. We've seen Pro Scouts coming in before. Could be seeing Pro Scouts again from the HRE here. Would give them a very strong economy. Good leg up against the Byzantines, but no, look at that. What's B doing here? He is starting us off on the berries with the Byzantines. So a very interesting playstyle coming in here immediately from B.
What this allows you to do is get a super quick contract if you want it. So we know B, we know he always has that kind of different play style, different gameplay. He's riskier with a lot of his builds, with a lot of his moves and choices. And, you know, maybe this is exactly one of those. He wants an early Merc contract. He wants it to pay off quick.
Yeah. And look at that. He's already placed his aqueduct for his cistern. That means as soon as the agent comes in, he doesn't have to drag the aqueduct. He can just immediately place the cistern. Doesn't even have to worry about dragging the aqueduct afterwards. So just saving himself a little bit of micro time after the age up when he wants to focus on other things. That's very smart.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to save yourself APM, that's APM you get to spend elsewhere. You're able to, you know, maybe catch up another way. I see Cal's message in the chat. He thinks Grand Winer on the second berries. I don't know about that. I think I'm at the point where you just go Hippo if you're open up on the berries, right?
I mean, I like both ideas in general. Like, thinking back when the mercenary contract got buffed to the point where it doesn't cost any olive oil anymore, we had a lot of these strategies coming out with just a very fast longbow and horseman timing, making use of the hippodrome there. But you could, in theory, definitely go for that Grand Winery play. Just gives you a lot more oil long term, but you're not immediately gonna have the cistern buffing your villagers there. So it's like a win-lose situation. It is gonna be that Imperial Hippodrome that's gonna be coming through now.
Yes, it is. And speaking of, like, you know, we talked about the Grand Winery. Look at the chapel location. It's got the gold, it's got the TC, and it's got the berries too. So.
And it's got the mill on the wrong side, so the villagers aren't gonna get buffed from it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I get the idea. I know exactly what he's thinking. He's like, I don't want to take up a farm spot for my chapel. But he's failing to realize the bigger picture here. Maybe it won't matter because he's just going to be pro scouts for so long that he's not even going to take those berries, you know? He's just getting the mill for an early wheelbarrow.
I'm wondering if B did like the math for just exactly how many villagers he's going to need to have on berries throughout the entire time in order to be able to get his first mercenary batch out as soon as possible. Because mercenary costs did get increased for both the javelin throws and the longbows.
I mean, to To be fair, he's at 460 olive oil already. So I think he's good to go.
It could make a difference. It could make a difference.
Doesn't he have enough for like everything after once the hippo will be finished with the next drop
You need
off?
like 520 for longbows, I think. Like if it's Keshiks, it's fine. If it's javelins, it's fine. If it's longbows, he's gonna need potentially a little bit more. But
I think by the time
should be
hippo
coming in.
finishes and he's going to be able to build it, he'll have over that amount easily.
yeah,
So really cool build order that, you know, for some of those Byzantine enjoyers out there, you can always, you know, rewatch this game, steal one of B's interesting builds here.
yeah. I mean, the dude's just known to innovate with like weird, quirky strategies that aren't typically being used in pro play.
And there is indeed pro scouts coming in from Vortex.
Interesting. I mean, with the early military mercenaries coming in from B, he could make it very hard for Vortex to get the pro scouts in.
And
Yeah,
is
B
that
now has the
can we see
resource that
the
it
exact
needs.
range of the chapel? I want to see if the villagers are gonna get it
Nah,
at all.
you
with
can
the
you can
bears.
already see the
Oh my
villager.
gosh,
on,
yeah.
I mean, even if the mill was on the other side, to be fair, it probably wouldn't have.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. That's a sad chapel. The villagers as well, like underneath the TC, they're not getting buffed at all right now.
Yeah, needs to reposition those over to the massive amount of sheep that he just dropped off, get more efficient. Like these are like the little things that usually I feel like Vortex is on top of, these early timing plays. And you know, it could be an extra unit or two out here in the middle points of this game.
Yeah, doesn't have any food trouble at the moment though. And now scouts are in queue, scouts moving out. Pro scouts has just finished up.
And meanwhile, B is starting to move out and about with some horsemen. First contract choice is going to be
That's Keshiks, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Keshiks. It's Hippo, so I assumed Keshiks. But you never know with some crazy stuff here. You talked about the just, you know, going with the early Hippo with longbow play, which could have been a choice here. But B, he just wants to fully utilize that Hippodrome, the Triumph, the healing, and first little bit of annoyance is knocking on Vortex's doorstep. Vortex just says, all right, I'll circle it. He can't do that with Triumph.
Oh, first scout is getting found out there.
Yep. And a scout and the horseman are there to kind of annoy that scout as well. Vortex most likely going to have to drop that deer and run on home, and that also delays the next couple deer from getting picked up, or he's just not, he's getting attacked from all angles. That scout goes down.
Yeah.
Oof.
And B had pro scouts behind us. He's just taking it. He's taking it himself.
When did that happen? When did he hit
I
pro
didn't
scouts?
notice that. It came in really quickly because he had like the cistern level 2, right?
I mean, again, innovative stuff from B here. He's sitting here. He's got the map control with the horseman, at least for the time being. Vortex has his own horseman, has his own spears. B needs to drop that one, but this is still just delaying the little bit of the play here from Vortex. And actually, if it's a single spearman, B's going to take this and clear out the first early few spearmen, or at least one of them.
Yeah, that's a lot of value gained here early on. Being able to pick off just a couple of units here. Now archers as well from B.
I mean, this is such a good early push from B. He takes out the first two spearmen. He steals over one of the deer, takes out a scout. I mean, the value this early game is definitely tilting towards B right now.
Yeah, very interesting strategy. Even more interesting to see just how it exactly plays out here now. Spearmen, though, from the HRE, they're like the best civilization in the game when it comes to denying pro scouts, because their spearmen move a lot faster than your ordinary spearmen. 1.38 tiles per second in the feudal age movement speed. Yep. They can easily catch up to the scouts carrying the deer away.
Good tracking by Vortex, has a scout constantly following those units, also has his own horseman trying to deny the pro scouts from B, which drop off happens. Outpost looks like it's trying to be built on the backside of that gold, and a few of the Keshiks come back, taking the fight against the horsemen, and really good first fight too.
Yeah.
All these little things are starting to add up.
Right? Yeah. Taking less damage, dealing more damage, healing up as well. I mean, a horseman does like 6 damage, and 3 of that damage gets healed up immediately, and they have more attack speed. So they actually barely take any damage from a horseman in the 1-1 fight. Spearmen
And-
with that charge. Oh, you gotta be so
Vortex-
careful with them.
Look at this. Vortex is losing a horseman here, but is investing more and more into the spears. Isn't really going into the horseman and is dropping Regnets. Meanwhile, B, he has that archer mass that's now built up. He has that horseman mass that's built up. He might be able to actually push and go for a dive here if he scouts this out, if he spots it. But for now, I don't think it's going noticed. And Vortex is going to have a clean castle timing, even with pro scouts, even with losing some units here.
Yeah, I mean, this Regnet's timing is pretty strong here. Behind pro scouts, as you mentioned, and with enough spearmen to defend against the units as well. Like, the military isn't too far apart from each other, and don't forget the Keshiks were free for B. So realistically, only like a 4-unit difference between them.
And
But Vortex
and
has so
Vortex
much
has
more rest.
lost like 4 units too.
Yeah. That's just the HRE economy for you. With the 40% inspiration underneath the Arkham Chapel.
But I'm wondering if B has been investing in any olive groves behind this. I see 0 olive oil per minute, so I doubt that he has any. Just kind of all in with these archers that he has not moved forward with yet. New Age begins, and now those archers feel like they're worthless.
Yeah. I mean, olive groves in general, they don't really feel quite as good when you don't have the Grand Winery behind it.
Yep.
60% that you're losing out there on olive oil.
Yeah, hadn't moved out to the next berry pack either, which kind of surprises me. You know, could have easily snagged some back berries, delayed the sheep gathering, and gotten some more olive oil for himself. But B, he's not too far behind on the castle timing himself. 500 gold, 750 food in the bank.
Yeah, and has units positioned on the relic, so if there's a sneak out happening, he is going to know about that one.
And more walls being invested into, actually now by either side. Another horseman falls, but the horseman at this point just trying to cause some idle time and help delay B from moving out, because Vortex wants relics. We just saw the first one get dropped on in, and the Golden Horn Tower is on the way.
One horseman being found out there on the middle relic. Gets pushed away, so Vortex can start taking that one. Little sneak army. Going for a raid from B.
Oh, I
towards the
see
gold
it.
now.
Yeah. Backside on the berries, almost about to hit the gold. There's no outpost that way because the walls. There is a
Vortex
knight,
noticed.
though.
Villager. There should at least one villager be going down. No villager dies.
No villager dies, but military trades aren't actually too bad for Vortex either.
Yeah, he's fine.
Really clean pullback and clean fight there.
We haven't seen any Hippodrome Triumph being used yet as well. Definitely doesn't want to just use it for the raids. H-Up now comes in as well for B behind this.
Contract getting upgraded, wants to definitely take a fight with those Keshiks until they get the Castle Age upgrade.
Able to pick up the knight now. 2 more relics coming over to Vortex now, so 3 HRE relics. That's a lot of income. Just saw Cataphract for a split second in queue.
And the crazy thing is how quick he got these relics in. It felt like there was like no contestation. Oh. There were 2 in. I might have just fixed it. And there's only
gets
2.
found out.
Only 2. But it's still 2
It's
in
so close to
already.
the
So
base.
that's still the very like kind of quick income boost that you need. Allows you to go ahead and get some upgrades, more knights, and it doesn't make you feel bad about queuing up more prelates. Nothing's the worst than like you send the first 2 prelates out, they both die, and then you're like, I don't have much gold. I need to make knights, but I need to make prelates too.
Now Vortex trying to go for a raid as he does have a couple of units circling around the backside there. Knight gets caught out, loses a little bit of health here against the front line. Spearman not gonna repel though.
Crossbow swap starting to come in for B. He's going to get some ranged damage in. Start to kind of, again, get that ranged mass building up in his base before he can move out with it. And he needs to have something to deal with the spearmen.
Yeah. Does have archers out. Haven't been used too much yet. Outpost is coming in for Vortex now on the gold. I'm not even sure how much gold is remaining in that gold vein. He's been mining at that one for a long time. Devoutness also coming in, so Vortex is investing into economy upgrades. Yeah, it's not that much gold remaining in there.
I think the outpost also is going to be for the chapel support and for the vision if there's any circle around happen like B is about to do yet again. And there it is. Vortex was ready for it. Just like B
sure
was ready for his
monastery
raids.
yet. I don't think B has a monastery yet at all. Like, he's just fully investing into military. Never mind, there is a monastery. Next to the cistern.
Clears up another unit or two, but at the same time loses a few himself. And I feel like Vortex should be able to just, I mean, look at the queue right now. B has nothing in queue other than the Gulams, I think. And Vortex has everything in queue.
B, though, he does have a lot of resources. I'm just not sure if he maybe just isn't quite certain himself about what units he wants to go into. We are getting more crossbows queued up right now. So I guess now that he gets like the vision over his opponent's military, now he knows what he wants to go into military-wise.
Yeah, didn't know what to queue up. He was kind of debating. He's like, oh, there's the mass he sees, and then starts to make some Varangian guards and more crossbows.
Vortex, his food income is dropping now. We'll need to start thinking about a farm transition of his own now. First couple of farmers have come in.
And B still has 2 sets of berries behind his walls now that he can secure. So food isn't going to be the worst for him, and that's going to be an extra little olive oil boost that he will have. Looks like he's about to go on to some of those berries now.
Yeah. Also going to make it tougher for Vortex to get some of these surprise raids in. It's going to force his opponent to react, and on the other hand side, though, yeah, B's economy now is in a little bit of an awkward position as the HRE. Still producing a lot of units, trying to get more farms in. But his massive army production has grinded a little bit of a standstill here.
B just sent his scout through to try to get some vision and immediately got taken down by some spears hiding on the backside of the wood line. Ran away after burning the wall, and that was a correct decision to do so. And a Springle.
Getting Springles, yeah.
Oh, you're laughing here. Let's see.
I'm laughing now. True.
It is B. You never know.
We've seen B do it a lot of times. We've seen B do it a lot of times.
And there's another. I feel like he's going to have like 12 to 15 Springles or something here.
God. I mean, food income is going down for him quite rapidly now. Doesn't have any villagers on the berries yet. Was just about to send a lot over to the gold there, but the military from Vortex arrives there.
It's just knights, though. I don't think those knights want to be diving in themselves. Oh, he's going for the quick ball.
Oh no! He's gonna lose some villagers here.
But oh, he's trying to burn the wall. B commits to the build, and B, what a madman, a genius, in fact, takes down every single one of those knights at the sacrifice of what, 2-3 villagers?
4 villagers for 7-8 knights? That's worth it.
100%. Absolute madman, too. What a play. That's got to feel really bad for Vortex now.
Yeah, absolutely. He just lost his entire cavalry. It's all in infantry now, and B's got 4 Springles.
And
the Springle play. Oh my god. It is coming in. My god. Oh, what are we witnessing here?
I mean, this is unbelievable. I feel like every single time B is playing, it's always fun to watch.
It is. It absolutely is.
He looks like he's finally getting the confidence to move out with his infantry mass too. Full walls finished and the good pickup. I don't know if the Springle play has been scouted out, but it's about to get seen.
Yeah.
He's on to both the different berry bushes too, so food income should be a little bit healthier, and olive oil income should be healthier.
Yeah, olive oil has pretty much been non-existent for B for the last like 6-7 minutes.
Hasn't really been utilizing those mercs too well, but now that should be turning back around. And no, the lands are trying to lead the pack. You don't want that to happen, though. You're throwing away your most valuable units there. Those are going to be the differences here for the HRE.
Production from Vortex all at the front side. If we get like a Cure Siphon in as well, that could be going down really quickly. Mangonel now coming in from B as well. 6 Springle at the moment. Vortex, he's just setting up his surround now with those units. Just waiting for it to happen. Also making sure to avoid a lot of potential avenues for
and
the
here come the Springles.
Springle to damage. Yeah, damage they will do. Triumph coming in as well. And is it going to be good for B here at the end of the day?
I have no idea what the Springles,
It's
if
so
they're
weird.
good or not. They're like piercing into nothing. I'm not really sure. I feel like they should be going for the crossbow mass. And B actually looks like he's losing this fight. The crossbows are
Yes.
just going untouched on the backside. There's no real counter units there. There's still
Yeah.
a few Springles, though, that are alive, and there's no men-at-arms left. The crossbows just take them
By
out.
the crossbow. Yeah, they got no ranged armor. Ooh, B, he just lost a lot there. A lot went down for him. He's got 5 Springles still behind this.
He still has
He's
5
fully
Springles. He
set
still
on the
has a
play.
Mangonel. He's got more Horsemen in queue. He's got. He just. I don't know if he's got the mass. Let's see it. Horseman diving forward.
Still
He's
on the
trying to
retreat,
bring
more
everything
coming
back.
in. There's even more Springles in queue still.
He's committing to the play. The Mangonel.
Mangonel.
Here come the Springles.
And they don't really do a lot there.
They're trying their best.
Is that enough? Okay, that didn't look bad. Okay, that did. Like not being able to hit the unit right next to the other one. Some repair builds
Villagers
coming
now
as well.
coming out to do some repairs. Villager counts dead even, but you can't forget the relics. You can't forget the chapel.
Yeah, that makes a big difference. And just so many crossbows. The crossbows able to one-shot even the horseman.
Yeah, B really needs to stop trickling units in, needs to group up, especially in front of his 10 Springles. If Vortex keeps that group together, doesn't spread with the formation, that's really what could bite him.
Oh, man, oh, man. What is going on in this game? 2 more Springles in queue. It doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. But behind this, I mean, Vortex's farm transition is pretty much fully done. What's the farm transition looking like for B? I feel like probably
Non-existent.
nothing. Yeah, that's nothing.
Uh-oh.
It's dry Arabia, but not because that's the name, but because B has no farming economy. And there's just so many horsemen from Vortex behind this. There's no Limitne. Like, Vortex horsemen, they're just gonna destroy the Springles now.
How many Springles
There
does
was
it
no
take to
10.
one-shot a horseman?
Like, what did
28?
I do? Like 15 damage, and then there's the Pierce armor, so let's say like 10 damage. You gotta leak like 15.
And here they come. The horsemen
they
around. Oh no!
Spriggle's trying to kite. Ah, it's not happening.
They're getting
that is
destroyed, just splintered
Absolutely.
in pieces on the ground.
Wait, they're doing some damage to the horseman, but just not quickly enough. That's why you need the Limit there. Still just getting pulled for the repair. Some Springles still remaining. Huh?
I mean, I guess it's okay still.
Stabilizing?
It's
Somehow.
it's only crossbows against horsemen and Springles. I guess it's good for now.
Okay. Sure. That could have been worse. Oh, Vortex now adding in his own siege workshop. Are we gonna get Springled on Springle? Probably not.
Oh my! Look at B's taking the berries in front of Vortex's
From
base.
Woodline. Oh my god.
Honestly, if he gets that outpost upgrade and gets another outpost down, that could be some nice wood control. Considering the other wood line that Vortex has is the front of his base.
Maybe.
But super easy to take down considering Vortex
Yeah.
has 15 horsemen, about to be 20.
Oh, wall's coming up for B now at the front side. We still don't have a real Olive Grove transition, and now Horsemen from Vortex, they're gonna go for raids now. Palisade walls aren't gonna be enough. B spots them out there, has an outpost. It was about this.
He's not committing into the Springles anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. At one point, it's time to stop. Villagers on the wood line might want to pull a couple of vills to repair the wall segment.
There we go. He's biding his time. He's being patient. Nice and patient. Oh my.
I don't want to be too patient.
Oh
there we
my.
go. Military arrives. Vortex behind. He's at 1,800 food per minute. He's got 1,000 more food per minute than B at this point.
Well, B's going back in the Springles, so it doesn't matter. B doesn't need food for Springles. That's his idea. He says, I need more Springles.
Springles, good unit, you know? HRE make infantry, me make Springles. He is getting the upgrades on the outpost as well.
Okay. Horseman gonna go for the circle again from Vortex as gonna keep B on the back foot right as B starts to run away from that location. Vortex is gonna start knocking on the door again.
Now. Yeah, Vortex has mangonels now, and Springles, they don't have a lot of health anymore. Like, how much health do I have? Like 65, 70? They don't tank up a lot. 85, okay, a little bit more, but yeah, that's still less than a spearman.
A couple mangonels could just kill the whole Springles mass.
Yeah. Now the burn through
And
comes
the horse,
in.
yeah, this is really where it starts getting scary. Horsemen through the backside, and that's not just a few horsemen, that's 20 horsemen running around. B has finally made some Limit so has at least a unit that he can kind of position and be ready to defend it on up rather than trying to A-move with horsemen, but he's still reacting with some horsemen and Keshet.
I wanted to say at least there isn't any farming economy that can be raided, but B has started adding farms now. There they are.
There they are
Olive
indeed.
groves. Horsemen?
Horsemen keep running.
Alright, there they go.
Actually, don't know if he'll get too many villagers from this. Maybe one or two. One of them had to drop off. It
Drop
actually
off?
worked out perfect. The drop
off kite.
Yeah, saved his life.
Yeah, horsemen getting cleaned up. Couple raids happening elsewhere though.
Yeah, raids all over. Not enough horsemen to take this fight unless he activates Triumph.
This still doesn't feel anywhere near enough though for B to be able to stabilize. Yeah, that's the main army now from Vortex moving across. 4 mangonels out on the field as well. 40 crossbows. 110 military with 12 siege military as well.
Villagers finally have to evacuate that wood line. They'll just move over to the other one.
Yep. It's just a large blue blob of military moving towards the base of B now. 10 Springles and a dream.
Vortex is pop capped. I feel like usually this is where you see like civs like Delhi or Mali or, you know, other civs that put more into military, be the 75 villagers and everything else in military. But no, it's HRE right now that has an absolute just crazy mass out on the field. And I don't think B has enough to stop it here.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he does. Mangonel shots coming in, Springer to the back line, but they're focusing the front line, so they're not really getting those penetrating shots in. Mangonel's pushing forward. They know what they want to hit.
They are definitely going for those Springles.
Is it? He's not getting... Wait, is B holding this?
I mean, somehow the Springles never got touched. B,
No, that's the remaining
there's
military.
the rest of the mass.
Yeah, okay.
What were they doing during that fight?
Went to military area as well. Had us in the first half, not gonna lie.
It definitely looked like he had us in the first half, but Vortex comes with the rest of his army, cleans up the rest of B's mass. I don't think the Springles are going to be able to get away. The horsemen in the backside get cleaned up finally. There's the mangonel shot starting to close down. If they turn and try to fire, this is when the mangonels are going to be able to start shooting for Vortex.
Akrotite villagers chasing the raids. B, there's not enough military remaining anymore. Repair tries to come in, but Oh, the Mangonels just take it all down. Sacred Sites have been captured up behind this. An interesting play, to say the least. But not quite effective enough. A couple Mangonels actually do get taken down here, though. But it's just still so much military out from Vortex. Just so much more coming in as well with the reinforcements. He doesn't have the economy to keep flooding out units.
Not at all. Nothing close to that HRE economy. We panned over earlier how many farms he had. It's just that 2,000 food per minute. And B, he's still out on the map. He just ran out of some berries. He's denying a sacred site for the time being, but the Palace of Swabia is on the way, even though I guess Vortex didn't max pop anymore.
Yeah.
There's still a bunch of blue, different unit masses all around. Meanwhile, B, he's been, his military's been stripped down to nothing. He doesn't have that 10 sprinkled mass anymore. It's at 4, but he doesn't have any front line, nor anything to deal with the massive backline that Vortex has built.
Yeah, even if he just goes for like the mass limit now, and the mass of golems that he has, just like Landsknechte, which there are still 5 of, absolutely destroy that.
House is starting to be taken down, but B is 113 out of 190, so not a big deal. He isn't worried. Those are fine for causing a delay. The more important thing is these horsemen constantly raiding the few olive groves that he does have.
Yeah, it's just not enough food income now for B. Granted, does have a little bit of an uptick now, but he just doesn't have the right units out. He can't really go into range units against 6 Mangonels. We're still up to 6 Springles, but that doesn't really feel too good.
Yep, starting to split out more and more of these unit masses together, trying to find eco, trying to find damage, and damage he is finding. Winning a fight there, found some villagers in the north that are having to try to run back to base, and meanwhile, the main arm, oh my gosh, it was a lot more villagers than I thought, and meanwhile, the main army is still just centralized in front of the middle from B.
Yeah, 80 military. I mean, it's just more than doubling right now, and Mangonels just provides so much more value compared to the Springles. Villagers moving out again to the gold mine.
Moving out a little too early. There is no mining camp there anymore. Some of the horsemen split to delay the army from finishing off the rest, and villagers will fall, but B, I don't think is worried about that right now. He's worried about falling himself. It does not look good. Vortex is walking into the base, walking into the olive groves. Springald's trying to get those AoE shots in. Staggered formation wasn't utilized this time, but it doesn't matter now.
Yeah, not enough there. I feel like the micro just kind of stops for B here at this point. Hands probably off the keyboard, about to be taken off the keyboard.
Ooh, Mangonel!
Oh,
he forfeits
comes
before
in.
the Mangonel finishes up. Game gets called.
Just like that. Game number 1 taken by the H Arena in this one. What a crazy game. Seeing Byzantines versus HRE Pro Scouts, Hippodrome opening, mass Springles? Truly just a wild one.
Yeah, it did feel like the early timing that Vortex had. He was able to just secure up the relics so fast, or at least 2 of them very, very quickly, and then a 3rd one thereafter. And it just was too much for B to be able to handle, even with his cool wall off that we were so hyped about.
Yeah. Oh man, that was a crazy game though. Gotta be said there. And at least B has most of the olive oil gathered in this game, so that's definitely something.
He did win on 1 count, but we'll check and see some of the highlights from previous game. We'll probably get to see that hyped wall off like we were talking about, even though it did not prove to be enough.
Yeah. I mean, that military value lead there for Vortex, he just had it once and then just continued building up more and more military. Starting us off there at the beginning, Pro Scout play did come in, and that is where we finally noticed. Yeah, Pro Scout literally just finished as we spoke about it. As we were talking about the Scout going down, and man, I mean, it was kind of... it was fairly quick, just the Conscriptio from the Sister, and just how quick that upgrade came in, 4B behind it. kills the scout, takes the deer away from Vortex.
Yeah, and B played this early game really, really well. We talked about what you just said. He stole that deer. He killed a couple spears early. I think he had about 300 or 400 resources killed before he had lost anything. And even still, it just didn't matter. It didn't prove to be enough.
Yeah. The archer is also not being utilized, I feel like, early enough. Granted, there are a couple of horsemen in, but B just kind of got that Castle Age up in for free, it feels like.
Yeah, like B, he made a lot of archers in the early game. You can see the 12 archers up at the top. They never really moved out of the base. They never did anything. It was
Yeah,
that
not
was
until 18
really
minutes
what
into the game.
what the downfall was, and this is one of the early fights we were talking about, and we didn't really know how to call this because the Springolds are
It was
inconsistent.
questionable. Yeah, like sometimes they get some really great shots off, usually in choke points, but when you don't have them inside of choke points and against spread formation, the projectile is just too thin. It like even here you see, okay, they hit a unit and the unit right next to it just doesn't take any damage at all.
Yeah, and they never
Really
were
needs to
at
be a line.
they were never at a point where they were projectiling into the crossbows either, which really is where I feel like they could have proven to be a difference maker. But
They still have a long range, right? Like when the crossbows shoot onto them, like the Springald should hit a lot of the crossbows in return.
yeah, but this is where the horsemen close down the gap, and so many of the Springolds fall, just turn into splintered wood on the ground.
Yeah. And the horsemen, they did take a lot of damage from them, but just didn't feel like it mattered enough. At this point in time, it kind of stalled out a little bit. We thought, okay, maybe B still has a shot at this one. But then the military count just kept coming and coming and coming. But now it is time for us to look at the next game in the set that's going to be coming in. It's going to be in Lakeside. We will see French
matchup
for Vortex against English for B. And we're just going to be jumping right into that one. All right, immediately jumping into the action. Welcome, everyone, to the second game of this set between B and Vortex. Spawning in the color blue, playing as the French here on Lakeside, and B on the other side, playing as the English in the color yellow, as is typical on this map. We do start off with a dock opening on both sides.
Yeah. A classic matchup for the ages. Usually it's on, not quite always on these hybrid maps, but this is one of those pseudo-hybrid maps with that one deep sea fish like we're seeing. It's definitely still worth grabbing. There's a reason why both players are docking.
Yeah, I mean, even just a couple of fishing ships, they pay off. They do pay off. After like a minute and a half-ish, you will have paid them off pretty much completely. And that's just something like a return on investment that very few other economy investments can compare to. Like you have like a minute and a half for a fishing ship. Sometimes even less if it's on deep sea fish. A cow takes like 4 minutes to bring back the resources that it cost. So fishing ships definitely worthwhile investment at all times in the game. Whenever there's water, you want to go for fishing.
Yeah, and you even have that villager gathering the shoreline fish, which makes up a little bit for that walking time, because the villager gathering shoreline fish is basically actually one of the most efficient gathering for villagers for food there is.
Yeah. 1 food per second, fastest gather speed for villagers.
Decent little sheep haul from Vortex there from the French. Never going to complain about that. They always love having a nice big sheep haul because they hate farm transitions, and the water also helps them with that. So, even more reason to play them on these kind of hybrid maps.
Looking at these two civilizations, I mean, we can already see something. That French doesn't need a house at this point in time. Grant, they have been getting a little bit of a buff for their hybrid viability, which is that docks now actually have a little buff. Provides French with 10 bonus population space, so Vortex going to be able to save a little bit of wood there. Then again, on the other hand side, B does have a little bonus on water as well, where he has to spend less resources for all of his ships. So it kind of evens itself out there.
Yeah, it's not like Japan's fishing ship cost, but it's still a little bit of a bonus
A little bit
there.
less. Yeah, you save 8 wood per ship.
Yep. And both players have moved out to the gold at this point. Both players should be actually Vortex a little bit further behind on the food count, but B should be dropping his feudal age here in just a second.
Yeah, it is a quick feudal age timing here from B behind all of that. Vortex, maybe his fishing ships still carry a lot. Granted, he actually invested a lot into the wood there, into the wood gathering. How many fishing ships is he making in this one?
That's what I'm wondering. Maybe he'll send a few out to the shoreline fish as well, and just say, hey, you know, I'm not going to oversaturate that deep sea fish.
It's not even that many out there. Fifth one coming in. Granted, sixth one in queue. Okay, he's still having a lot of wood, right? So he's investing a lot into that at the moment.
Yeah, he will be dropping his feudal age soon. That being said, B, Abbey of the Kings, is already a quarter of the way up and rolling with 7 villagers on it.
We're getting a second dock from Vortex at the front side.
He just doesn't want to build a house.
Oh, that could be it.
It does give him that kind of forward footing and allow him to kind of be more aggressive / defensive. Another spot to...
Same thing.
Yeah, another spot to put your fishing ships if you do get pressured. So, you know, 6 fishing boats will have a spot for every single one of those.
Yeah.
Except there's a 7th in queue.
He doesn't care about that one. 7-1 can go down.
He can always do the in and out micro if he wants to spend that much time on it.
Abbey of Kings now about to finish up here.
Galley and King.
Yeah, Galley in queue immediately here.
Is ready to put...
Vortex, he just pulled like an additional 4 villagers for the skill carry. He's aging up with 10 villagers at the moment.
Whew. Remember, that's so much diminishing returns though on the feudal age landmark. I feel like 8 is like the most I ever really see there. But he knows that he wants it up, and even when he finishes it, okay, there we go. Gets the drop off of the fishing boats, immediately we'll be able to have a knight in queue.
Wait,
and it's not a knight, it's double boats.
It is double boats. I thought I saw B sending a villager to make a dock as well. A second dock. Oh, he put it up instead on the backside. Okay. Maybe he canceled then. Galley. He's gonna start denying some of the water here now.
One goes down. Galley pops out at the perfect time. Will start to push the other galley away. Vortex also has a springled ship in queue from the other side, so if B is not careful, that galley will get cut off from the springled ship and taken out.
Oh, and King, he's going to be able to pick off the scout there as well. Good pick off there.
Springled ship does arrive, like I was mentioning. B does not have anything to deal with that springled ship yet. Has his own springled ship in queue now and double galley out. He's going to pull some fishing boats to do some healing.
He's going to need that, and there's the Hulk. Pair coming in now.
Easily able to deter Vortex away.
Yeah, but Vortex, he's got a lot of Hulks in queue behind this, and French Hulks are cheaper. They cost less food.
Also, that knight finally in queue, so that will force a reaction. Even though it's an English economy, even though there's, you know, the machine gun town center, the knights can still dive those outside resources, cause some pressure and annoyance. I think there's also a free villager pick that he can get on the dock if he gets behind there.
Yeah. By the way, excuse me, it's not a Hulk, it's a Warcock for the French.
What? Say that one more time?
It's
one more time?
No, I need the observer to select it, so chat can form their own opinion on how it's being pronounced. There we go. So you got your Chamber of Commerce, and then you got the Warcock. Not your average cock there, it's for war.
Oh my god.
It's not my fault, it's the developers. They named it that way.
We also have the Khan Hunter. You got to be careful with that one for sure.
We're getting a lot of dangerous language.
All right. Anyways, back to the game here. Oh. Vortex is wanting to cause the damage on the other side. Fishing boats are there. Demo ship is there.
Demo.
Galleys!
Oh, he doesn't get the connection. Oh, huge connection on 2 of the Hulks there. The Warcogs, sorry.
The Warcogs, but demos for Vortex make it to where B cannot close the gap and cannot finish off those lower health. Why is he coming back with the lower health Springles? Warcogs. And a good demo connection from Vortex on both different Springles, but he's not able to finish them off, and it's a defensive game from B. He's over by his dock, so has some automatic healing, has the fishing boats to heal on up, but loses one of the Springle chips. Great pickup there from Vortex.
But overall, behind this, looking at B's economy, it's looking super solid behind this. Like, he could flirt with the idea of going up to Castle Age way ahead of Vortex.
Yeah, he already is flirting with that idea currently. I feel like that's one of those pushes where sometimes it forces that player to invest more of what he was banking up into those ships. And right now, B didn't feel that pressure at all. He hasn't queued up any more ships. He is just sitting here. He's going to be ready for Castle in just a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean...
And 4 scouts just got queued up from Vortex. He's going pro scouts.
In queue. Yeah, it's going to be coming in, but B, I mean, if he goes up with the King's Palace, right, like, he's going to have the scaling advantage.
A huge scaling advantage. There is actually a couple galleys in queue from B. He did have to respect this push just a little bit. The galley from B just went up to force the demo down. Loses the galley for it, but B does have a demo and a galley still in queue and is so close to Castle.
Yeah, and Vortex, he just keeps remassing on water here. I think B at one point, you can just surrender the water, right? Like, he's getting more than enough value out of just a couple of Springle chips that he's out there.
That was my thought that he was going to do a second ago, but I think he's just kind of still doing this like feinted defense that's working out well enough. And there it is. White Tower on the way. Not the King's Palace.
White Tower?
I mean, production.
Why?
Free production.
I mean, yes,
he's immediately going to just go Knights.
I swear to you, if he's making Springles out of the White Tower.
He's going Knights. He's gonna go Knights. Don't say that, Kraken.
We're gonna get mass Springled White Tower rush.
Another pickup of the galleys, but Vortex is here with a few demos. That should be just about it. Splits the demos. Does try to pick up that one Springle chip and barely does. Misses the other shot, I think. And yet again, a pretty good defense from B with very not a lot of resources spent into this. And immediately Vortex, another demo, another galley, and a knight. He is full in committed to this feudal, and White Tower finishes.
Yeah, Castle Age now has been reached. Vortex has a good economy lead behind though. Oh! Okay, that's water.
That is the official one that calls it. Vortex wins water. But will this give him enough for it?
I think
it's Knights. Thank you. It's not Springles.
Vortex in a great spot. It is not. It is not. Thank God. But I'm looking at B's food income right now, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, the Pro Scouts is going to make a big difference here. Because Vortex also has enough Knights to defend this early push out now.
Oh, and that scout just distracted the king from diving into the base. There would have been nothing. There's a few knights, there's villagers, but that is a castle-aged king.
The castle-aged king only has as much armor as a feudal-age knight.
And more coming, though. There's the actual castle-aged knight.
Where's the scout bringing the deer?
He said, I didn't actually want this one. I wanted the other one. This one's spoiled.
He can stay in his natural habitat. Oh man.
I mean, this is the problem though. B's already up to 3 Castle Age Knights, and he is going into crossbows as well to counter out the Knights that Vortex has. Picks up a few more, or denies a few more scouts from bringing home those deer carcasses. Royal Institute though is starting to be built.
Yeah, I mean, The deer, right? Like, it's just so much income at the moment for Vortex. Granted,
I feel like it's not even
he's
just the
doing a
deer.
great
It's
job
also
at denying it.
Isn't it also 6, 7 fishing boats right now?
Yeah. It all adds up.
It definitely all
Gold's
adds
at the front,
up
though,
for
and
sure.
crossbows are being added in.
I don't think that's a full chop through on the wood line on the right side. It looks like it was close, but not quite. No, yeah.
No,
I think he just left enough. He realized he was about to and pulled back.
Good call there, good call. And look at that. Vortex adding in his own dock on the side of his opponent. So he's going to make use of its opponent's fish there.
Yeah, get some deep sea fish from your own. I was literally about to be like, well, unfortunately, you don't really gain that much fishing like from taking your opponents. But now he actually immediately makes me regret thinking about that at all, because transport ship play.
All right, Age Up is going to be coming through now. Vortex immediately queues up the veterancy. Doesn't have an archery range yet, and we do have 3 crossbows out on the map. Scout, wait, did he just get stuck? I think the scout was stuck in the wall.
I think he got stuck, yeah. And speaking of
I've not seen that
transport
before.
ship play, we might actually see a transport ship drop off later on. You know, if B decides to do some wall-ups, we could see Vortex throw some knights in a transport ship and do some raiding with that.
Yeah. Veterancy has come through.
Crossbows are here, though.
There as well.
Oh, and Vortex is just totally
he's
cut
running
off
onto
his
them.
own escape location. He has to run all the way through if he wants to take this. Does pick off a few of the crossbows, but how many knights fall for this?
3 knights. That's not worth it for 3 crossbows. Not at all.
Not even close. I think B is super happy with that trade. His knights that he has there are all just, you know, sitting there happy at full health. Yeah, Vortex can get chivalry, but B counters that out with his own king.
Yeah. He also moved out to the deer of his own. Does have a couple of farms out already, so food income should be looking solid for him at the moment. And doesn't need that many villagers on gold, as he is getting 200 gold from the sacred sites, 160 gold from the relics, up to probably going to be even more gold from the relics. So he'll probably end up at like 500 gold passive per minute.
Yeah, and I think Vortex is just full relying on the extra food income he's going to get from the water and the extra villagers that he's slowly been able to eke out, being the French, to outmass B. You can see the Q difference. It's, you know, it's 3 knights compared to the knight crossbow mix. Vortex going back into scouts again. He wants to go back and try to secure some more deer.
A lot of B starts transitioning into Springles now.
Oh my god. Oh, there's yeah, buddy.
Transport.
Transport ship drop off, like we were talking about. These
He's
are,
losing knights at the front side, though. Oof. That hurts.
yeah,
And the gold's at the front as well, once again.
If those crossbows just sit exactly where that gate is, the gold's basically out, and there's a back gold still. But
Yeah.
Vortex now is feeling the pressure. He's dropping archery ranges himself. He needs to go into some arbs, but he's just so much later on the play.
Yeah, I mean, all the economy at the moment, at least the remaining deer, right? They're underneath the TC. Ooh, villager gets picked off as well, but now the knights are arriving in B space, and now both players going for the raids. The opposing sides, damage comes through. Individual charges there. Gets good villager pickoffs.
Villagers running for the hills. 3, 4, 5 villagers. Wololo comes through.
That was a good amount of villager kills, though.
Yeah, definitely a good amount of villager kills, and he's going back in for it. There's still room inside the town center. Low health villagers need to jump inside. It looks like Vortex just is going to full commit for that, and at the same time, taking the fight on the front side. Crossbows are not helping. They're firing on a mining camp there.
Ooh, King. King gets taken down. Gets remassed, though.
Yep.
Still has a lot of resource in the bank.
Plenty of resources in the bank. He's moved out and about, taking the deer onto the map, not just on his side, but on the side of Vortex, making sure that that Pro Scouts play does not pay off. And Vortex, he's doubling, tripling down into that. 3 scouts and 3 more in queue.
Yeah. Behind this, I mean, B, he's getting a lot of military units out, still has that timing. Wait, there, villagers inside the TC? Only now get put out.
Yeah,
That's a lot of idle time.
Tons and tons of idle time. And this
They're
matters.
still idle.
And this matters so much, especially when we're considering how many villager or how much eco ahead right now Vortex is.
Yeah, 23 economy ahead, and with all that idle time, he's been like 40 economy ahead effectively there for a little bit.
Another couple knights, though, getting picked off. That's where B has been making up for the economic difference with these military trades. More scouts getting picked off, which
That's a lot
means
of
less
fleet
deer
denial.
getting brought back. There's still no farm transition. There's still only fishing, I feel like, really, that Vortex is relying on for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, B can get like a couple additional like defenses up on the sacred sites, like double sprinkled emplacement outposts. This could be really tough for Vortex to hold, especially since he's also getting Network of Citadels in.
And we just saw the pan of B's base. He has 4 relics in the bank.
Yeah.
5 minutes on the sacred sites too, so he's having a lot of passive income that is making up for the actual economic differences, and finally starting to get some more of those farms in that English know and love so well. Walling off the backside, he knows these transport ship plays are coming. He needs to do this quick wall. He's trying to do this quick wall. There's 5 knights though, and a villager. Proxy.
time,
Vortex
front
about to
side.
drop some proxy buildings, but so many arms on the front side. Gap gets
And the Knights
closed
are
down
through.
on. Knights are through, though. There's 2 huge battles going on. This matters so much. B, he tries to run on away with the villagers as well as his army.
Yeah, does have some crossbows in the back of his base. Tries to defend with those. Do we even know, is Royal Bloodlines in on these knights? I haven't checked it earlier. I haven't seen the upgrade come in, but it feels like it is.
No.
No, it's not. No Royal Bloodlines at the moment for Vortex. That's a lot of crossbows that fell back here.
Villagers running on away, headed for the hills, leaving those deer locations. Vortex feels like he's finally got the mass to push up. Arb stepping forward. There's horsemen, though, to fight against the knights, and the knights can't take the charge because there's so many Arbs there.
It is just way too many here for him to take. Might need to sacrifice the knights. Crossbows on the main side need to get pulled over as well.
And this
The
is
string placement's gonna be coming in, but it takes a while.
And this is just where I feel like that idle time is eating up B so much that he's down probably 10, 15 units because of that. I feel like he had 20 plus villagers idled for a while.
Yeah, crossbows behind us are cleaning off the knights, but it took a while to get there.
And at what cost? He cleans up the rest of those knights, but loses out his front military mass and loses out tons of villagers here. Another raid. 1 villager down, the rest running on away. Vortex doesn't want to take the chase. He knows he's been taking more and more efficient trades here.
What's happening now at the front line, though? Crossbows are coming in. They have the attack speed bonus, but the decap is not getting stopped at all. That's not all the crossbows that B has.
No, not at all. B's army is just so split up. He's got 20 crossbows somewhere. You just don't know where they all are. There's also 11 horsemen. They're going to be able to counter that
Start
crossbow
pulling
mass
tree.
so well.
Yeah, this is just such a rough spot at the moment. And yeah, I feel like the decap is going to come through. And if the decap is through, then it's going to be so much tougher then for B to come back from this.
Yeah, it felt like B had, again, he was putting the pressure on. He had lost water, but he had sacred site control. He was doing some good raiding. He was putting some good pressure on, but all of a sudden, Vortex bides his time, builds it up, has a couple transport ship raids that just puts B on the back foot, and B couldn't recover.
Crossbows coming in, but decap, I think there's still a unit on it.
It doesn't
Horsemen?
even matter.
Oh my god, yeah.
The
that was
horseman
supposed to clean up
mass. This
everything.
is so perfect too. They're spread across so well to actually be able to get some effective damage across, not just all attacking one unit like I see so many people try to do.
And now with the decap through, I mean, the timer that B put Vortex on is gone now, and now Vortex able to run across the map, get the resources out in the middle. Pro Scouts working behind us now as well once again.
Yep. Securing an 8k gold for himself. B does have vision of it with the outpost he has near that stealth forest, but doesn't have the military, doesn't have anything to actually be able to punish the information he's gathering.
Yeah, now he does have a lot of food income, right? he still has a lot of these farms going for himself, so Mass Horseman is a way to get back into this game. Even though he's behind 30 villagers, he's not that far behind economically. And it looks like Vortex is going to go for another raid. He's sending the Horseman around to the back, so probably will go for another transport ship right now.
It has been fully walled in, and not only walled in, has that outpost to provide some more vision. There's another outpost coming down from B, so he knows the location he wants to attack. Vortex doesn't have the information, doesn't have the knowledge of this. It's only a few horsemen immediately
spots it out now, and immediately villagers are getting pulled back.
And there's army there close that should be able to defend this. Oh no, that's not army. That's just more villagers. All right. Doesn't actually kill anything. Textiles working wonders.
Horsemen are still being shipped over at the moment for for Vortex, over to B side. Scout's just picking off the deer.
Spring in placement finishes them off. Horseman gonna finish off the next one. Actually, spring in placement gonna finish that one off too.
And B suddenly has a big mass of horsemen. Horsemen aren't like crazy efficient though against arballetry, mainly because of the +5 melee armor.
Has another horseman raid to deal with at home. Has not gone with any spears. Oh, this time he circles back around. Oh my.
Oh, Vortex knows though. Might even use the villagers here as a shield.
Just runs on away. A little bit of damage down. Crossbows. Is he actually going to take this fight? Looks like he wants to. Thinks he has enough horsemen. Some of the horsemen split off onto the backside. Villagers decide to start running on away.
That's the aura.
He does have the aura. Extra attack speed. And the front line of Vortex just gets crippled and washed away. Now it's just the Arbs left trying to kite back. Villagers are still there. Villagers are turning back around. Are they pulling their shivs out? What do they think they're going to be doing?
No, they're not.
They're circling back for the backside gold, using the stealth forest to the fullest effect. Sacred Sites recap from B, wants to put the timer back on Vortex, and this is a huge military win from B. It felt all but over, but I said he didn't have anything to punish that vision and knowledge that he had. And
wait, just call GG! No way! No way! There were like still 30 economy difference. My God, it's just...
He doesn't have gold, but he can sell resources. I guess he just doesn't think he can defend that location. Too much of a mass from B there?
Not just that, Vortex, the entire time I kept looking for it. He still hasn't gotten the Royal Bloodlines in yet.
Oh my God. Maybe he just saw that he didn't have Royal Bloodlines and got tilted.
That could be it. But look at the resources gathered, right? B has more resources gathered, while Vortex had 30 more villagers, 30 more economic units.
That's wild.
That is absolutely crazy. That was crazy.
What a crazy, crazy game there. And somehow, some way, it felt like early on B had some good trades. It felt like he was doing well, even though he lost water. And then Vortex just took over. And it was like, wow, this is all over. All right, let's just wait until Vortex ends the game. And then no, B thought differently and B closed it on out.
Yeah, he did. He did indeed. And man, that was actually very, very interesting how that played out. All right, time to take a look. We are looking at the replays here.
And this is where early on B did a really great job of, I felt like he wasn't investing as much as Vortex was under the water and just still defending well enough until he had Castle behind. We were kind of surprised by the Castle Age choice being White Tower instead of King's Palace, but all the anyways, it still ended up working out well.
Yeah. All right. Time to look at our next set. It's just about to start, so we are putting pedal to the metal here as we are looking at the next map that is going to be moving out. Okay, it is happening. We're getting moving out now between Vortex and B. Vortex playing as the Mongols against Ottomans on moving out. Okay, Okay. Wouldn't be my pick here, but that's going to be interesting.
It's B, though. Let him pick
It
whatever.
is B.
We'll see what it is.
And we're jumping right into it, everybody. Welcome to Moving Out. Get the Khan firing off some arrows there immediately.
I was about to say, isn't it like sketchy on moving out playing Mongol sometimes because of your TC location?
You don't start off with the ability to, like make an Uvu.
Well, make an Uvu.
There's no stone.
And don't you have to place your TC basically in like the opposite corner because like of the location proximity to your opponent?
Yeah, you can't put your TC like into the wood line because the developers added in a minimum amount of range that you can put your main TC away from the main TC of your opponent.
Mm-hmm. Like normally he'd want it tucked where that Uvu is, like, cornered up into two different wood lines where he can just stay on wood lines with quick drop-offs for like a long early point in the game, but isn't able to do so. So that's where maybe Vortex hadn't practiced this map too much, because I think I remember seeing Anatan play this like when it first came out, and he like I think he wasn't even able to place his TC. I think they made some updates since then though.
Yeah. All right. So something to take note of here is, you see that, right? There is no gold on the starting island. Players will have to move out onto the outer ring in order to get any gold at all. So before players move out, as is the name of the map, moving out, you're not going to be able to really like get any progress on the A-job in.
And
what do we have here? Is that a scout? No, it is a
it's
villager.
A villager out early. I feel like it's a way earlier move out than we see.
Yeah, he's moved out already. Scout at the moment, just hitting the dog, Khan hitting the scout. And Dark Age Khan doesn't do too much damage, so he can just ignore it and do some damage on the dock instead. If Vortex repairs it, he's going to be spent wood, he's going to have idle village time. So that's going to be value gained for B. He's just going to pick him up by the transport ship and... Oh. Okay.
I mean, Ottomans, it's a super cheap for them.
Yeah.
And
he spots it.
Oh my gosh! This is hilarious.
Target detected. I mean, it's 4 villagers, though. Gur is expensive.
I mean, I feel like and he's going to be able to... There's so much sheep on this island, too, isn't there, on the outsides, that he's going to be able to...
Yeah, the outer ring has a lot of them. For Spearman and Q. I mean, with 4 villagers, I think Vortex should be able to get enough gold, though, for the age up.
Yeah, but the key for me is, like, if the transport ship's not in good positioning, these 4 villagers are dead.
True. First drop-off came through. Second one about to. Yeah, Spearmen are still way too far away. He hasn't sent any of his own villagers out yet to get gold. Oh, villagers moving out.
What?
Moving out,
what?
Indeed. Where's he going? Is he? Oh, he's looking for stone. He's looking for an Uvu spot. He's gonna find it.
He finds it, but instead... There's also a spear on his villagers.
Oh, he gets enough gold, though. Has enough gold for the age up.
He does have enough for the age up. The Uvu just gets run by. Oh, nope. It just got spotted out. Let's see if he gets enough to finish it. He doesn't finish it. He cancels it. Oh.
Ooh. And our villagers are going to be on the run.
Transport ship's going to be able to cut this off. 2 villagers going to be able to get out. Good job. Really, really good reaction timing by Vortex here. Oh,
the Spearman got blocked.
Weird pathing. Oh, still forced.
He's sending the weak villager to the other side. Where'd he go? Wait,
he sees it barely. Ooh. So again, able to secure.
No, a move.
Huh? Oh, what? Okay, so kills one of the villagers at the bottom side. The top side villager gets. He saw it run this way. Let's see.
Yeah, he's gonna find him, right? That's an attack move. That has to be an attack move. It was an attack move. There we go.
Yeah. All right. Well, that is a cool pickup. It pays off. And look at this. He's like, all right, I'll take your gold now, or my gold.
Your gold, our gold.
And so this means no demo ships, right? Vortex,
no demo ships.
Vortex can't make demo ships.
Yeah, no hulks as well.
Yeah.
Or at least no war chunks.
Mm-hmm. So this is
And
where
he's taking down the Gur.
Oh, and I mean, this is where now, what do you do if you're Vortex to be able to react to this? You can't really get gold efficiently, right?
You need to make an archery range, get like 3 archers out, and then transport them over. Oh, or you just try and outmaneuver, get an outpost up on a gold.
I mean, this might get spotted out by the barracks.
It will, but honestly, I don't think that really matters too much because it's just like No, it doesn't even get spotted out by the barracks.
It doesn't.
That's not in line of
This
sight.
is another 100 wood for a Gur, though.
Another 100 wood for a Gur, 100 wood for an outpost, but at least the gold is going to be safe.
Yep.
And it's not something that B will know about.
Another.
He should have used his own transport ship to like check.
This dock positioning from B is going to
vile.
be just in your face.
First archer ship is out though. B doesn't have any, well, not any, but like not enough food.
Yeah, he doesn't have a ton of the income. He has invested a lot into this.
He can get a drop off though. I guess maybe with the drop off he will have enough.
Villager now moving out for the Uvu. Will this Uvu get spotted by the barracks?
I don't think so. I don't think it will.
No?
Yeah, it's not. He doesn't even know about the resources there. Oh, the spearmen are running around though, so he's gonna see.
Are those
there's
A
gonna
move?
be an outpost
I think
there.
those are A move.
Oh, the outpost.
Villager down in the middle.
It's gonna be the second one. No, second one.
Barely able to escape there. But Vortex's eco numbers, you can still see how he is favoring the eco numbers, even though he lost some villagers.
This is why Mongols on this map can still be very, very mean, because as you notice there, he just sends the Falcon over on the other side of the wood line, and then his outpost can shoot over, while the opponent's outpost can't.
Yep. Good denial by B on the fishing though. That dock, I believe he just had a galley pop out and forces all of the fishing boats away.
Is moving out though to the top side now. So is getting some food from the south, from the north. On the south side, that's where the gold is. That's where the spearmen are now hitting, but Vortex reacts instantly.
Outpost is there. It does get scouted out now, and B has his scout here as well. Uvu's going to start being burnt, and Spear's going to start getting queued up again. And more fish denial from both of these players.
Oh, War Chunk gets spotted out. There's about to be a demo ship coming in. Getting some arrow slits in placement as well, and there's this demo ship. Vortex not paying attention.
I think he wants to make sure he has enough damage to...
Yeah, he wants to get the... There we go. Oh, he gets the fishing ships. Oh my god, that is insane value.
Oh gosh.
No, man, that was
unbelievable value there from B. And look at the Uvu now. It's not only going to be the Uvu burnt. There's no... Oh,
he's being so annoying with that.
He just needs to go all the way to the south side.
Oh, the thing is, though, he just puts an outpost there as well.
All right, there.
Down. That's a lot of spearmen.
There's the
Only
range.
2 archers. That's 1 villager down.
The problem is there's just going to be more and more archers here. It's going to be a double produced, I'd assume.
Ooh.
Oh! It's still going to be alive. He needs to kill the villagers. And a good hold by Vortex here. Really good micro. Loses another few villagers. 16 villagers still idled from B. Oh, they're moving across in the transport. He's just taking the outside wood line. He said, I'm done with those outposts in the center.
I'm not even gonna try. if you're playing it like this. And like Vortex even made a scout from his TC, because scouts for Mongols also get the Falcon ability.
It's Sipahi rolling. I was about to say, all he needs to do is drop a stables where that wood line is now, and he can go start to punish where the Uvu and the archers are starting to pop out.
Getting
Immediately
a stable in from
yep.
Vortex as well, though.
Barracks
Barracks,
coming
yeah.
in. Yep. Has to happen.
He's got a lot of food in the bank. I feel like maybe he wants to pull a lot of these villagers over to gold, maybe go for an age up, but right now he's also investing a lot on water. Definitely water control would be very good here for him. Maybe even on stone. Get some placements in on that dock that he has there. Looks like we had another demo ship come in. One of the war junks did lose a good bit of HP there.
Yeah, currently just seeing some ships circle on around. And it feels like Vortex is slowly just losing water. He still has a ton of fishing boats there on his original couple deep sea fish, but there's the dock there from Vortex. It's a demo about to pop out, but there's more than enough military ships here to deal with that immediately.
IR out now. A demo ship comes out though. Gets sniped immediately.
Quick
demo
reaction.
ship?
Nothing coming around the backside.
no.
Really, really good reaction there from Vortex.
But he doesn't have any. He doesn't have any sprinkle chips.
He's slowly been catching up on eco over here, and oh my sheep.
He's got a lot of sheep there, yeah. But I'm worried right now about what his game plan is. I guess oh my god, that is a lot. But I guess he trying to like age up, or what's the plan?
I feel like he's gonna try to have a Sapahi play on the gold mine at the south.
It's such a dangerous situation now for him though, because there's already spearmen out. Keshik's now coming as well. Like Vortex has the unit mass, but he's floating so many resources.
He just doesn't have the balance that he needs. This dock, honestly, he wants the dock to go down. The demo that pops, it's not even a demo. It's a. He can maybe get a galley. No, he's not. Yeah, see,
he's getting a sprinkle chip maybe. Yeah, he's getting the sprinkle chip.
Okay. Not quite wasted resources, and he's gonna get a galley there.
Okay, good trade. Good trade.
I thought that was going to be wasted resources, but turns out to be a good trade indeed. Looks like Vortex starting to move out away from that little Uvu spot. Spears almost take down a Keshik immediately.
Yeah, but now the military gets found out, right? And now B knows, okay, that is not an okay fight for me to take. He's going to need to rush up an outpost on his gold. He's still trying on water at the same time. What? Oh. That still happens. Wait, where'd that come from? Oh my god. That still happens sometimes where you see the sprinkle ship just hit from a mile away.
Military numbers are dead even, so where is B's military actually? You know, I feel like he's just had it split up all different spots anywhere and everywhere. Demo ship, though, going to connect. Good spot out by Vortex.
Not in time.
Outpost, it may not be in time. There's only a few more spears left here. And it looks like B knows he has to take the fight. Sapahi, though, are just getting shredded by the spears.
Yeah, Sapahi dove onto the archers, though, taking a good couple of them down. Outpost will go up. But it's very far on one side. I don't think it can actually protect anything there.
Yeah, it feels like B is starting to lose some of this, advantage that it felt like he was starting to build up. Vortex still has been heavy onto the fishing.
That's a tough one at the moment to call as well. Who's actually in the lead and who isn't. Funnily enough, the economy isn't actually that far apart. I believe it's an Ottoman and Delhi specific thing. I'm not sure why it's Ottoman. I think they use the Delhi as the basis for the Ottomans. But Ottoman fishing ships get counted as military. So the economy should be fairly even overall.
Khan gets saved by the transport ship there. Good micro from Vortex. And docks are getting emplacements in them. The scary thing for B is this military structure he has now been full denied. But Vortex also has this kind of just pocket eco here at the bottom side that is surrounded on the right and the left by two different spots from B.
Yeah. Oh! Big shot over here. Springle ships.
There's one. There's 2 more down. That is a lot of eco that Vortex just lost.
Yeah, definitely very good value. Demo ship should be coming out soon, though, from the dock. Needs to be incredibly careful with that one. He doesn't pay attention. It's coming out now. B!
Oh, 3!
Oh, that is crazy value.
And then the third one officially falls from the dock emplacement. Dock can easily be kind of tapped a few times back to full health if Vortex wants to send a villager out that way. It feels like every time one of these players makes a good winning trade, the other makes a big comeback play right after.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge here now for Vortex. Suddenly in a much, much better position.
That center wood line is starting to get quite thin there from Vortex. Demo ship as well!
What? They're doing it to each other now. It's... Oh, the perfect timing.
The dock is on fire, though. And there is another, I'm assuming, demo in queue. Actually, not a demo in queue, but it...
Oh, no, no.
Oh, surrender.
Oh, my
surrender.
God. No way. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Oh, my God.
All right. Vortex is pushing up with his military up towards B's gold vein that he was on with that outpost. I don't know if B has built a lot more military up that way. It looks like based off of pure numbers, he's reinforcing that positioning. Double range.
That's 3 Keshiks.
It's double range though, and there's already arrow slits in one of those outposts. So that's really where.
Not just that, there's no blacksmith upgrades for Vortex. He has them.
Oh, yeah, that is definitely the difference there. Those Keshiks don't really have too much ranged armor comparative to their actual knight counterparts.
Keshiks are coming through. At the same time, fight on water. Demo ship, they're just dancing right now.
I don't know what's in the transport ship. It's tanky, though.
Whatever it is.
It's tanky.
Whatever it is, it's gonna go down. Whatever it is, it's gonna die.
Oh,
at the same time, though, land battle. Wait, no, it's E-Mobs! They're out!
They got out! They ran! And Vortex loses the whole mass that he pushed forward with?
Just in time. Oh my God. Oh, what is this game? We're getting so many highlights from one game.
Villagers starting to rebuild the outpost. I think one of them needs to actually help torch the ram, maybe.
Oh, it's gonna survive.
Oh my.
This is why I love moving out. I'm just gonna say it now that we got a really good game in order to confirm the argument, but I love these chaotic games.
I can assure you B and Vortex are both pissed off right now. They are hating this game.
Probably. In their position, I would probably hate the game too. We love it though. It's a treat for the viewers. I've not seen any not entertaining games on moving out yet.
Oh my gosh. Well, B, his dock emplacements, they're trying to help out defend this location, but here comes the naval fleet. Villagers once again dying on those wood lines near his home. I'm surprised there's any villagers on these wood lines at home with how thin those wood lines are getting.
Yeah. Wait, what? That one wood line is just incredibly thin right now.
Yeah, Vortex is about to be through.
What if Vortex
landmark
chops
snipes.
through, goes
Just
for
landmark
snipe, and B just in time ages up?
I mean, if you're Vortex, what if you just started dropping rams behind us right now? Just ram. You come through with like 6 rams. But
just
no,
pull all the villagers.
It's not going to matter soon as B will be dropping Castle Age. Again, he's doing this like he's actually able to produce a good amount of defenses, but demo ships just connect hugely for Vortex. Needs to start demo shipping in between the 2 docks. That's exactly what he's about to do. Demos pop out for B. One gets taken down. Villagers coming to help protect. Will there be another return demo ship from Vortex? Villagers? Oh no. Are we gonna see it happen again? No.
Oh, he's gonna take care of that. He's gonna know.
B
He did
knows
it to
better.
Vortex. He doesn't want to have that happen to him.
And that's the dock emplacements end up just adding up with the damage. Same thing with B having his reinforcements pop out right there.
Vortex, he's starting to add up a lot of units on land now. More rams coming in once again. Double ram getting produced. Where's he going to go with them? Where are the rams coming in right now? I'm wondering. Is it going to be all the way on his corner in the island, or is it going to be in the middle island? Doesn't look like it's in the middle island.
It looks like it's on his corner.
Yeah.
The chop through is definitely through.
Oh, he's got the transport ship there, though.
Transport ship is there. B finally starting to push out of his little corner of the water again.
Transport onto middle island. Take down landmarks.
I mean, B, he was so close to castle a little bit ago. It still feels like he's close, but has to make more and more naval ships or else he will lose all of the water.
Yeah, that's true. It's something that you just always have to reinvest into. Post up at the front side. If you put villagers inside that with the emplacement, it starts doing an absurd amount of damage.
Yep, that outpost just provides so much extra value for himself. Still has that good sprinkled ships fleet. Takes out another demo. There's a few more demos circling around the backside. Dock emplacements. Able to help take down one and demo trades with the others.
Fortification about to come in on that outpost as well. Oh, the military is pushing on to B side on land.
With the Rams are making the long journey up to the top, but B, he's got a little bit of a mass there already. He is going to see it, does spot it out. He was actually starting to move out himself, felt good about it. Demo ships coming through. Both players have to be paying attention to both locations at all times. Rams pushing forward. There's still some Keshiks.
Inside the outpost.
All the Keshiks on the front side about to get cleared up. It is just the archers left now from Vortex against Sapai. Just like you said, it is about to be a clean wipe of those archers with that mass. B gonna clean up it on land and on the sea. B is pushing forward there as well.
Oh my god. And it's still we're still in fuel age behind this. B, he reinvested a massive amount into the fuel age now. Now he's far away from it again, from Castle Age.
But he wins the fight on two fronts. He clears up the whole entire landmass. He clears up a good amount of the naval fleet, pushing forward, securing his own base at home, taking down the outposts. And now is when he can go for the throat, whether it's castle, whether it's drops on the middle island, because those wood lines are basically gone, or just not allowing Vortex to go anywhere with water.
Remass coming in on the archers here. This is starting to feel like... I mean, Vortex, he still has a lot of docks, right, with emplacements. So it's going to be tough for B to do too much damage to him. And now he's got some outposts there as well. So damage.
B taking the fight again on two fronts, but demo ships closing the gap onto some Hulks, able to close down, kill, what, 2-3 of those sprinkled ships. A few more of the demos rallying forward. B trying to kite him on out, and kite him out he does.
A demo ship gets picked off there. Vortex moving back for the time being. That's actually have enough units set to continue the push. Let's respect the situation. Nope.
Too many outposts, no siege there on the bottom side for B, and by siege I mean no rams to be able to take down those outposts, so didn't want a full dive. And now Vortex moving forward with more villagers, needs another gold location. He outmined all of that gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. He has a market, right? So he was probably trading out resource time and time again. He's got so much wood in the bank as well. Oh, no.
All of his fishing is about to go down. No, B got double dock drop with emplacement. Blow it up!
You notice it? Too late!
Oh, another 6, 7, 8 fishing boats go down. The dock's already somewhat low health, about 3/4 of the way, and oh my villagers.
You're getting really close, but the archer ship, it can see it. It can see the villagers.
Oh, nope. Don't try to repair the dock. Do not try to repair the dock.
Oh, if this was an old demo ship, all of these villagers would have been down.
Triple click it. Yeah, absolutely. Every single one's gone.
Oh, man. This game is crazy. This game is absolutely crazy, but it feels like B, he's in a really good position right now. Landmark that he has as well just gives him so much access to food. He's got a second TC as well. Come on. I didn't even notice that. B put up a second TC probably a good while ago. Brent, he destroyed he killed 44 workers this game.
He has been killing so much. He's been, I will say, like, felt like losing some military trades here and there. We saw crazy back and forth, but now it's to the point where B just has too much of a lead for them to be able to do anything. Vortex trying to do some cheesy play again with the Falcon scouting across the middle. I think the cheesy play he needs to go for is a landmark snipe.
Yeah, I agree. While both players are still in feudal age, like, but it's not something that you really think about when you're like playing at the moment. Vortex, he had like 1,000 wood. What if it was just like 6-7 rams inside of his base?
I mean, B would not have the resources to drop castle and react. He would have to out repair. He'd have to somehow try to get villagers back, try to pull his ships back to hope to range the rams or do something. But that is not the play. We're seeing another mass that Vortex tried to push up with get cleared by the Sipahi, and more of the fishing boats, and not just the fishing boats, the military mass, the naval fleet, the docks at home. Vortex finally throws in the towel. What a crazy moving out game.
Oh my god, I love this map. Watching it, that is. Playing, not so much, but man, what a crazy back and forth. Vortex, I mean, it felt really good on Waterframe in between, but B just clawing his way back, didn't go for the greedy castle age behind it, and looking at the economy count, at the end just gets the better trades time and time again, and man, all of these things add up. B is now going to be on match point.
I mean, this series is living up to the hype. I mean, we thought we had some cool series, some cool games earlier on, and then all of a sudden we get games like that.
Yeah, it's a crazy map, but crazy maps do tend to lead to crazy games, and I think this one definitely delivered. Next up, it's going to be Cliffside. Only 30 seconds until we're jumping into the next game, not giving these players any pause here. And it's going to be Roos versus Delhi. It's going to be an interesting one here on Cliffside.
Delhi's always
we'll see like a Kremlin in the middle.
Yeah, now I mean, if that were B maybe, but B's the one on Delhi. I feel like Vortex is just going to play it more normal, and B, he's the one that, you know, I know he has always been a Delhi fiend himself, and it's going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, 100%. Let's jump right into that one. Welcome, everyone, to a fourth game in this set between Vortex and B. We're here on Cliffside. This time, we got Vortex playing as the Roos and B, the Cariello, playing as the Delhi Sultanate.
Starting to see these scouting patterns, these earlier builds, what they have in store and planned for themselves.
Yeah, typically a lot of the sheep on this map do tend to be either behind a player's base or usually has like 4 to 6 sheep around the neutral markets on this map.
Yeah, so let's...
That's typically where you want to go with your scout, and it's double hunting cabin opening here for Vortex.
Nice little spots for those hunting cabins. That'll give them some nice little gold generation throughout these earlier points in the game and throughout.
Yeah. Playing up against the Delhi Sultanate, I still feel, I stand by the decision that like a Kremlin on the middle sacred side could be a very good play. Not only do you deny a sacred side immediately, you also get a lot of vision, because the Kremlin immediately gets every single upgrade on it, meaning that not only do you get like the castle turret emplacement as well as arrow slits, but you also get the line of sight emplacement on it, which isn't really an emplacement, but like an upgrade that you get per outpost, where you double its line of sight. So it's like having a semi-imperial palace.
Yeah, it would provide an unbelievable amount of vision, but is it worth the walking time and losing that early wood economy that you can just get boosted on the wood line? Yeah, there's a little small wood line he could probably gather from and maybe extend the range out to the next one, but still feels like that would be some extra investment and resources he'd be losing.
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe if you go for like an all-in mass archer type approach with Roos, that's not typically something that you do with Roos against Delhi, though. Definitely could just be the normal Golden Gate approach here. Fast castle, mass cav archers, and try to win with that.
Dome of the Faith on the way for B, and Vortex is dropping the Golden Gate. It is not a forward Kremlin, unfortunately.
Unfortunate.
We're all sad.
Yeah, could have been a Kremlin rush even on the gold from B, and then you take his wood line.
Now we're talking here. And these are the builds we want.
These are the builds live from the ladder.
But Feudal Ages will be coming through in just a little bit, and we will see if Vortex does want to try to just jump on in and skyrocket up to the Castle Age, go with some of that Horse Archer play, Cav Archer play, or if he's going to try to do some early contestant of the Sacred Sites and not allow B to get any of this map control.
Yeah, Sacred Sites for Delhi, it's so strong in combination with the Dome of Faith because you get just so many scholars out very early on. You only need 2 villagers on gold in order to get an incredible amount of them. Just this constant production up on the Dome of Faith. And once you hit that 7-minute mark, all of a sudden you start tapping all 3 Sacred Sites at the same time. Chances are your opponent doesn't have enough military to evenly split off the military onto every single one of them.
It's why, Ghazis are just such a strong play for the Delhi because of that mobility, and they're just not like the normal horsemen either. They're just, that little one-up of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just that they do 1 more damage. It's not that they do 2 more damage. They do 3 more damage per hit and additional +2 versus armored units. So even if Vortex goes for like knights, he probably won't be able to create them quickly enough, mass them quickly enough to be able to get control over the Sacred Sites.
Yep, exactly. And B is already doing the Delhi things, which is scholars and some more scholars. So has 2 in queue. I'm not sure what production he's going for early, or if it's just going to be some blacksmiths. Oh, there it is. It's Ghazis. That's expected. When are the blacksmiths going to come in? Is it going to go double? And what kind of control do we got from there? But Pro Scouts is on the way. Not surprising.
Yeah. Pro Scouts is the meta at the moment, so makes sense for Vortex to go for that, especially when you're up against the Delhi Sultanate, right? Because Delhi, they naturally get the Pro Scout upgrade in for free, and we do see B prioritizing the Pro Scout upgrade from his mill. So if you're able to at least secure your own deer, you're gonna be in a much better position otherwise.
Scouting around, circling to see what Vortex has planned, if there's any production, making sure that the stone wasn't being gathered like Roos, Bruce used to always be the 2TC Roos, but once Golden Gates dropped, not so much anymore. It's been all about that Pro Scouts into most of the time fast castle play.
Yeah. There we go. Deer are being collected Ghazi Raider, not quite in time, so 700 food is going to go over to Vortex's TC. Now Vortex will, at the very least, need a knight in order to be able to deal with these Ghazi Raiders. It's going to take a while, and yeah, we see the correct play. The barracks reaction coming in as well.
And barracks coming down for B as well. You already talked about it earlier. The knights, you can't produce them fast enough to keep up with the Ghazis who get that extra bonus damage against heavy. B's already got 4 Ghazi out. I mean, if Vortex moves out on the map with the knight, it's just going to die.
Yeah.
Up to 5 scholars, but 1 is in the stables, about to be a 6th, and another deer being ferried back home. The others forced away, though, from the reinforcing Ghazis.
Yeah. As we're once again finding some of these scouts. We're only on 1 knight, 1 spearman, but he's already up to 6 scholars behind this. So the upgrades are going to be coming in super quick here, and he'll be able to just start picking up the sacred sites now. Has already gotten Sanctity in.
This is just the crazy thing whenever you're playing against Delhi, watching Delhi, whatever the sort may be. It's like, you're like, oh, okay, you know, wow, that's a lot of military. I got to respect that. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, and now they're getting the sacred sites. Okay, I got to deny. And now they're castle age. And now all these upgrades are coming in for free. It's just, it combines together so well.
It does. It really, really does. And behind this, B is about to finish pro scouts as well. Doesn't have any additional scouts out yet. But I mean, with efficient production, he's going to be able to get them in really, really quickly. Second sacred site now also being started to be captured up.
Yeah, just now made that swap into spears and scouts now, so probably going to secure up in a few of the deer for himself right off the bat, and then might go for more of the contested deer packs, most likely the most north one.
Yeah.
There's that sacred site being secured. Knight trying to go deny it, but it's not just a scholar there.
The top side.
Oh, this wall is going to be great for the denial of the pro scouts.
Yeah, you're right. The deer are behind it as well.
It's going to make them path super weird. It's going to make it way easier to close the gap, to reinforce, like, you know, position your spears where the knights are right now later on, and just not allow any exit path for Vortex.
Yeah, Vortex now adding in archers as well, so just trying to get as many units out as possible. All the different unit counters. Gazi Raiders have to be a little bit careful here. Ooh, the brace!
And then
Gazi Raider goes
and
down.
a wall in the center as well. Oh, this is so frustrating and annoying.
Yeah, it's tough, right, when you're up against the Delhi like this. And now B, he's going to be getting almost 400 gold per minute on top of everything else. Scouts also getting intercepted. One is going to go down.
Triple sacred sites just flowing in for B, and this is where he can drop a market. He can just drop another mosque, build even more scholars and throw them into the mosque, because his Dome of the Faith is already going to be filled on up, and he's really not even going to know what to do with the gold income he's got.
Yeah. Knight was able to pick off a scholar there. B isn't producing any of them at the moment. We're seeing a switch into archers from B as well. So it looks like he wants to stick around in the feudal age. We'll have to take a look at his base then and see if he has decided to drop a market, because if he's sticking around in feudal age, definitely will want to have that market to be able to produce more units. And indeed, the market is coming up now. So could definitely think about doubling down when it comes to the feudal age play.
Yeah, and I mean, all of that gold, you got to use it somewhere. He does indeed buy some food, it looks like. Maybe bought some wood as well. And fights now starting to happen.
A little bit early.
A little bit early indeed. Ghazi's, though, not connecting onto the spears yet. Everything's kind of all split off from B, just taking the fight early and not grouped and not together.
Should have made... Oh, more Ghazi reinforcements coming in, though.
Spears, great positioning by Vortex, though. Able to circle around the backside. Other Ghazis circle around on top of the archers. But look at all the Ghazis!
They're down so quickly.
I mean, it's what happens when you go spears into... If you dive your horsemen into spears, it's the same thing.
Yeah. And B, I mean, he had the resource, right? He got the market up. But he just took the fight before he was able to get his units out onto the field. And Vortex with the pro scouts, like, he had the resource and he is making units non-stop.
Yep, and they both are going to be in this position, but now B, he lost his advantage. It felt like he had, you know, military numbers were somewhat even. If he had just waited a little bit before losing 10, 15 units inefficiently, might be a little bit different, but Vortex takes the fight when he needs to, and great closure. Now starting to deny the sacred sites and the walls.
Vortex looks like he's in a phenomenal spot right now. Lots of archers, lots of knights, more in queue as well. Remass onto the scouts, so we'll probably want to get the deer at the top side, which B is also still walling off further and further. All sacred sites have been decapped.
All sacred sites decapped. Feel like this is one where the Gazis, like B's, somehow gotten close to equalizing the military numbers, but you can't forget there's 8 scholars into the mix still. So trying to pick off reinforcing units, trying to make sure no more deer get ferried on home, trying to, delay some of that roost food income that he's gotten. Oh no. Vortex is diving the base. He saw that Ghazi mass pushing forward. Might have been a little too early though. Decides not to go all the way for it. Villagers just standing there with some of those wood planks in their hands.
Yeah, B didn't have enough wood in order to drop another lumber camp on the other wood line, so he has to recommit to that one.
Goes back onto the normal wood line again, pushes a few more archers back, trying to take down a knight as well. So both of these players, I mean, just like the last game, back and forth, 2 different kind of points that these players are fighting at.
In enough mass, able to take down some of the Ghazi Raiders. Vortex. There hasn't been any villager kills in this game, but it looks like B had some idle time on the TC as these 2 villagers behind now.
Indeed. Looks like mining camp almost burnt to the ground. No gold really being gathered up other than, I think, hunting cabins for Vortex. Got denied off of that, so less night.
I mean, he does still have that golden gate, so if he really needs the gold, right? Like, he can always exchange a ticket or 2.
Yeah. Knight's still circling around. It's crazy that 0 villager kills have happened with this much cav roaming and raiding and trying to find connections. More attempted forward walls. Another scout gets taken down. Ghazis, another one falls, another 2, and almost a 3rd.
Yeah. An archer count, I mean, Vortex, he's up to 30. B at 17 at the moment. He's got a lot of scholars, and with this many scholars, you kind of do want to go for the castle age transition, as you'll be getting in so many techs for free, and very quickly as well with this many scholars.
Problem is, I feel like if he goes castle, he dies.
That's the thing.
Yeah, we know what type of Vortex player is. He likes to all in. He likes these timing pushes, and I think he knows he has the timing to do this now. Mass is huge. B is kind of on the back foot here.
Has one side walled off, though. So this runaround isn't going to work, at least not immediately, but Vortex, he's going to go the long side around from the looks of it. Ghazi Raiders also trying to take a long way around, trying to go for a pick-off here. Vortex not giving him that opportunity, though.
Yeah, B doing a great job continuing to stall out this game, though. It felt like he was, at a really scary positioning point, and now Vortex falls back yet again with this mass, and B is getting more and more and more time to stabilizing it.
Yeah. And we can't forget that Vortex doesn't have any eco upgrades other than Wheelbarrow. B has gotten all of them in for free. So economy should be fairly even, considering that Vortex with Ruse obviously has some bonuses going for him.
B just went idle with 14 villagers. Not sure exactly what that is, but Ghazis.
The high trade house.
Oh, that's what it is. It's the high trade house on the way. Ghazi's still causing some more idle time, some more annoyance. There's so many spears!
And in a great position as well. Vortex just absolutely making sure there's no damage being done to him by these Ghazi Raiders.
Really, really good positioning by Vortex's army, and High Trade House is about to finish here in a little bit, and B is nowhere close to dropping castle.
That's going to become very, very difficult. Not only not even close to castle age, but doesn't have a sizable military lead.
Upgrades on the way for Vortex, and his come, he has to pay for his, but they come a little bit quicker. And now B has the decision.
Quicker asterisk.
At first, I guess I should say.
In certain conditions.
In certain conditions. And now B has the choice, does he double down or does he make the transition now to start trying to get to castle himself? But he's at 160 food per minute.
Walls coming in. Spearmen find the knights. Sacred Sites being captured up once again. B suddenly, he sent a lot of villagers out to gold. He sent a lot of villagers out to gold.
He's just using the market to buy the food. Look at that.
He is. That's crazy. That is crazy. But the question is, can he hold this next push? Because Pierce Armor 2 is also coming in. There's already so many armored units up for Vortex.
He's able to resecure the sacred sites. He's trying to do some more raiding, trying to cause some more annoyance. He needs to stall this out as long as he can. Able to pick off a few of those spears. Didn't look like Vortex has the typical mass that he had back like before. He's pushing forward. He's deciding to try to end this himself. But now this is becoming more of a death push. House of Learning on the way. Don't know where it's being built. Is it in a safe location? Yes, it is. Archers jump inside, do a little town center swap to the other side. Spears on the way to try to help protect this.
He doesn't have enough. Oh, this is going to be a cleanup. Knights pulling back onto the archers.
Spears taking the fight, but the archers are there as well. Just going to clear out that whole massive B before he can defend this up. He's still trying to kite this out. House of Learning only a quarter of the way, getting closer to half. Spear mass almost like it's nothing.
A lot of the knights are weak, but it's still armored units. He's getting some villager kills. Vortex not really killing villagers, but that's not what he needs to do. He just needs to kill military. Needs to make sure that B doesn't have any standing army here. As soon as that's done, he can just start diving. B with the... I mean, maybe elephants? One or two war elephants?
I still don't think it's going to be enough. Spearmen. House of Learning finishes.
Oh, that's going to be a lot of villager kills.
I mean, it's do or die now for B. He's got like a minute or two or else it's over. There's nothing. If the game extends, Vortex still just has too much. And I still think,
it's going to be called. GG gets called. And that means we're going to have a game 5 between B and Vortex now.
A game 5 indeed. Going all the way to the extended series here. Look at the APM so close to each other. Maxville so close to each other. Eco killed so close. It didn't feel like that when we were watching the game, though.
Yeah. I'm so happy with the games that we're getting to cast here today because none of these sets has been close. None of these sets have been a 3-0 today.
Yeah, and I feel like this is one of those that usually the first big weekend of the past the qualifiers and into the tourneys, it's usually a lot of, not to say it's a bad thing, but usually there's a fair amount of 3-0s just because you're getting the more tilted matchups, rank 1 versus low rank. But
yeah,
these players living up to expectations. They've been putting in the work. They are looking clean, and no.
Yeah, that. So, I mean, Mali is insanely good. Mali here is insanely good against Abbasid. Just probably the best civilization that you can pick against Abbasid. Let me quickly lock in my bet.
Oh gosh.
There we go.
Hopefully B has not been practicing with Anatan, and he doesn't decide to go for 2TC Mali as well.
Yeah, we're getting the 2TC fast Farimba play against Abbasid. Let's go. Yeah, all in on B with this one. It's looking too good for the Mali here. Oh my god, okay, never mind. Somebody figured it out.
125 on Vortex.
Easy points if you bet on B.
Yeah, so this is quite the matchup here. We saw it earlier today. Anatan tried some 2TC play against Scarlet Devil, and it didn't turn out too well. It went
in a direction. Yeah.
So now, game decider.
We're jumping right into it.
We're in it. Game number 5, B versus Vortex. It is Abba versus Mali. Vortex has the Abba, and B has Mali.
Man, okay. And with the bets about to end, I think it's time to drop the truth bomb here. No, this matchup is not favored for the Malians.
Oh, who's surprised? Hopefully they were watching the earlier cast.
Oh, no. Anyways. Oh, my God. Yeah, this is a tough one. This is an incredibly tough one for the Malians. We're going to have to see if B has a plan here to pull off against Vortex. Maybe Vortex goes for military wing if B's lucky.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. you know, maybe B goes for like, no, it's not going to happen now. It's going to say
Tutelage
like
all
Dark Age Donzo, you know, just change it up, do something different.
Vortex spilled soda over his keyboard. These
A
things
tree
can
falls
happen.
on the power lines.
Yeah, these things that has happened before. That has happened before in Age of Empires 4 Pro Play.
Indeed, it has, but I don't know if it'll happen this game. Outline of the House of Wisdom already dropped. Vortex making sure that he doesn't forget to finish that on up. Next villager should jump out and start tapping it away.
We only have
House
four
opening.
houses.
Okay.
Okay, something else, something a little bit different. Usually we go all the way up to 6 houses. House of Wisdom coming in for Vortex behind this. I like that he already had like the blueprint down for it.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times now in the series today. We saw Byzantines going ahead. I think it was B went ahead and put the outline of the cisterns down, you know, just saving himself some timing. 12 sheep under the town center for Vortex. As Abba, you don't really care, but you won't complain.
Indeed, indeed. Now we're gonna see, and it is actually gonna be military wing here for Vortex. Okay.
And it's not the trade network, so he's not doing the Anatan build over here. Mansequari on the way.
Getting options. Yeah, we're getting options. If this is a game that's gonna be a little bit more feudal age centered, I wouldn't count Mali out.
You're absolutely correct. Vortex though has a nice second TC base layout as well. Like he can easily get some nice walls down and some back resources for himself. Double berries on the backside. Obviously, B's got that backside gold as well to expand a second pit mine whenever he decides to do that.
Yeah, that's a great second gold position there. Ooh, good amount of sheep coming in for Vortex. How many sheep has Vortex? I think I already saw like a lot underneath his TC, but he just found 6.
I'm gonna guess 18 total.
Yeah, he's got like 12 there, so 8 right on the money, 18 total. What's the sheep count for B? Did you count? Did you count hands in the casino?
He hovered over the 12 sheep earlier, so I remembered.
Okay.
You know, I can look smart as a caster every now and then. B circling around, scouting out. He'll be able to see the House of Wisdom, see that it's military wing, not eco wing, so might change up his game plan from there.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has to, just looking at the wood lines that you have on this map, right? Like, no wood line is in range of your TC. Well, this one sort of is a little bit, but you get the gist,
point.
right? Like they're far away. They're far away from the TC.
It's called Baldlands for a reason. B though, he scouts it out. He's already dropping that range. He'll be able to react to that very, very easily. I wonder. I mean, he could just go with Javelin Thrower, but in reality, I feel like Archer's still the better play. Just make 3 archers and call it a day.
The issue in any case is if you go for archers or just an archery range, you're not really gonna have the like tools in order to siege down anything inside your opponent's base. I think you want to just go for the javelin throwers baseline, mainly because with javelin throwers you can still make something happen in your opponent's base because they can like snipe villagers out a good bit quicker. But it is gonna be archers.
Yep, first archer's out. He just needs 3 to deter this push, but not if he takes some bad trades. Oh, watch out for town center fire though.
Yeah, that's gonna be dangerous. If he takes 1 volley, first house already burning.
Warriors.
Oh, he's almost pop cap.
Scout coming on in. Another house being built. He is indeed pop capped for the time being, but 2 houses actually get fast built, so not too big of a deal there. A little bit of idle time, maybe. I think 5-10 seconds.
Second TC is going up for Vortex behind this now.
And this is one that I'm actually surprised by the choice of location by it. Like, yeah, obviously I talked about that location being great. I didn't expect him to drop a TC there. Usually you want it in range of all your House of Wisdom to kind of get that bonus as fast as possible for the first initial 10 buildings, but he's not going to have the 15% gather rate that quick, right?
Yeah.
He 1, 2, 3.
It's very far away. No, it's gonna take a little bit longer, right?
Yeah,
I don't think he's gonna have it right now.
I think another 2 buildings.
Yeah, something like that on those lines. Can quickly check.
He's
he's gonna start
trying
connecting
to
them.
extend it out. He still
All right.
need one more production building after that.
Yeah. He's getting a mill next to the TEC as well. Oh, it's actually double berries there in the back for Vortex.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like awesome location, and
Yeah.
does extend the House of Wisdom on out. So once
That should
those
be
two,
enough.
yep, that'll be enough. Had a plan the whole time.
Exactly, all as planned, and there we go. Golden Age 1 is in, so 15% more, or rather quicker, gathering now unlocked for Vortex.
And the big thing here from B is, what is his plan going to be? We see the first cattle ranch starting to have some cows get put into it.
Yeah, that position is a little bit
Odd. I was wondering the same. Like, where is he
Yeah.
going to build the Grand Filani if he does that?
Is he gonna? I mean, why would you make cattle in feudal age if you don't? But I mean, it's now it's going up over here. Okay, maybe.
You know what? We'll check back in a little bit later on that base.
It'll take a time. Maybe B isn't sure himself at the moment, right?
It's going to come into shape. It's going to come into shape here.
Yeah, it'll work out. Horsemen coming in now. Horsemen don't work that well against warrior scouts because warrior scouts regenerate health. You can just run and regenerate. But there's still a couple of spearmen out. Archery range also been added for Vortex.
And it's not just a few warrior scouts. He's already pumped that number up to 6. He's already got that archer number up to 5. So as long as he can scout those few or snipe those few spears away, the warrior scouts can really do a lot more damage. Do what they want to. Do those pokes and prods and then run on away.
He killed the sheep behind Vortex's scout and just picked it up with pro scouts. You can actually pick up sheep with pro scouts.
Just might as well, you know.
Yeah. It's free real estate.
All right, wheelbarrow coming on into play. And I think that's a first sofa in queue for B.
Yeah, one sofa out there, so is going to have a good front line up against those horsemen. Pro Scouts also coming in behind that. Every single deer, 350 food, so you're definitely getting a lot.
Yeah, and not only that, he already has a few of those cows in the cattle ranches for himself. So the economic deficit isn't really felt as bad for him right now. He's 5 cows in the ranches.
Yeah. There's a good bit of passive food, but behind this, I mean, just looking at Vortex's income, right? It's like at 1.3k at the moment. Bees is more at like 1.1k.
Yep, those
already
little bit of eco differences. Looks like gold is about to be trying to get forced off of over here. Outpost location, maybe not the best spot.
Yeah. We're also just now seeing the first pit mine, like the second pit mine being added in now on the back gold. So it took us time with that one.
Yep, villagers again continually being idled out slowly here and there. It's all of this starts to add up, especially when Vortex has an extra TC pumping behind this.
That's a lot of posturing going on. Do we have a barracks yet from Vortex? Doesn't look like it. Still a lot more archers being added in. And that's a ton of villagers in gold. So I'm guessing Vortex behind this. Get the blacksmith upgrades and just age up behind that.
He's
So
just
many
now
in
getting
gold.
survival tech.
I mean, he might have still been on sheep for the most part, right?
Sure. We'll
Yeah.
go with that.
I hear ram.
We do hear Ram, and that sounds like a Vortex play if I know a Vortex play. Great surround on that one scout. He's about to do it
Scouts.
again to the next scout, and B
And I'll do it
reacts
again.
quicker to that
Nope.
one.
Okay.
And the other one. He just says, all right, drop it and roll. He picks it up with the other one, though. He's trying.
Oh. This is why Pro Scouts is so annoying. Especially with Warrior Scouts as well.
If you got the APM to do it, you can really show your APM and how good you can be with that micro. but Micro no more. I mean, now you got to answer to this push. Ram is onto the houses. He can wait for a few of them to get taken down, but obviously doesn't want to. That's all a little bit of passive income that adds up, and Vortex is about to click Castle during this push.
Yeah. That is absolutely insane. He could even cancel the upgrade that he's researching right now and just go immediately.
I mean, he doesn't need to.
He does have a lot of
even.
villagers in gold, so it's just like a couple seconds, right? Doesn't make a big difference now for him.
Yeah, especially as he's winning this push and knows he can continue to win that push if ranged armor comes through, with archers trying to be the main kiting unit from B.
We got so many sofas out at the moment, though. 7 sofas, 4 more in queue. That's a big investment, and Grant, it's gonna take a while for the castle age to come through, but once it's through, if B doesn't have a way to like age up himself shortly after, it's gonna be really, really tough for him. Archers, not quite enough here.
And more houses just getting taken down. The awkward outpost not even being focused, because why would you? The houses are more important right now.
Oh, Pierce Armor isn't in yet.
And
a little bit hesitant to take a fight without it.
Just now finishes it up, but maybe he says, all right, I got enough damage there. Now let me just wait out the eco wing. If I get the upgrades on these horsemen, get the upgrades on these archers, then those feudal age sofa, not really worth much. Those feudal age archers, not really worth much.
You need imported armor on them in order to really get good use out of them.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
That's a lot of villagers out on the wood line. This is Baldland starting to get a little bit vulnerable over here.
Yeah.
Well, Vortex just running on by.
Still guarding the deer there. Yeah, horsemen don't have that much line of sight, so it looks like Vortex didn't actually see those villagers on the wood line. Vortex could go for another castle age right after.
That's just ABBA for you.
Yeah, not having to use any villager idle time in order to actually get the age up in. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, why would I not, you know, go ahead and transition in knights? Maybe. We'll see. Oh, no, it's Gulams and Lancers.
How many cattle do we have for B?
I'm going to guess 9.
How's the back of his base look like?
I'm going to guess 9.
No, he invested all of his gold into the sofas.
It's even worse. He's about to age up. Congrats.
And it's going to be for Rimba age up. You can't make your sofas or your, you know, archers better with the Farimba.
Maybe he'll
freeborn. He's gonna need barracks.
All right, so sofa circle. Quick reaction from Vortex. Just no, didn't even take any damage. Just saw the big yellow blob on his map and said, "Nope, no, sir."
You think yellow is a tough color to react to, but no, Vortex just reacted to it instantly.
Now starting to push forward. Just going to leave a few reinforcements here with the Lancers, with the Gulams. Easily can clean up, and even more importantly, a camel rider can easily clean up that one single sofa.
Horseman chasing the scouts. Age up now has come through for B as well. Yeah, Farimba doesn't really provide him with anything here at the moment. Veterans, he comes in on the archers.
No!
Horseman on the villagers.
Return raid coming through with Vortex's horsemen. B tried to do the same on the other side, but Vortex reacted yet again. Sofa are diving, maybe getting a few kills, but they are not veterancy. They are not imported armor Sofa yet, so still taking a lot of return fire. And Vortex just has such an economic lead and has been Castle Age a little longer, so has that tech advantage too. Composite bows is about to be online.
Yeah, with composite bows, these archers like B can't keep up when it comes to archer versus archer count. Not just count, but damage throughput. 1.25 attack speed compared to 1.62.
I mean,
Vortex archers attack almost half a second faster.
Such a big difference here, and he needs a lot more than just archers over on B's side.
It's not in yet. It's not in yet.
No, this is, before the imported armor comes through, so those archers with the fast attack speed shredding on those Sofa. Vortex has more reinforcements coming to the front side. Camel Riders will provide a debuff to all those Sofa as well, and they just now arrive. 20% less damage there for the few Sofa that are left. This is all but over. B tried his best. Unfortunate matchup here, and Vortex just played a clean ABBA game to close this one out, as I don't see a way back in it. B's trying the best he can. Archer's kiting back under the town center. Gulam running forward, and he's about to be full idled.
Yeah. Villagers can't get anymore from the deer underneath his TC. There's no upgrades coming in for him. At least we're still missing out the poison arrows. And the Sofa, they took the fight before the imported armor came in.
By the time the poison arrows would come through, the archers are all going to be dead.
Cattle evacuating. Trying to at least die close to the TC.
Villagers trying to circle around, trying to cause as much delay as possible, but town center fire is nothing at this point. Vortex is just on top of every single unit. B's total population count 59 right now, just continuing to fall and drop and drop.
Yeah. And while I want to say, like, Pro Scouts is the meta in many situations, I don't think it is the meta against the Abbasid. Their economy is just still way too strong. If you're gonna go for the eco play, choose a different civ to do it up against, because Abbasid, that's their territory.
Yeah, especially when they get double berry pack, and it just was so easy for their food economy. It matches up to the deer essentially, but not having to give that extra eco to pay for pro scouts and more scouts from it.
I mean, the writing's on the wall.
He's trying to do what he can. I get it. It's a tournament game. He doesn't want to end. He still thinks he might have a chance. A few different pockets of villagers working the best they can, but there is no chance. We have that God vision. We can see what's going on. There's not a chance back in it. 8 military, 20 idle vills. There's a ton of... Oh, no.
He's finding him.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Go, more archers still coming in. B, it's time. It is time. There's just no way to come back. Sofa's coming through, but at this point, it's not really a chance for him to do it. Looks like he evacuated his villagers around the other side. Tries to still get out, but it's just a big mass from Vortex just coming through time and time again. Vortex still has so many resources in the bank as well. Like, he can just reinforce this indefinitely.
Oh yeah, there's this is that ABBA, sweet spot. Look at the Q. He's got 6 spears, 5 lancers, 6. I mean, he's got everything he wants in Q. Meanwhile, B struggling to produce anything at all. And here comes another TC dive.
Yeah. And there's just no way. We've talked about it time and time. There's just no way. Villagers, they're just going to get taken down more and more now. I think he still has a lot of villagers in the gold mine in the back, but there we go. GG comes in. We went all the way to a 5-game set here, but in the end, Vortex, in a very good matchup, able to win it out.
And I mean, look at the resources gathered. Obviously, a lot of that's going to be towards the last couple minutes where B basically has no villagers working other than, like you said, 15, 20 villagers snuck on that back gold vein. But just overall, that's the ABBA Eco Online. Doubled the max vill count.
Yeah. I mean, at the end as well, it's not just the resource gathered, but also the resources saved, because Vortex, he doesn't have to pay full price for his villagers, right? Out of 2 TC.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just one where you said about the pro scouts, it's just dangerous to go pro scouts against ABBA. It lets them have their timing play. It lets them have that second TC come up in the perfect position that they want. Their House of Wisdom influence extended on out to get the gather speed, and then all of a sudden the TC's already paid off by the time you're attempting to bring some deer on home.
Yeah. At this point, the age up has come through. B just tried to go for at least a couple of raids with the sofas remaining. Didn't work out. Horseman managed to kill a couple of villagers here. Not that many, but it's enough. The villager lead is pretty solid here at this point. Sofa idling out a lot of the villagers. Maybe that is why B thought that he could maybe still come back in this one, but this is the fight where everything went south after. Imported armor not yet in on the sofa, so they die super quickly, even to the archers here.
Yeah, it's just so crazy watching Sofa fight before they have imported armor and after. It's just a whole different unit.
It is. It goes from horseman to knight, basically.
And this is one where Vortex, this is the beginning of the end. You can already see the eco count at the top. You can see the military count. He's just circling around, spreading his units out, killing as many villagers as he can see. But the more important thing is the idle time and nothing able to really produce for B. As the units pop out, they immediately get sniped. And really, really fun series. But that's the third series of the day. We got 4 in store. And now you can already see overlay updated Puppy Paw 1-0 game. The games have extended a little bit today, and that's a good thing. So we're jumping into the final series at 1-0.
Exactly. We got to take a quick look at our groups as well. Marine Lord 3-2 against Baltune. Core, can we call this an upset?
I mean, that's up to that. It's up to you. It's up to you. I think my
Big
guess
upset. Kiljani 3-0 against Core. Now, honestly, I think Core plays really solid at the moment, so I'm surprised that Kiljani played it that cleanly. But then again, recently when I played on ladder against Kiljani, like he's feeling super strong as well. So
also, you say cleanly, but I will say there's a lot of 3-0s I've seen that are not that clean. It just ended up as a 3-0. So you never know over here until seeing the game. But Core will have to go through Baltune in the elimination round. Meanwhile, about to be jumping in to Puppy Paw versus Corvinus. We just casted the Vortex versus B loser this series, playing the loser that we just saw, and Beastie versus Louis Beastie versus Louis, and then Mayomeka versus Demu.
Exactly. That's gonna be the games that are gonna be coming up tomorrow. Wham! 2-0 versus Mahodo. That one should still be going on. And Anatan 3-1 versus Scarlet Devil. That game also got cast today, that said. And now it's about time for us to be jumping into our game number 2 between Puppy Paw and Corvinus. It's going to be on Dry Arabia, Byzantines versus Delhi. One of the few matchups that I want to say Delhi isn't favored in.
Yep.
It's not a clear victory for Byzantines, I want to say, but it's like a 55% chance that Byzantines is probably going to win this one.
Yeah, but Corvinus, he does get probably one of his favorite civs out there. He is comfortable on Delhi. He has probably played Delhi most out of anyone or close to the most out of anyone out there. So we're going to get into game number 2. Puppy Paw leading the series 1-0, playing as the Byzantines, and Corvinus as his near and dear Delhi Sultanate.
Exactly. And here we go. Typical opening here, of course, for the Delhi. Mill as an opening. We'll be able to get a lot of resource from Barry. Do we? Yeah, there we go. Okay, Wheelbarrow getting queued up is a free upgrade for the Delhi Sultanate. Free Scholar coming in as well with the completion of that mosque. Nice placement here of the cistern for Puppy Paw is going to be able to buff up both the gold, the food underneath the TC, as well as the berries once he goes for the Grand Winery. So has all of that completely secured and buffed up at the moment.
Yeah. Not seeing the outline of the next cistern wall and then cistern like we saw B do earlier on. Puppy Paw just, he's like, I've played Byzantines enough. I'm not going to forget to make my next cistern wall and get prepped where it's going to be. will need another house or building first. And now, just seeing those scouting patterns, I don't think there's going to be any too crazy of a sheep differential. A little bit of some visual glitching out here. We'll get fixed up in a sec.
No, that's a viewer's monitor.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Go buy a new monitor.
Everybody.
This is the sign. Everybody.
Everybody needs to go buy a new monitor.
Looking at the sheep hole, Corvinus, 7 sheep following behind his scout. So it looks like Puppy Paw probably... Actually, I wanted to say has the lion's share of the sheep here, but it doesn't quite look like it, as there's only 4 sheep following his scout at the moment.
Yeah, just both of them just, they'll get their sheep eventually over here. Wine and dine
Winery.
going down, though.
Yeah, only HM with 3 villagers. That's interesting. I feel like typically we do see like the normal 4, maybe even sometimes 5 villagers being pulled for the age up, just so you're able to get the bonus resource in a little bit quicker. Since you do just get that much olive oil from the berries.
Yeah, it's just such a crazy thing to get extra resources in.
Yeah, it's the reason why we see Byzantines on 1 TC out eco on the resources gather graph other civilizations when they go 2 TC. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it is crazy for sure. But Puppy Paw, he doesn't care. He says, no rush to get my extra olive oil, my extra resources. I'll get there eventually. I'm prioritizing some other things right now.
We are seeing an early barracks coming in right now. Okay, that's
a
curious.
very early barracks.
That's a very early one. I'm wondering what exactly this is going to be the reaction to. Or, well, not even a reaction. What's the...
It's a very proactive
What's
play.
the game plan? Yeah.
I mean, I will say almost 90% of the games I watch from Delhi, they drop a stables right off the bat, no matter what, and go Ghazi. So
pretty much immediately.
He's going to be able to have the correct unit there, but I feel like, again, it's not like you need that out and like taking the map control. It's not like he's going to have be able to like kill the Ghazi as they come out. Corvinus is just going to run away from Limitane if he sees them.
Yeah, behind this, we are also just getting a second mill in for Corvinus, so he's going to have that second mill where he will be able to prioritize an upgrade like Pro Scouts, for example. So he's going to get Pro Scout and Horticulture in at the same time. And Age Up is about to complete now for Corvinus as well, as it just did for Puppy Paw. Upgrades are getting queued up immediately. We do see that Pro Scout being queued up, Sanctity being put in queue as well. All the other economy upgrades now in queue for Corvinus as well. Scholars getting queued up from that Dome of Faith. Pretty big discount there for him. We are getting the first couple of Limitane now in queue. And check Corvinus base, see if he goes for stable immediately, or I mean the scout's about to arrive, so he's gonna see what's going on.
Oh, it's a blacksmith.
Okay.
Scout starting to try to burn down one of those mills. It is that one mill is out of TC range, so if he did push forward with the Limitane, he could start burning it down if he desired, but looks like it's just kind of more of a defensive game plan. And does this make you think he's just going to go right into the longbow contract too?
And longbows make sense, right? Like, longbows in general are just always a really, really good unit to go into. Keshiks, I mean, you don't really get that big mass of Keshiks in. Like, they're nice for raids and all, but I feel like against current Delhi, where they can go for Pro Scouts and have a lot of safe economy, it used to be the case that Delhi has to, like, move out onto berries. But in the current meta, I feel like that's not usually as much of a case, so... But we are getting the Keshiks in.
Okay.
All right, interesting.
And if you actually looked at Corvinus's base, he did drop that stables right as we panned away. So his first military building is still a stables. He just prioritized the blacksmith first to get a little bit of some upgrades in. But that's where Puppy Ball, he's going to have 5 Limitane out before the first Ghazi even comes. And he's, oh my gosh.
This is, if you don't want to go Pro Scouts, this is what you do. You just lure him in with your Limitane. Wait.
And how many? How many resources is the limit today if you think about comparative to the pro scouts? Like this is going to be able, and he's going to be able to use these later on compared to pro scouts. Like once you're done bringing the deer back in, you're done.
Yeah, this is good value. Very good value here. For Puppy Paw.
Doesn't have to waste all those resources on scouts either, even though scouts provide vision too. But a lot of time you end up losing quite a few of them when you're going pro scouts and in sacrifice for the food security that you get. But this is some nice food security from Puppy. Great APM being able to deal with that. And now let's see him move out and across the map.
Man, that scene with the deer lure just kind of like reminded me of like some 300 scenes right there. Pushing them closer and closer to the edge.
Oh, yep. And great scouting by Puppy as well. Sees the Scholar moving out, following in the path, has the... Oh my gosh. First Scholar down, for sure. Bah!
Yeah.
Immediate charge in. Scholar falls. There's an Archer there as well. Puppy might split off a Keshik, but more importantly, he might just go kill the other Scholar before the next Sacred Site goes down. And I'm not sure what's going on the east side, but I think Puppy Paw might be denying that one as well.
Yeah, it does have a Midnight out there. And it's just unusual for Byzantine. I mean, Byzantine messes a lot of units very quickly, but typically not this quickly.
Oh, Scholar has been able to sneak away for the time being. Puppy Paw knows, though. He knows. It's got to be somewhere. Oh, and there he goes!
Oh,
the A move! The A move! I could not see that at all.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that one as well.
Oh my gosh. And this is why it just shows you the importance of A moving. When you see we saw it earlier in the game with B2 where like he didn't know where a villager went, and you just A move into the location and it'll close down if it's like hiding in a wood line or hiding on the edge of the map.
Yeah, exactly. And now, I mean,
Corvinus cannot take this fight. No, absolutely not. If those continue to kite back, the Keshik close the gap. If the Ghazi turn, then the shield...
Pierce damage then.
Yeah. I mean, shield...
Yes, a pierce damage. Oh, misclick onto the deer. Archer, stop moving.
And that's some extra damage that the Keshiks are able to get. The Ghazis are the chosen unit to keep their lives, and actually he decides to turn back around. I don't know why. I think you just got to get out at this point, just run.
Yeah, the unit composition for Corvinus just feels like not having the information.
Oh no!
Look at it is so close. It is so close to being captured.
And instead, it's a scout there with it. He's trying to heal up the scout, but the Scholar's gonna go down.
Such a rough one. I mean, maybe. Okay, he's distracting the Keshiks.
No, there's not a chance.
Oh, Scholar is gonna.
No, don't get up. Oh. The Keshiks are on now.
Oh no. And yeah, he's focusing the Scholar.
No. And now the Keshiks get to take a fight against the Ghazis. This is just continually going downhill over and over for Corvinus. This is such a tilting game for him.
Yeah, everything that could have gone wrong for the Delhi in this one did go wrong.
Well, and I mean, he gets the Ghazis away, but then leads the Keshiks right into the Archers. I think the Archers might be able to take down a few of these just because the mass is big enough, and there's some Scholars there too for some healing.
But look at Puppy Paw's resource behind this. He's ready to go up to Castle Age now as well. Double stable getting dropped behind this as well.
And he already has 5 olive groves. Might not be much, but 5 olive groves just makes it to where you don't have to move out onto some of those other resources. He did push those deer in too, so food income is nice and secure still.
Yeah, Golden Horn Tower now coming in. Corvinus once again moves out to the Sacred Sites, but he's so far behind when it comes to the prospect of being able to age up to the next age now.
Yeah, I mean, he's lost 3, 4, 5 Scholars. Has he even had a Sacred Site this game yet?
No.
I don't think so. And now Puppy even splits off those Keshiks. He says, fine, get the Sacred Sites. I will contest those once I'm castle. I'm just going to circle around. And now my Keshiks, they're going to be hitting your wood line.
And there's nothing there for Corvinus to defend right now.
Oh,
actually,
there's
one spearman
spear
here, so spots it out. Attack notification about to come in. Villagers getting pulled. Attack move.
Oh, there's another spear there.
Yeah, another one
If
coming
Puppy
in.
Paw focuses the spear down... Oh, no, there's another spear. Okay. Decides to run on away, but doesn't lose any Keshiks, just takes some damage. Second Sacred Site secured for Corvinus. Moving out to the third, and you... Oh, no. It's Cataphract time.
Yeah, Keshik, Cataphract, Mass, Armored Cavalry about to be coming in. More Olive Groves coming in as well.
Yeah, I mean, Puppy Paw's just got the control. He's got the veteran contract upgrade coming on through, and he's not even going to get the Sacred Site, I don't think.
There's an Archer and a Spearman. And Scholar could
Shield
heal
wall?
up. Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, it's
Just delay. Now it's the Sacred Site being denied, but the Cataphracts is really what will take over this game.
Getting some Varangians in as well. Just a lot of armored units. Colin is actually not that far behind when it comes to the age up now. He's gotten 3 Sacred Sites, or at least has them at the moment, for the time being.
That's the correct unit to fight those. It's just not enough. The numbers aren't there. You need a lot more. The archers arrive. I would guess it's enough. House of Learning, 12 villagers on the backside. Will the timing be enough? Will Corvinus have enough time to stabilize here? Have enough time for some of those upgrades to come through as well?
And this one relic has already been picked up by Puppy Paw and already been returned as well. We have a couple of early farms in Corvinus space as well.
Wolf. Yeah, he was not taking a risk to move out to those back berries. Did not think he had that availability for himself, so sacrifice some wood, income, and
makes sense with the Keshiks.
Thanks for the healing, is what Puppy Paw says.
Thank you for being a friend.
Another Sacred Site denied, so Corvinus went from 3 to 0 very, very quick. Castle Age finishes, but Puppy Paw's there. He's ready to go. He's got some units on that front side. Units denying the wall. Spears are chasing those Keshiks, but those are spears chasing Keshiks. They're just a little too slow.
Crossbows in queue for Corvinus. Got archers here as well. No shield wall coming in. Gonna be able to take a bunch of them down. How many scholars do we have in garrison inside at the moment? Probably not that many. Yeah, 3 in the mosques. A couple in production buildings. Tries to bring 1 relic back, but looks like the military mass from Puppy Paw is moving forward now.
And he's just splitting all throughout Corvinus's base on top of the TCs. Villagers need to jump inside, but he needs those precious resources. He needs the food income, or else he can't produce any more units. And Puppy Paw, he's got 9 Keshiks there. He's got 5 Cataphracts as well. And if he cleans up the spears and cleans up the crossbows, those other units are absolutely worthless.
Yeah, Colin is able, though, to take the fight here. Wondering where the other units are. Oh, okay, so there were some Keshiks still in the back. I thought those got taken out by the spearmen. Looks like they managed to survive.
And still attacking more and more units. Corvinus losing. He's down 7 villagers throughout this game, but more importantly, the idle time throughout all of this. Like, yeah. Puppy Paw might be losing some units here, but Corvinus can't produce any more units, so everyone he loses can't be replaced right now.
He doesn't have gold. He could be making more spearmen. Has the resource for spearmen. None in queue, though.
He needs a Wololo. He's going for the Wololo. Puppy Paw, he's just, I'm not going to fall for those tricks. I've seen this before. Moves back out onto the gold, so Corvinus has been able to resecure gold for the time being, but so many villagers just standing, watching, just waiting for their death.
Spearmen now in queue. Feels like it's a little bit too late now. Crossbow's coming as well. He still had a lot of food in the bank, right? So he could get a lot of units out. He just doesn't have the scholars inside of the production buildings at the moment, where he's producing from. Get the units out in time.
He just put them right in there as you said that. He went for a few Wololos. There's still a few in the Dome of the Faith trying to speed up those upgrades. They just jump back on out, but the Cataphract, I think, is going to head towards that gold, and that might just be it.
Yeah, he found this target now.
Or the ranges, both ranges with the crossbows popping out might be even better than the villagers. That is Corvinus's hope, is if he gets any sort of crossbow mass, he can push this back. But as I say that, the last couple crossbows on that north side get cleaned up. A Varangian splits off onto the scholars, onto the gold. Corvinus is at 74 food per minute. We could basically call it 0.
Yeah. Still has a couple of crossbows in queue.
Look at the health on all those. Literally, I think I don't even know if one of them had more than half health.
Missing there. Behind this, I mean,
there's a few
3 relics have been gathered up so far by Puppy Paw. Could go for the 4th one as well, even though that one's like next to the base of Corvinus. Corvinus got 5 scholars in queue now. Wants to get the upgrades in that he's waiting out on. That's like one of the strengths from Delhi, being able to get so many upgrades in for free, but currently not getting the speed on them that Corvinus really wants to, because he needs these scholars inside the production building to get the units out.
I mean, this is one where if you're Puppy Paw, you're like, okay, he was just idled for about 5 minutes. Like, let me just regroup for 2 minutes, get my mass, and go for it again. And that looks like exactly what he's doing. He's starting to posture towards the center side of the map. Corvinus was able to grab a relic here, but units are starting to group together for Puppy, and he will start moving forward yet again.
Yeah, Sacred Sites now also being picked up by Puppy Paw. It's just going to be more and more units. We're seeing an archer switch coming in now. An archer is going to deal with crossbows, with the spearmen, with the archers from Corvinus.
And here he goes again. We talked about it. He's going for that second dive now after the regroup. Attempted Wololo. He just is not going to risk it. Let's pull back and wait.
I can't really risk it when there's so many scholars nearby as well, because then you always have the potential of scholars healing each other. Surviving the critical damage.
And he goes for it again. Here's 2 relics. This is where it gets really annoying here.
Buys himself time. There's not really any crossbows though. Maybe if Corvinus gets like an elephant out, could stabilize himself a little bit further.
Archer sniping down the crossbows on the backside's a really good micro here by Puppy Paw. Has that front side of units. Another grouping of armored units splitting off to the side. Probably going to go look for some villagers instead of going and taking the fight. But I guess he can afford to do this with how much more military he has, how much more eco he has as well, winning fights on multiple different fronts.
Yeah, now this one group just pulls military to the back while the other group attacks at the front side, and Corvinus needs like all of his military on one side to take these fights.
Indeed, another set of reinforcements trying to push forward. Berry villagers just ran out, so it doesn't even matter that Puppy Paw was going that way, as now those villagers move back to the wood line, and Corvinus's food income is about to drop even further.
Does still have some deer underneath his TC that he could be gathering up from. I suppose at the front line, need to be careful, and the mass is up again.
He's just doubling down, tripling down, continuing to come for another push, and every time he comes back for another push, it's just a little bit stronger, and Corvinus just has a little less behind it, I feel like. Another Wololo attempted. Puppy Paw kites it back again. Just says, I'm killing units.
Another relic getting pulled. Not sure if it's off cooldown yet, though. Wololo that is. Nope, relic gets put back.
And here comes another regroup, and here comes another push right after, I'm sure.
Oh my god, the food income now for Puppy Paw as well. Look at the olive oil that he's getting per minute, just able to pump out so many mercenary units.
640 olive oil per minute.
Oh my god.
He's like at the point where
from the relics as well.
Yeah, he's at the point where he's going to start having to drop more and more merc houses because he's getting too much olive oil.
Aye, aye, aye. A wall of coming in there.
Win condition timer is ticking, though. It's 8 minutes. It's not like Puppy Paw dropped keeps and stuff on the sacred sites. Getting more upgrades in. I guess he said, all right, those pushes weren't working, although it definitely was starting to cause an impact, starting to add on up. But Corvinus getting time to stabilize, getting time to come back.
Yeah, wall's coming up. I mean, he got a lot of upgrades in for free. We're getting the first elephant out now as well. But at that time, Puppy Paw, he's also starting to add in crossbows.
Much needed crossbow. He has a little bit of everything in his military mass, and I guess that's part of the Byzantine civilization. You're able to do that, but even still, a lot of these are just such strong and hard units to counteract correctly. One single elephant leading the way.
Yeah, Corvinus is somewhat caught up with the military count. Granted, a lot of that is the scholars. But I need to, like, find a way to Imperial Age now to recover from this. Which is gonna be incredibly tough with this food income.
Yeah, so now, Puppy Paw moving further and further forward. You can see, look at the difference in food income. 1,500 per minute for Puppy, 379 for Corvinus.
Scholars at the backside.
One scholar down.
Moving information.
2 scholars down. 3. Oh no! Right as they finish the mill, right as they get ready to start it. There it is.
There it is.
He cannot get food. He cannot make more military. Puppy Paw takes game number 2 and takes the bigger series lead 2-0. He is ready to finish this one out today.
Yeah, on match point now, and total resource gathered. It's insane just how much olive oil makes a difference there as well.
I mean, and it wasn't even just the olive oil. He outgathered every single thing and had 7,000 extra olive oil to add on to that. It was just a good beginning to end game plan from Puppy. We talked about he started making limited A way earlier than expected, but it proved to do exactly what he needed to do. Push some deer in for himself early on, and then deter some of those Gazis from getting raids in and group together with his Keshiks to deny all the sacred sites from, I think it was 10 plus minutes until Corvinus started getting the first one.
Vital point here at the beginning of the game. I mean, Corvinus, he had units out, but they were the wrong units. They were the wrong units in the end, the wrong unit composition that he put his resource into. I mean, the archers, they make sense if your opponent goes for something like Lombos, because then you can actually take trades against the Limitne, and your Ghazi can try and jump onto the Lombos. But it just wasn't the case here. The Keshik and Limitne composition, they just work perfectly against the Ghazi and archer count there. And those no sacred site picked at all.
Yeah, those first couple scholars that moved out, every single one you can see here now. Puppy Paw able to clean up all the scholars. We're at 930 and 0 sacred sites picked up. And I think the next highlight will probably be pretty similar. Or maybe it's right where Puppy's going castle or already castle. And that's the only time Corvinus got the sacred sites, was because Puppy gave up the map control to go up to castle. You can already see resources now.
Yeah, Kashik's also healing themselves. There it is. Puppy Paw inside the base of Corvinus. Just so much idle time being caused here as well. Villagers going down left, right, front, and center. Was trying to get the units out. This was the point in time where he needed the scholars inside of the production buildings. Has the resource for Spearman as well, but you gotta have the presence of mind there then, that if you don't have gold, that is the only unit that you can make against this.
Yep, so many losses here, so much idle time here with this first push, and Puppy Paw just kind of, he played the smart and safe game. He didn't all in again. He kind of did all in again, but he kind of just chilled out after that, made sure to reinforce into eco, because behind this, it's not just units. He's getting upgrades, he's getting relics, he's getting sacred sites, and just continuing to do some damage. So solid game number 2 from Puppy there. We're about to see the actually, no, we're not going to see the finalized Barry villager push, but I mean, at this point, you can already see the graphs at the top. Puppy Paw had already secured this victory for himself here.
Indeed. And now we can already see what's going to be coming in our game number 3. We're going to be seeing Ayubids versus English on Lakeside. That's going to be an interesting one. I feel like Ayubids at the moment, especially on a map like Lakeside, we've seen a lot of static pushes coming in from the Ayubids with the Manganic power, just being able to take down infrastructure incredibly quickly. That's definitely a matchup where you can make use of that. Gonna take a quick look at the brackets over here as well, or rather at the current scoreboard. as the set between Wham, brother of Puppy Paw, and Mahodo has finished up. Wham winning that one with a 3-0. So we got an update on that series as well.
Yeah, and so winners rounds will be tomorrow, while the others will be next week. So Wham Anatan tomorrow, I believe, and then obviously all the winners rounds as well will be following this tomorrow. Same timing as always.
Indeed, indeed. All right, so it's going to be a little bit longer until we're going into our game number 3. Potential match point now for Puppy Paw. That means we got a little bit of time in order to tell you all about Twitch Prime. Did you know that you can use Twitch Prime if you have an Amazon Prime account in order to subscribe to EGC TV live on Twitch? That way, not only do you get rid of pesky ads, you also help out EGC TV, bringing all of you these amazing, amazing tournament games. But I think I hear confirmation that we're just jumping right into our next game. Screw the countdown. We're doing it live.
We're
Game
ready to
number
get in.
3. Yeah, here we go. Lakeside, Puppy Paw playing as the English up against Corvinus in the color red as the Iobits.
Both scouts see each other in the center. They both path over to the side, and both players are dropping docks. Who is surprised? Not me at all. This is the normal start to this this map here.
It makes sense, right? You see fish, you're like, okay, need dock, got a dock, will dock, and dock they will. And yeah, it's food income. It is a lot of free, well, not free, but like good food income.
Yeah, so you won't complain
Pays
about
off so
that a little
quickly.
bit, you know, little bit of extra food to support you through that mid game. And Ayubits definitely will not complain about that English. It just makes them have to rely on their farms a little bit less, especially in the earlier stages of the game when they're weaker.
House of Wisdom now coming in for Corvinus. Are we gonna get something like potentially we could get a advancement wing coming in for Corvinus? For those of you that don't know, that's the discounted wing where you only need 30 gold to be able to age up.
Yeah, usually on hybrid maps, we do see this a lot. 3 villagers will just do a long distance drop off. Usually you'll see that right off the bat, though, where they just get the gold at the very start and then they just send everyone to food and get that much quicker age up timing and then get the resources for the immediate galley during the age up. But not seeing that here, so I don't know if we will see an advancement.
Yeah, doesn't look like it. I think we are getting a mining camp up on the gold mine, so probably not going to be the advancement wing here. Paul already has 2 villagers working on that age up. Rather on getting gold for the age up. How many fishing ships are we on so far? 2 fishing ships for Corvinus. 2 for Puppy Paw. Corvinus, as the Iobits, only has to pay 75 wood for the dock. Puppy Paw, as the English, pays full price, but does get a nice little discount there on his fishing ship, as well as any ships in the fuel age as well, any military ships.
Yeah, Puppy Paw sending a ton of villagers onto the sheep under town center, probably wanting to make sure that there is no quicker age up play from Corvinus. Will have a timing to react to that, and with that much food income that he's getting, his age up's going to be very, very quick. He hadn't, I don't think he's been continuing to produce those fishing ships, but
it is advancement wing.
Advancement wing did come through. He just decided to build the mining camp, which seems odd.
Looks like he just wants to be able to potentially get a Springle ship out as his first ship. But he's already overgathering a little bit for that.
And Abbey of the Kings is on his way as well. So, you know, while Corvinus will have this timing, Puppy Paw not too far behind with this timing, actually.
Yeah. But not only do you have to pay less resource for the advancement wing, it also comes up quicker.
Yeah.
So it gets completed quicker.
A little bit quicker. Puppy Paw still has those 4 villagers on it, so making up for maybe a minuscule amount of the timing. I think it's 20% quicker with advancement wing. I know I feel like they've changed it like 3 or 4 times since the very start of it.
Yeah. Has had a couple of adjustments coming its way.
A second dock being dropped by Corvinus there into the mid map, so wants to have some quicker reinforcements or quicker aggression as far as that naval fleet goes.
Yeah, double dock definitely will work out for him. We've seen it before, right? Like having the ability to win water on this map can lead to a very, very explosive growth in the economy as well. If you're able to get a dock up on your opponent's side and take their fish as well.
Yep. Meanwhile, Puppy, he's still chilling with that single dock. He is waiting for Abbey of the Kings to finish. Obviously, with the Abbey of the Kings, we'll have the king able to roam the map. Usually that causes a reaction in and of itself to combine out with obviously getting feudal, and Springald ship is the first choice from Corvinus.
Yeah, Archer ship now in queue as well. Could top it off with the demo ship. Then he has one of each. If he gets all of them up to the dock, he's going to be able to completely lock that down. All coming in for Puppy Paw.
Puppy Paw's able to make the correct choice because he has his scout burning that dock. So he sees the Springald ship come out. He knows it should not be a galley he immediately queues up. It should be a Springald ship himself and then a galley after it.
Yeah. Demo ship in queue for Corvinus behind this.
Fishing ships jump on inside. That demo ship not going to be too far away. But going ahead and making these Springald trades, which is beneficial for Puppy. He gets that healing from the dock, gets the healing from the fishing if need be. Galley does arrive to hit the other fishing boat, so Puppy Paw does need to be careful of this. Fishing boats jump inside the dock, and one falls. Springald ship starting to focus the galley. However, demo ship just got scouted out. Fishing ship needs to jump out, do some healing potentially. But the galley at the perfect time.
Able to potentially take down the galley, though.
And he does take down the galley. Puppy Paw went for a fishing ship swap on
the
the other
demo.
side.
Second on the other side as well.
And that's the key. Demo. If the demo's at full, or galley's, Springald's at full health, it doesn't die, and it's just wasted resources. Puppy wins out on water and cleans up all of the early Oh no!
Oh my God! What?
No!
No way!
Oh, this is over.
No way! It is. It's actually over. Wait, counter outpost? Counter outpost? No, he's pulling the villagers. He's pulling the boys.
The king took a lot of damage there.
Wood villager. But it's double villagers. He could just run. Cancel?
Cancel.
Cancel. It's not canceling. Ooh, you better cancel now. Puppy Paw, you better cancel now. Okay, he cancels. He's not gonna get any wood back from that one. Yeah, he got like 10 wood back.
I still think the idle time he calls is 100 wood worth, right?
It was more than worth, but yeah, 100%. Okay, the wolf would have been crazy if the wolf took down the king there.
That dock is so low from the scout. Oh my God.
Yeah, it is. It actually is. But now, I mean, Corvinus, he's gonna have to abandon it. It barely has any HP left. And then, yeah, double Springald ship. That's gonna be more than enough. So Corvinus, he's gonna have to forfeit on the waterfront. We'll need to now look for a potential age up into Castle Age.
No, he says Camel Archers is his play. At least one Camel Archer. He made one Camel Archer. Maybe to just force a reaction, force that king back away, try to snipe the king out as well.
Wait, is Puppy Paw still making an outpost in the Stealth Forest?
Yeah, I think so.
Or is that the barracks?
Oh, it's a barracks and an outpost.
Why choose? Just get both.
And now, I mean, he has water for himself. He's got plenty of support here. Oh, it was a desert raider.
Corvinus, he could just go for the economic wing growth now in Castle Age. And that way, water doesn't really matter to him anymore. Because he's going to have, like, more villagers, and Puppy Paw is going to have fishing ships then, in combination with the villagers. Ooh, Horseman didn't find anything.
The problem there is just, it just takes so much time even for that to come through. In the next 2 minutes, if Corvinus goes for this age up, is Puppy Paw not going to just end the game?
With Spearman, I don't think so. You can't burn down the TC with Spearman.
Yeah, but you can make it to where the extra 7 villagers that pop out don't have any resources to gather from.
True. True. Not sure how viable that is going to be. Bonus is going to be able to click the age up soon. Oh, he went out to stone. Oh, no.
Another villager falls. The king gets out at
King lit.
4.
Oh, never mind. It was the psychic power there. The psychic rage from Corvinus that managed to snipe the king out.
Yeah, but here come the spears.
Oh, no.
And longbow's
There they
now to
are.
follow this up, and the king's already back into queue. The stone expand. I don't know what the stone was going to be for. Outpost emplacement,
Second
maybe
TC?
with no military.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Longbow's now going to start
gold
sniping out
denial.
the villagers from gold. There's no outpost that can be finished. There's no. This
Oh, big
is.
villager!
And it's dead.
It's a snipe.
And I think that Desert Raider's still like 2 health too.
Yeah, Corvinus is going to have to go back to his second gold mine. And behind this, I mean, Puppy Paw, he invested into military units, but he's still very close to being able to age up himself. And he's got a lot of economy advantage right now. How many fishing ships does he? He doesn't even have that many fishing ships. How many workers did he kill? It wasn't just like
6?
the one there. Yeah, but like
Well,
three
3 fishing
ships.
boats and 3 workers, right? And I guess.
True, yeah, the king killed a lot. The king did kill a lot.
I mean, and now this is one where he's able to have the military and age up. Meanwhile, Corvinus has just been.
Oh no! Oh no! Fella. It's the Reddit build.
Oh my gosh! You think he's just gonna start producing rams out of it, or trebs?
I think traps.
Oh, this is such a fun game to finish out the day with.
It is.
I mean, it's not fun if you're Corvinus, but it's fun if you're a viewer. It's fun if you're a Puppy Paw. It's fun if you're a Puppy Paw fan. So, 11 villagers on that white tower, and the king's actually going to go ahead and run through since Corvinus still doesn't really have any military out, and just sit in the wood line for now.
Yeah. Age up comes in for Corvinus, but the timing is very similar to Puppy Paw's age up now.
And look at the resources he has in the bank. Even Yubit's supposed to have a ton of
Veterancy.
resources, and all he can get is like
Veterancy on
3
the
things.
archers? Yeah, veterancy on the archers doesn't feel good when you gotta keep in front of your base.
And it doesn't feel good when. How many archers does he have out?
Yes.
It seems like a misclick. Like I don't know. He has one range. He can't even make archers.
Oh my god.
We want
We don't have a trebuchet out yet. Puppy Paw is getting the resource. He's walling off the sides as well. No way out. Oh, is he gonna transport the king over? I think he's gonna transport the king over.
And there's the Treb in queue.
It's a lot of villagers on gold. Siege Workshop coming in now.
So the problem now is like Corvinus is going to go for a siege workshop. He needs a lot of the wood to be able to, produce his own trebs to try to take down the white tower. But he's on that back wood line already. And Puppy Paw, you said he might be doing a little king transport ship drop over here soon.
Could be. Could also be a villager that he sends over. Oh, nope. Yes.
Okay.
What's he gonna do with that? Oh, and a ram as well. So we're getting both of our wishes fulfilled.
Yeah, we get both. The ram's great because it's like, it's not taking damage. It's going to effectively take out everything in the front side of the path. You don't need to have it focus on the TC, but a stable's still valuable for you. And now, go ahead and move forward to that TC. Start adding up. Is it in range of the white? No, just barely outside of the white tower.
Ooh, yeah. You're just scooting and shooting.
So what
Spearman
production
coming as well.
building is Puppy Paw dropping on the backside? Stables? Barracks? Just go men at arms?
Dock first for more eco.
A dock first for more eco? Okay.
And second trap. TC is taking heavy damage now. First trap comes out for Corvinus. I feel like maybe he doesn't even want to go for trebuchets, but just mass Manganiques. Because with Manganiques, you can actually take down
units too.
Units and the fire shot.
Look at the Rams escorting the units on the trap.
No,
oh my gosh!
No, he's
Yes! Oh my gosh!
Oh my god!
The Ram escort.
Corvinus doesn't have a defensive backline anymore without that TC. Oh my god, the clown car, the melee clown car.
And I see the outline of something right up there, maybe next to the relic for Puppy Paw in yellow. Is it going to be a production building on the backside? Oh no, I'm lying. That's just the relic.
That's the actual relic, yeah.
It looks yellow.
Now,
I don't know.
4 trebuchets and in range of all the production buildings here. And he can fire onto the landmark as well.
I thought that's what he was just going to go for, but there's so much health in the landmark. He's just finding more value, taking down the production. If there's no military, there's nothing else he could do.
I mean, there's not a lot of wood available in the back of Corvinus base as well. He's gonna have to go for the far wood line.
Yeah, and I mean, wood that he needs to build production, wood that he needs to build more siege, wood that he needs to build more lumber camps because he needs to build a lumber camp on that backside. He doesn't have that that type of wood income here in a second.
Villagers starting to repair the House of Wisdom. Repair on the House of Wisdom at least is free. Repair on the main TC, not so much.
But 4 villagers versus 5 trebuchets, that's gonna be difficult to out-heal that.
And another one. Another one. Yeah, that is incredibly tough. I mean, Corvinus is gonna have to go at some point, right? Like, he can't not go, but there's a big argument not to go when there's a white tower in front of your face.
Yes. Look at the villagers! No! They just ran out of that wood line.
Help. Where would...
Oh. He's still just sitting on stragglers. He's opting not to go for that back wood line. Guess he doesn't. He knows he doesn't have the timing. And there is a single man-at-arms.
It's not even Castle Age man-at-arm.
It'll do the job.
It'll
do the job.
Crossbow's coming in though. There's not a lot of help remaining in the landmark. It's time to burn. He has to go. Corvinus has to go now.
The timing is now or never.
It looks like it's gonna be never.
It's 2,000 health left in it. 1,500. It's still going.
The trebuchets, they've got the aura. They're taking quicker.
He needs to commit. It's still 1,200, 800, 500. Next
500,
round.
300.
Oh, game over.
The shit goes down.
Puppy Paw takes the series 3-0, and what a way to do it. He is a man of the people.
He gave us what we wanted to see. The forward white tower rush coming in from Puppy Paw against the Ayubids. Man, that was brutal. That was a brutal game.
What an exciting day of games. I mean, the games we got to cast, even the 3-0 lives up to some expectations of some excitement. Just crazy series. We saw the 3-2 from B versus Vortex that, I mean, any game could have gone either way. It was crazy back and forth.
Yeah, 100%. Oh my god. I mean, the beginning, like, look at this. The beginning here, it looked so good for Corvinus. But then the demo ship. That's the thing on water, right? Like, it can snowball just one misplay.
Yep.
And then suddenly you've got nothing left on water.
And those early exploded demos are one of the things that I feel like is the biggest bait. If you're exploding a demo ship, you got to know that you're going to finish off that Springled ship. If not, do not blow it on up. That's that first early pick. Well. The excitement. Yeah. Honestly, if Puppy Paw hadn't have tanked that TC fire as much as he did, that outpost 100% would have been up. Yeah. There wouldn't have been any villager pull. Yeah, it was. So this game could have been over a lot earlier than it was, but I'm glad it didn't end early. Corvinus pulled the bills, denied the tower, and then instead gets humiliated a different way, I guess.
I mean, this play,
the ram clown
Spearman clown car. Oh my god, that was not my bingo list today.
Not at all. Little men-at-arms just providing some idle time, providing some annoyance. This is also where we see the wood line had completely run out, and Trebs just out damaging the heels and closing out the landmark snipe of all things. I mean, it's not really a snipe because it was a long siege down, but a landmark victory at that.
Yeah, 5 trebuchets. I mean, with the English buff as well, so much attack speed on them. Ah, God. And there it is. GG comes through, and that means that we're now gonna have all of our sets done for today. Man, Debson, thank you so much for being out here casting with me. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Oh yeah, always happy to cast with you. We've been doing it for a while now. Easy to pair together. That got that kind of camaraderie going on, and now we're gonna finish all up with some updates of the series. Keep in mind, winners rounds tomorrow. Typical timing. Elimination and decider rounds, I believe, are going to be next Saturday and Sunday. So Marine Lord versus Kiljardy tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. And man, just taking a look at that again, we had Marine Lord versus Baltian taking 2 games off of Marine Lord. So there's definitely been a lot of energy from our players here today. Vortex versus B game that set went all the way up to 5 games. Beastie wins against me and Micah. Louis wins against Demu. Some very close sets there, especially between Louis and Demu. Some of these games definitely could have gone either way between them. Me and Micah getting a game of Beastie. I mean, that's just, we're getting so many great like upcoming players here as well.
Yep.
Wham, 3-0 against Mahodo, and Anatund 3-1 against Scarlet Devil. Also, Scarlet Devil just a rising player here in the scene.
Yep, so there's the updates of the 4 groups for y'all today. Thanks for all the viewers coming on out, watching, sticking on around. And I think for now, we're going to send y'all to another good old tourney series. Rising Empires, I think, have their typical weekend tournaments going on. So go show them some love. Go show some more support for the Age of Empires 4 scene, because it all does help support the same cause.
Exactly. So thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure you tune in again tomorrow, as we're going to be live again here on EGC, bringing you guys these top tournament games. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you all in the next one.